Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you not love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker. And this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from kind of sunny. Was gloomy earlier. California, Los Angeles folks were live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and Emmys. It's hump day. And I am live. I am alive. Hamas Piker. Okay. It is June 11th, 2025. It's Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. Show us the fab top. Wait, what? What is happening? Why are you saying that? Anyway, it is Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, 11:18 a.m. local time. And I am right on time, as a matter of fact. You're looking very British today. Yes, that's right. That's right. I'm very British today. Look, you know, bruv. I've got the menu. I got the menu fucking kit, lad. Don't ask me a single thing about Manchester United. I'm not a fan. I just think the shirt looks cool. Yes, we're going to talk about Luigi Mangione as well. Luigi Mangione. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God. But honestly, nothing crazy, strange, or spectacular has taken place in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker. Last night I ended the broadcast. We did not go to the protest yesterday, as you guys know. Obviously. I was in the Ted Nivison video, I know. A few days ago, Zoran was on the Hot 97 sideshow. Today, he was on the actual Breakfast Club. Nice. Okay, we'll take a look at that. But yeah, there is really nothing going on in my life. What did I do? I finished Freerin last night, so there's that. And then that's it. I finally finished it. It got really good by the end of the goddamn season, but by a Liverpool shirt, the Liverpool supporter club is very leftist. I know. I'll get a Liverpool shirt too. But in any case, what was I gonna say?
Yeah, not much. Worked out this morning, went to sleep, woke up early as always, worked out this morning, finally caved, by the way. Finally caved to my age. And I went and I got knee braces. Nader Zaveri, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. What the hell is going on? Thank you. 100 big ones. So, yeah, I finally caved to my old age and went and I got knee braces. And let me tell you, the improvement in the lifts is crazy. Okay, got to show this off a little bit because I put the knee braces on. They're a little small. I got extra large ones as well, knee sleeves. Okay. These are large. They were a little too tight on me. I need extra large ones. I'm going to try those out as well. But basically, with that, I was able to hit 310 with ease, right? 310 with ease. All the way down, ass to fucking grass. With 330, this was the highest weight I've put up in years. So obviously, it wasn't like super great, but it was pretty good for a top set for the first time in a long time. Okay? And you'll see. The first one always is not that good. First one is fine, but look at the second one. Look. I mean, that's after I go back up. Like, think about it. I mean, that's just, it doesn't get any better than that, you know? Yeah. 330 for 3, not bad. It's not crazy. It's not like a crazy amount of weight, but it's not a bad amount of weight. We're going up. We're going up in the world. We're going up in the world. Is that fake? Is that faking Manuki? Yeah, lad. Yes, lad. Solid depth and great back posture. No butt wink. Yeah. Good idea, but in the meantime, I would isometric exercise to heal and reduce knee pain. Yeah. Why do you do a low amount of reps? Because it's high. That's a lot of weight, chatter. The hell? That's a lot of weight to be putting up for any human, really. I mean, unless you're literally the top 1% of 1% of lifters where you're like roided out the gills, you know, 330 pounds is a pretty decent amount of weight. Yeah, I'm trying to put up big boy weight. Even for your body weight, no disrespect, 330 pounds. Yes. I don't know if you know this, but there's diminishing returns with weight after a certain point, especially for lifts like squatting. Yeah, I am 230 pounds and on a constant deficit, and hitting 330 for 3 is pretty solid. I want to get back to throwing around that amount of weight, but I'm struggling with hip mobility issues that give me back pain. Yeah. In any case, what was I doing? What was I saying? Yeah, not roided, obviously. You know, natty lifter. It's not super impressive, Chad. It's not like I'm not like a super impressive lifter at all, but I'm saying that it's like impressive for me. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because I need you to understand you're not supposed to compare yourself to people that you see on Instagram, like power lifters and like these crazy strong people, especially many of them that do steroids and whatnot. What you're supposed to compare yourself to is where you are. I found, okay. What you're supposed to compare yourself to is where you are yesterday. Compare where you get to tomorrow to where you were yesterday. As long as there's improvement, you're on a good trajectory. Sometimes it feels like there's not enough improvement, but it doesn't matter. It's still good. Also, here's the fit pick of the day. Have you been losing weight recently? No, I'm around the same. I'm just like perma stuck at like 230 plus, like in between 230 and 235. I'm just like swinging back and forth. I'm trying to cut down, but it hasn't been it has been a minute since I've been able to get below 230 again. So, you need a standing desk? I have a standing desk. What was the song you played with your lift? I don't know, the Red Army Choir. But yeah, that's it. That's neither here nor there. That's all we got as far as personal news goes. Let's blast off. Let's freaking get it going. Let's get it twisted. There's a lot to talk about today, obviously. Luigi Mangione. We'll talk about hold on. Day 5th of ICE out of LA protest. Oh, Nader Zaveri, thank you for another 100 gifted subs. Day 5 of ICE out of LA protests. Okay. Hold on. Shit is going to go bad in Iran. U.S. is recalling its embassy employees in Iraq, and U.K. is diverting sea trade to the region now. The Marine that MAGA tried to use to dunk on LA protesters is kind of based. Sure. This was an important moment that you saw. Bill is engaging with dialogue with the pigs. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw it. Okay, hold on. Hogwatch boot edition. Right wing response to tyranny. ICE raids expand as protests expand around the nation. Zoran Mentum in New York City. Israel keeps killing Palestinians seeking aid and more. Get in now. Okay. All right, let's blast off. Also, I got an update. The Department of Homeland Security. I was doing an interview with some Japanese newspaper this morning, and I looked through my emails to find whether or not the Department of Homeland Security had responded to my redress over my trip, and they have. They have responded. Actually, as a matter of fact, they responded this past Monday. Okay. But in the process of their response, I also found out that a while back, they had also revoked my global entry. So I finally got a response back from the Department of Homeland Security. But they had already taken away my global entry clearance months prior. Now, global entry is, for those of you who don't know, they revoked it before my entry, and I didn't even know. And what's even crazier is at no point did they even mention that they had revoked my global entry. They don't even mention it in the redress letter, which is so psychotic. They never, no one had ever even informed me. And neither did the Department of Homeland Security, even in the redress letter, because in the redress letter, I actually mentioned that I have global entry and I'm a known traveler, you know, because global entry means you are a known, trusted traveler. Okay. That means that the Department of Homeland Security looked through your entire, you know, your entire profile. I talked about this before. They look through my, you know, my criminal background, everything, right? Where I've lived, all this stuff, and decided that I am fine to get expedited access into the country and not sit in the same fucking line. It's basically global entry can be revoked for really silly reasons as well, by the way, or I mean, I guess technically good reasons, but like, for those of you who don't know, if you bring a banana into the country and they actually find that you brought a banana into the country, it's over. You are no longer allowed to have global entry because you've brought in an agricultural product that could be damaging to the natural ecosystem. So like, it's stuff like that. It's basically TSA pre-check for international travelers. It's like the higher degree of TSA pre-check for those of you who don't know. Having said that, of course, no, it's not specific to California. Global entry is California, or not California, America. Okay. Now listen. Bananas are dangerous. Yes. Agricultural products. Yes, agricultural products could be considered dangerous to the natural wildlife. This is something that I understand. This is something that I think is perfectly valid for the government to be. This is one of the aspects of global, like TSA, or not TSA, sorry, DHS's like actual primary roles. Customs and Border Patrol's primary role is to make sure that you know, you're not fucking smuggling seeds or some shit into the country, or harmful, like you might be carrying harmful bacteria or whatever. Like that is their job. That's like the only job that they have. Bring to ensure that there aren't invasive species that are coming into the country, okay, and disrupting the ecosystem. Anyway, listen, whatever, invasive species, all this stuff. Now, what's interesting, however, about this entire process is they did not fucking tell me what the reason for the revocation of global entry was, because I looked it up and. Okay, it says, "Dear Hasan Piker, thank you for your participation in the Global Entry Program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program available to travelers that pass a comprehensive background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for Global Entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the United States, although they will not be permitted to use the Global Entry lanes. We regret to inform you that your membership in Global Entry has been revoked for the following reason," in parentheses S, reasons. There's a big space there, and the only thing that it says is, "You do not meet program eligibility requirements." This is after they gave it to me. So that's it. Was it revoked before Trump's inauguration? No, after. After. I got conditional approval before, way before Trump. I got conditional approval in 2024. I got a full-blown approval notification on after Donald Trump's inauguration on 2/6, and then the revocation on 3/5. And I didn't even know that it was revoked. And it's really interesting because when I entered the country through global entry, they didn't even actually tell me that I didn't have global entry. At no point in that detention did they ever say I don't have global entry. When the Customs and Border Patrol, when the Department of Homeland Security released a statement, they didn't say, like, it was not even a consideration at all, which is very interesting. I think they let you reapply in a year. I don't think I'm going to reapply in a year. Now, global entry simply is... Yo, Hasan, XUC reacted to your take on the ICE protests. Just wanted to say you're 100% right. You weren't defending property damage. You were making a moral consistency argument. If people are mad about businesses getting hit, they should be 10x as mad about immigrants losing everything with no due process. The problem isn't you being a radical. It's people being desensitized to systemic violence. Keep pushing through the noise. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have a global entry card. They mailed it to me. I have it. I used it. In any case, it's not that significant. The global entry revocation is not that significant. They also, like I was saying, the only reason why I found out about this is because I was looking through my email to see what my redress, I found my trip redress from the Department of Homeland Security, where 2 days ago on Monday, June 19th, I got an email that said, "Thank you for submitting your request for redress to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, DHS TRIP. DHS TRIP has researched and completed its review of the redress case for Hasan Piker." And then it tells you to go and access your account on the website. Okay. Or June 9th. Sorry, not 19th. I apologize. June 9th. Okay. And basically, the entire letter for the trip redress inquiry is just, it's like more obscure. It is more obscure than like a Twitch TOS ban. Okay. You know how people complain about Twitch not giving you information, like detailed information on why you got banned and shit? It is literally identical to the TOS sheet that they send you, if you're lucky at all to receive one, after getting fucking suspended from Twitch. Okay? It basically just offered me a wholesale list of reasons for why people get stopped. Okay, I'm gonna read it to you right now. Dear Hasan Piker, wait, hold on. I pulled it up. Hold on, I'll just pull it up again. Hold on. I'm gonna hide some of the information on it though. Hold on. I know the background music is still on. Hold on. Hold on. And that's the final determination letter. Here's the CBP letter. Okay. I had to use the snipping tool, chat. Okay. Hold up. Pictures, screenshots. Okay. Okay, so here it is. Let's pull this up like here. Redact everything? No, I just it's just my address. I don't want to like, or you know, other additional information. Okay. Dear Hasan Piker, thank you for submitting your traveler inquiry form and identity documentation to the Department of Homeland Security Traveler Redress Inquiry Program, DHS TRIP. DHS's mission is to lead the unified national efforts to secure the country, including U.S. border and transportation security. We take requests for redress seriously, and we understand the inconveniences that additional inspections may cause. DHS strives to process travelers in the most efficient and professional manner possible without compromising our mission to safeguard the United States, its people, and its visitors. When DHS TRIP receives a redress inquiry, we conduct a thorough review of the matter. We consult and share information with other agencies when appropriate to relieve you from the burden of seeking redress of an agency-by-agency basis to address the issue that you identified in your application. We have found about 2% of DHS TRIP complainants actually have some connection to the terrorist watch list. Complaints most often arise either because the traveler's name and personal information is similar to the name and personal information of another person in the systems. This is actually what I hear most often from people. No. They're not saying I am fucking related to the terrorist watch list. This is just a copy-paste statement that everybody gets. Okay? Calm down before you misunderstand it. This is literally just like this is a blanket statement that everyone receives when they write a complaint. This is all it is. It's boilerplate. It's not specific to me. You guys are failing to understand. Complaints most often arise because the traveler's name and personal information is similar to the name and personal information of another person in systems which contain information from federal, state, local, and foreign sources, or because the traveler has been delayed in travel for reasons unrelated to such data, such as by random screening. DHS TRIP has researched and completed our review of your case. DHS TRIP, this part is amazing, can neither confirm nor deny any information about you which may be within federal watch lists or reveal any law enforcement sensitive information. However, we have made any corrections to records that our inquiries determined were necessary, including, as appropriate, notations that may assist in avoiding incidents of misidentification. For your general information, here's how redress helps you when traveling. It's like, again, that's just general information. Give me why I got fucking... Like, I'm asking why I got specifically detained, and they're just like, listen, we can't confirm or deny what it is, but we've made necessary changes. Okay? When traveling by air or within the United States, DHS recommends that you provide your redress control number located at the top of this letter when making your reservations. Providing this information will help prevent misidentifications from occurring during security checks against government records and other information. Now, my name is Hasan Piker. I know that I am not, I know that my name is not getting dinged on any sort of watch list because it's like similar to someone who's already on a terrorist watch list or something, okay? Because that is very common. I've asked like a bunch of people, a lot of Muslims, okay, who have, you know, especially like Arab names, that will oftentimes get stopped for this reason. Hasan Piker is not a common name at all. I mean, Hasan is, but Piker is a very unique last name. I know this because my grandfather literally chose it, okay? My grandfather chose it. In the surname revolution in Turkey. Not exactly a common last name. Anyway, when traveling by air within the United States, providing this information will help prevent misidentifications from occurring during security checks against government records and other information. In most online reservation systems, your redress control number may be entered at the same time you enter your full name and date of birth. When entering the United States from abroad, no additional action is required. Where appropriate, as a result of the redress process, the DHS employs a procedure to correct the information used to process travelers at the ports of entry that reduces the chance of misidentifications occurring. There's the second page here, which is really funny. Despite these positive efforts, We cannot ensure your travel will be delay-free. The redress process does not affect other standard screening procedures in place at airports and borders. For example, an individual may be selected for additional screening in order to resolve a walk-through metal detector alarm because of random selection or other reasons. While this process may sometimes be stressful, we rely on the patience and cooperation and understanding of travelers in such cases. This is just boilerplate, okay? In your redress inquiry, you've raised concerns which fall under the purview of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. We attach the CBP's response to you on those specific concerns raised in your redress inquiry. Okay, that was from the Department of Homeland Security. So let's take a look at what the Customs and Border Patrol's response was. Because the previous one we just read was DHS. Okay. Customs and Border Patrol says, wait, hold on. Is this a Mihawk upscale? Take off the fucking jersey, Hasan. Customs and Border Patrol is tasked with protecting our nation's borders as well as enforcing numerous laws, blah, 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 blah. Government agencies, including state and local enforcement. Again, boilerplate. Occasionally, CBP may inconvenience law-abiding persons in an effort to detect, deter. After careful review, we have determined that your global entry program membership was revoked because you don't meet the guidelines of the program for program participation. An individual is ineligible to participate in the trusted traveler programs if Customs and Border Patrol, at its sole discretion, determines that the individual presents a potential risk for terrorism, criminality, violating customs, agriculture, and/or immigration laws, or is otherwise not a low-risk traveler. This risk determination will be based in part on an applicant's ability to demonstrate past compliance with laws, regulations, or policies. Okay? Reasons why an applicant may not qualify for participation include, but is not limited to, this applicant provides false or incomplete information on the application. The applicant has been arrested for or convicted of any criminal offense or has denied firearms transactions pending criminal charges, protection orders. Applicant has been found in violation of any customs, immigration, or agricultural regulations. Obviously, none of this works for me. Okay? None of these things. This is, again, boilerplate. This is not, they're not saying I'm a terrorist. They're saying that if you are on a watch list, like, these are some of the common reasons as to why people, you know, are no longer eligible to be on it. None of this applies to me. The whole point is that none of this literally fucking applies to me at all. Unless there's something I don't know, like I'm a subject of a ongoing investigation or something. But once again, that would be ridiculous because I am a law-abiding citizen and have never done any crimes whatsoever. So, I wonder if this has something to do with the anti-Israel stuff specifically, because once again, as I told you, I got the application. I applied for global entry and became a known trusted traveler and got global entry. For those of you who don't know, global entry is a Department of Homeland Security protocol where you go there, they look through your whole fucking criminal background, including, like, even if you've ever been arrested, it literally shows up. Even if you've been arrested and it never actually dings on your record because you were arrested 10 years ago, as I was, that still shows up. It's the most comprehensive database that they have. And after looking through that, there's an interview process. You do the interview process. They ask you questions about it, whatever. And they give you a card. I have the card, a known traveler, like a global entry pass. Okay. This card in and of itself is basically like your social security number. It has the same power as your passport. Like, you could literally have this card with you when you're traveling in most circumstances, and it basically plays the same role as a passport or identification. Okay? So they fucking gave me that card and you know, all this stuff. So in any case, it's like Disney Fast Pass, okay? It's a real ID. It's the same as like a real ID. So Global entry is not a passport, but it's to the same, like, I think you can literally, I don't want to misinform people, but I'm pretty sure you can, it's, it plays the same role as a real ID. Like, it plays the same role as like your real ID driver's license. When were you arrested? 2013. It's been a long time ago. It's not. It's irrelevant. And I never got charged or convicted with anything. I never even got prosecuted. But in any case, let's continue. So after careful review, determined global entry program membership was revoked because you do not meet the guidelines for the participation. An individual is ineligible to participate in the trusted travel program if CBP at its sole discretion determines the individual potential. We already did that. So they gave me the global entry program. They gave me the access to the global entry program, and then they just fucking revoked it. At no point was I informed about this revocation. They didn't even tell me about it in the fucking detention. Okay? Only after I asked this redress inquiry do they reveal this. The Department of Homeland Security itself came out with a statement and they didn't even mention it, which is crazy. And when I'm like, I mean, there's no reason for this revocation to begin with, especially because like I already had it. I had it and they revoked it. I believe in, I mean, no, it wasn't retroactively revoked. It was retroactively revoked regardless, like, as in it was revoked, but it wasn't retroactively revoked. It was revoked on, I got the conditional approval on 3/29/2024. I got the approval notification on 2/6/2025. I got my card in the mail, under the Trump administration. The revocation happened on the 5th of March, so months ago. Okay? Yeah, I believe global entry just lets officials know that you aren't banned from traveling to any other countries. Some have laws restricting travel for people convicted of certain crimes. No, global entry is a fast pass for land border crossing as well. Yeah, global entry can be used at the point of entering the country through a land border, and that's what I meant when I said like it basically fills the role of a passport in that regard. Now, like, anyway, so all of this stuff, applicant cannot satisfy CBP or of his or her low risk status or meet other program requirements. So, like, these are all of the boilerplate reasons as to why they put it in here, like that someone might lose their global entry status. The applicant is the subject of an investigation by any federal, state, or local law enforcement agency in any country. The applicant is inadmissible to the United States under applicable immigration laws or has at any time been granted a waiver of inadmissibility or parole. The applicant is known or suspected of having been engaged in conduct constituting in preparation for, in aid of, or related to terrorism, or it cannot satisfy CBP. So it's discretionary, and they don't even fucking say anything in it. They don't even say anything like the Customs and Border Patrol doesn't actually reveal any real information on why this happened. In the event you are denied or revoked from the Trusted Traveler Program, they don't even specify why I was detained. They don't specify why I was detained because part of my inquiry on the redress to Department of Homeland Security's trip was I have global entry, and even then I got stopped. What the fuck is that about? So the Customs and Border Patrol part of this that specifically talks about the global entry says like, oh no, your global entry has been revoked. But they never address why I was stopped to begin with. They never actually address why those questions were asked, because these are the questions that I asked in my inquiry. Okay? In the event you are denied or revoked from the Trusted Traveler Program, you'll be provided information in writing detailing the reason for this action. You should carefully review the denial or revocation reasons, and if applicable, submit a detailed information they believe CBP should consider. I can reapply or ask them to reverse this decision which I might try doing. But considering that I did look into the notification as to why it was revoked, okay, you may request reconsideration through the Trusted Traveler Program application website, which I will do. Okay. It was revoked before it was issued? No. It was issued on 3/29/2024 under the Biden administration. That's when I got a conditional approval. I got a full-blown approval on 2/6/2025, which was under the Trump administration. I got a revocation on the 5th of March in 2025, literally almost a month after I got a full-blown approval and had the card sent to my fucking house. Okay? And at no point did I know that this was taken away. At no point did they actually reveal that it was taken away. Like even when I was detained, they didn't go, "Hey, you don't have global entry." Get your dad to help you out. What the fuck can my dad do, bro? What are you, stupid? So date of denial and reason for the letter they received, all this stuff. This is just basically, again, boilerplate. So everything that I asked for in terms of like inquiry, why the stop happened, what can I do to avoid this kind of disruption to my travel in the future, I have no answers for. I have no answers for whatsoever. I have no answers for why my new guy hit the office, search your name, and exercise their sole discretion to declare you untrustworthy. Okay, I don't know about that. But yeah, they just basically gave like these boilerplate answers. And here is, hold on, you guys didn't see, because I read this from my phone, because I screenshotted it from my phone. Hold on. I'll pull up this the trip thing as well, or not the trip thing, the revocation. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, here is the open in browser. Dear Hassan Piker, thank you for your participation in the Global Entry Program of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Global Entry is a voluntary program available to travelers that pass a comprehensive background investigation. Applicants found to be ineligible for global entry participation may still be permitted to enter into the United States, although they will not be permitted to use the global entry dedicated lanes. We regret to inform you that your membership in the global entry has been revoked for the following reasons. You do not meet program eligibility requirements. First world issues? I mean, I get why you would say that, and I agree. Like, who gives a fuck if I don't have global entry, right? I agree. I'd never had it, and I've been traveling for years and years without having it. But I think getting it and then having it revoked unceremoniously with no fucking reason, like, they don't say what the reason is other than this. Okay? Like, that in and of itself is what makes this interesting. Bro, you should sue the government? Okay, dude, good luck. Get out of here, dude. I don't want to get fucking, I don't want to get like, chatters are so funny. This is not a point in the battle, okay, in the legal battle. I mean, I would like more details as to why this took place. I think that would be interesting to find out more information on. But as far as like not having global entry, like, that's insignificant and inconsequential. I'm more so worried about You already know the reason, ... You're an idiot. Yeah, that's the reason. Yeah, that's what it is. The American government doesn't allow stupid people to enter the country, famously. Also, you're an idiot. So I don't know, man. It's pretty obvious that some TPSA dipshit that works at DHS recognized your name and went, fuck that guy. I mean, I have had the Department of Homeland Security Deputy Director, Tricia McLaughlin, refer to me by name. So I think that they are aware of who I am. But I guess my point is it's the clown show that this is. You know what I mean? It's the clown show of this entire process that is frustrating, and it is the lack of transparency. Like, these are things that American institutions used to at least hold up, right? There was an infallibility to the institutions, or at least like a process. Even this process of like redress, right? Going to the Department of Homeland Security and being like, why was I detained? How can I stop this from happening again? Like, this sort of stuff used to work, right? This sort of stuff used to work. And what is different? And it didn't work super great, but at least it existed. At least it worked to a certain degree. Jeremy Scahill famously talked about how he used to get fucking secondary questioning or detention all the time when he would enter into the United States, because he was in Yemen, he was in Afghanistan, he was in Iraq. He was like traveling all around the region and doing journalism. And even under the Obama administration, he would constantly get dinged, right? There's never been a moment where he's ever been able to travel into the United States without additional scrutiny and interrogations. And it got to such a degree that at JFK, he lucked out and got the same DHS agent twice, which in two different points of travel. And then the agent was like, what the fuck is this? Why am I constantly having to interview you over the same questions? And then he went and changed it internally so the DHS wouldn't actually stop him in the future. But again, that process had some degree of transparency. Like, you have the law needs to be abided by, and there is a reason why the law exists. There's a reason why the law determines that, like, there needs to be transparency in this process, that the federal government can't just like deny especially when it's the government doing this. It's not a private company doing it, right? Like, the Department of Homeland Security making this decision is infinitely more consequential than like a private business deciding to like ban you off the platform, right? Like, there's no need for transparency. The transparency in that regard for a private corporation is at the discretion of the private corporation. But when it comes to the government making decisions like this, there is a reason why there has to be transparency, because it's the fucking government. You know, you're really wondering why our global entry was revoked, LMAO, because you are in the U.S. with the luxuries. What the fuck? I think a lot of you are too stupid to recognize what I'm saying here, and it makes sense. You're a right-winger, so of course, right-wingers are not known for being intelligent. I'm not complaining about my global entry being revoked, okay? I don't care. I traveled without it for years and years and years, but the very fact that they gave it to me and then took it away and then did not inform me on what the reasoning was beyond you do not meet program eligibility requirements, that in itself, that lack of transparency in and of itself is a little alarming. Do you understand? It's just a interesting predicament. You know, the reason it was revoked is because you're bad at eldering? Yes. And I guess the other side of it is like, look, if it can happen to someone like myself, who is a public personality, with a relatively large sphere of influence, who is relatively affluent, right? Then they can get away with doing whatever the fuck they want to the average Joe. People such as yourself in the chat who are haters and lovers alike. Okay? Name 5 Manchester United players. I can't. I'm wearing this because it's cool. What is this? TLDR, time to hold up and escape to Japan to avoid political prosecution. Transparency is gone, buddy. They want to be masterveld and kept in check so they can keep dick sucking Papa Trump. Palantir shareholder ATP. Anyway, as someone who is from Turkey, who grew up in Turkey, I guess I have a lot of experience with a lack of transparency and the clown show that is the government, you know? But that is one of the things that like every fob will tell you. Every foreigner, first generation, second generation, will tell you that America is different from all these other countries they came from. And these are some of the reasons, right? These are like being able to one, have free speech and wave whichever fucking country's flag you want to wave, for example, or even burn the American flag if you'd like to, and avoid government scrutiny for being a political dissident, and avoid prosecution for being a political dissident. These are things that don't exist in other countries, especially in developing nations, especially in countries that are countries like Turkey, for example, right? And even if there is any sort of like government intervention in your behavior, in the United States of America, there's supposed to be a little bit of transparency and an opportunity for redress. And I think that is going away. That is going away, which is kind of interesting. Might be time to pack up Kai and escape to Argentina. You're the largest socialist media figure in America. They used to do a lot worse to suspect the communists in America. The period that existed in the last few decades of pretty liberal free speech is over, obviously, but this is not unique to American history. As capitalism decays, it'll only get worse. Freedom of speech in America is a relatively new thing, and how it's been enforced in the last few decades, I agree. I said this as well. I told you that, I mean, on numerous occasions, that the freedom of speech in America is freedom of speech in America is a privilege. It's only a privilege that exists because America is not fearful of any sort of outside intervention, and not fearful of an organic, homegrown movement of socialism. It is not disruptive to the American bottom line, disruptive enough to the American bottom line until they decide it is disruptive. And at which point there will be no free speech, or at least the free speech will certainly extend. Free speech protections will not extend to disruptive speech that the government decides is not good. Just as it did in the past, like the McCarthy trials against suspected communists. Red Scare. I'm just saying, it's on the books, it's technically a right, but in its application throughout periods of American history, it has been simply a privilege that has been considered not a right, but an amenity for those who don't step outside the line. Okay? I think that we experience the changes in government enforcement, even with like changes in government enforcement, even within like ICE agents wearing fucking masks, like federal agents wearing masks while they're doing illegal detentions and trying to revoke due process so that they can continue rapidly accelerating these mass deportations. That is yet another example of this. Like all of the things that we took for granted, I think, all of the things that we took for granted for like the past 30, 40 years is slowly but surely getting taken away from us. Okay? That's all it is. That's all I'm saying. And it is worrisome because as much as I criticize the United States of America, there are certain values and certain amenities, certain liberties that the American government offers that I've always defended, that I always consider to be good. There are aspects of liberalism and values that liberalism is supposed to maintain that I think are great, right? Some parts of our legal system I think are pretty solid. The example, the big three that I always talk about is obviously free speech, even though there have been times when America has not been so defensive of that right unconditionally. The other one, of course, is due process. And last but not least, perhaps the most significant aspect of American identity and American, the most significant aspect that is positive of America is its diversity. And it's ironic that the Trump administration is not offering any new amenities or anything good to the American population and simply removing those last big three slowly but surely. You know? Do none of these things exist in Canada? No, they do to a certain degree. When I say America, I'm using a catch-all terminology. But like these are the bastion of liberal values that the Western world is supposed to identify with and defend. Okay, the reality is in other countries they don't have the same expansive protections that even the American government offers. For example, I think as America's hegemonic superpower status goes away, as I've said before, America will show you that it is not actually, or even European allies alongside the United States of America will show you that this is not a bastion of liberalism or invested in any way, shape, or form in defending these liberal values such as free speech, free association, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press. Damn, this is my first stream without an erection just because of that shirt. I never thought that wearing a Man U tee, a Man U kit lad, would be this controversial, but here we are. Jack Posobiec quote retweeted March and said, "End birthright citizenship." Hated, adored, never ignored. Hated, adored, but never ignored. Man U. Okay, I need a Liverpool. I need a Liverpool kit, okay, to make up for the crime. I know. Glory, glory, Man United. Is because of the politics and UHEM incidents of the club? What? It would be like watching Bernie in a magazine hat. It doesn't add up. What are you saying? What the fuck does any of that mean? 17th place, mate. Fucking hell. DC Persians are actively lobbying for U.S. support for strikes in Iran while people are watching this. I'm calling Israeli strike while this is be going on. What? You're disgusting. I need a Celtic kit. I need a Palestinian one. Those ones are sick. I have a Mexico one coming too. And I need a Liverpool. Get Everton. They're the People's Club. Obviously, I don't personally care about soccer at all, for the record, so don't get mad at me. I just like the way this looks. I think it's cool. I rarely ever wear colors. Like this kind of bright colors, and I think they look cool. I got a Japanese one too. Anyway, we're going to start off with the Zoran Momentum that is taking place, okay? The Zoran Momentum that's taking place in the New York City mayoral race. As you guys know, the People's Princess is not I, but actually is Zoran Kwame Mamdani, friend of the show Zoran, the Zormentum. It's real. It's happening. He has cut away at the 30-point lead that Andrew Cuomo had in the New York City's mayoral race primaries that are happening. The Democratic Party mayoral primaries are taking place in New York City very soon, as a matter of fact. And it is ranked choice voting. And even with ranked choice voting, Andrew Cuomo, once he dropped his hat into the ring and said, I'm running for mayor of New York. I'm black. I'm gay. I'm Muslim. I'm trans. I'm Andrew Cuomo. I killed your grandparents. And I want to be mayor of New York. Everybody in New York seemingly was like, I recognize that last name. Cuomo's are a dynasty in New York politics. I'll vote for them. Because I guess everyone is very stupid and everyone's basically a drone. However, with an immense amount of ground game, a relatively lesser known New York State Assembly member by the name of Zoran Kwame Mamdani came out of nowhere seemingly and revealed his political convictions, wore his heart on his sleeve, and was endlessly charismatic. And as a consequence of that, and with the incredible ground game and the real momentum that he had, he was able to make a name for himself and cut away from the rest of the pile and become a serious contender to Andrew Cuomo. At first, when Cuomo came in, he basically had a 30-point, 40-point lead. As of yesterday, some of the latest polls that came out, some that came out before the AOC endorsement, others that came out after the AOC endorsement, Andrew Cuomo and Zoran are dead to rights, head to head, locked in. Zoran is only trailing behind Andrew Cuomo by 2 points, with Andrew Cuomo looking at 51% in the final round of ranked choice voting, with Zoran getting all the way up to 49%. And of course, because our media is so insane, a big part of the way that people are trying to hammer Zoran, who is Muslim and a socialist, and also a massive advocate, a very outspoken advocate for Palestinian emancipation, okay? People are hammering him on the Israel stuff. They just constantly keep bringing up Israel in situations where it's not pertinent to whether or not he'd be a good fucking mayor for New York. But regardless of that, here is some new information. New York City DSA came out with a release. Says, far too often Jewish New Yorkers who stand for justice are told they are not real Jews, but our Jewish members know demanding leadership that puts working class people first is living our values. That's why Jewish DSA members will be ranking Zoran Mamdani number 1 on 6/24. June 24th is when the date of the New York Democratic mayoral race primary happens. But of course, early voting starts, I believe, in 3 days. I think it starts on the 14th, right? Am I right about that? Yeah. But yeah, there's a new poll that came out as well that's showing once again that this community was right, and that we've always been right, and that we should be unafraid to say the truth about Israel. And as long as you keep pushing, as long as you keep up the pressure, you will become undeniable. You will become unavoidable. Okay? Here it is. Far too often, Jewish New Yorkers who stand for justice are told they are not real Jews. Let's take a look at the New York City DSA video.
I'm a Jewish New Yorker.
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 And I'm ranking Zoran #1 in the Democratic primary on June 24th.
Again and again, Jews and socialists are targeted, scapegoated, and villainized by the fascist far right and their corrupt cronies.
Even in 2025, when we stand up for the right to free speech,
For the human rights of our Muslim siblings.
For due process under the law.
We're told by some that we're
Dude, I love the old DSA heads. Like, they've been at this for so goddamn long. Sorry, it's just something. When I see the old DSA heads, it's like I have the same reverence and respect that I do for like the Code Pink. Okay, the ladies that do Code Pink, they're amazing.
we're told by some that we're self-hating.
We're told we're traitors.
Not real Jews.
But what Andrew Cuomo doesn't know is that the struggle for freedom and justice is central to Judaism and has been for thousands of years.
My Judaism informs my values, my
This is so funny because like there will be people who are super fucking aggro and be like, this is Jewish exceptionalism. It's like, dude, they're trying to win an election. Okay, shut the fuck up before you start being like, oh, who cares? Whatever. You're fucking stupid. I don't want to hear from you. See yourself out of this business. Go back to protesting. You're important when it comes to that sort of stuff. But when it comes to electoralism, sit this out. It's fine. You think it's a bourgeois election. You think it's not significant. So why have this level of animosity? You know what I mean? Don't. Just sit it out. It's not for you. It's okay. It's not for you. We'll have other conversations about, building the vanguard or something like that. But, don't get involved in this if you're not interested or invested in the bourgeois elections, okay?
socialist politics, and my vote.
A lot of mayoral candidates are claiming that they stand with Jewish New Yorkers.
but when they share their vision of the city, it's one of division, hate, and corruption.
A New York City where the mayor's friends profit from
Sean the Black, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother.
their connections.
While Trump's goon squads can disappear anyone they think is un-American.
I trust Zoran Mamdani to stand up for me and my Jewish community.
For all New Yorkers.
As a Jewish DSA member, I'm proud to stand alongside people of all faiths to say no to Andrew Cuomo's corruption.
And yes to Zoran Mamdani's vision for the New York City we all deserve.
That means yes to fast and free buses, universal childcare, and freezing the rent. If Andrew Cuomo thinks that makes me less of a Jew,
That's just one more reason why he's unfit to represent us.
paid for by Zoran for NYC.
Yeah, fantastic. Also, here is some incredible information. This is an all-time low for the Israelis and an all-time high for the Palestinians. The Quinnipiac University poll began asking this question in 2001. Voters were asked whether their sympathies lie more with the Israelis or more with the Palestinians based on what they know about the situation in the Middle East. 37% of voters say the Israelis, while 32% say the Palestinians, and 31% did not offer an opinion. This is an all-time low for the Israelis and an all-time high for the Palestinians since the Quinnipiac University poll began asking this question of registered voters in December 2001. Among Republicans, 64% say the Israelis, while 7% say the Palestinians, and 29% did not offer an opinion. Among Democrats, 12% say the Israelis, while 60% say the Palestinians, and 29% did not offer an opinion. Majority Israeli is sad, though? No. That's not a majority. That's a plurality. Okay? That's number one. And that's all voters. Okay? All voters. Do you not see how unimaginably invested the Republicans are in offering sympathies to Israel and not offering any sympathy to the Palestinians? Okay? Obviously, that kind of distorts the overall numbers a little bit, don't you think? I am going to relitigate this over and over again. I'm going to repeat this over and over again. Among Democrats, 12% say Israelis is where their sympathy lies with. 60% say Palestinians. 60. 29% did not offer an opinion. Among independents, 38% say Israelis, while 30% say Palestinians. 31% did not offer an opinion. Okay? That is crazy. Chatters are blind if they are not taking these results in the context of 70 years of pro-Israel propaganda from both parties and only 2 years of Palestinian justice movement. Exactly. This right here is what I've been saying, that this issue has officially become polarized. It has become a partisan issue. This is AIPAC's worst nightmare. This is the Israel lobby's worst nightmare, because they have been pumping Democrats with incredible amounts of money, specifically to avoid this reality that this is uniparty. Okay? This is supposed to be a uniparty issue. It is no longer seen as a uniparty issue. This is no longer uniparty, at least in the minds and the eyes of the Democratic Party's voters. Okay? This is what I've been saying. I kept repeating over and over again in the past election cycle that the Democrats should actually at least tackle the issue of Israel from a partisan framework. If they don't care about the humanity of the Palestinians, they have to tackle this from a partisan framework at the very least. To be like, why do the Republicans care so much about giving unlimited amounts of money to a foreign country that's doing a lot of violence? If you don't want to say genocide, you can say they're doing a lot of war crimes, for example. You know what I mean? There's plenty of avenues for cowardly politicians to make a name for themselves in a perfectly sociopathic, cold, calculated manner. Trump approval on the issues from the Quinnipiac poll. Immigration, 54% to 43% disapprove. The economy, 56 to 40% disapprove. Israel-Hamas conflict, 52 to 35 disapprove. Russia-Ukraine war, 57 to 34 disapprove. Trade, 57 to 38 disapprove. Deportations, 56 to 40% disapprove. University, 54 to 37% disapprove. He's in the red for everything, right? This means that they're disapproving, right? Not that they're approving. I think, or am I misunderstanding it? Yeah, no, this is, I mean, it wouldn't make sense if it was like, if it was like 34% approving of Russia-Ukraine or 38% approving of trade. I mean, 57% approving of trade. Yeah. Trump is in the red. Do you worry that Democrats who value Zionism more than their Democrat identity will leave the party altogether? Speaking from personal experience, there are those who think the party is way too far left now. I mean, people claim that that is a problem all the fucking time. Okay, Trump's approval, according to Quinnipiac, okay, went from 46 to 43 to officially now 46% approval, 43% disapproval, to 45% approval, 49% disapproval, to 42% approval, 53% disapproval in March, and to its highest point of disapproval now since the beginning of his reign, to 54% disapproval, 38% approval. Now, that number is still higher, I think. His approval numbers can go lower than 38, certainly. His approval numbers can still go lower than 38. He's in the red, obviously. He's in the red on all of his issues, including the issues that were supposed to be incredibly popular, issues that allowed him to win the election. Immigration is at 54% disapproval, as opposed to 43% approval. Make no mistake. As I told you time and time again, this is a direct consequence of, one, people starting to realize how certain things look when they actually experience it, as opposed to the theoretical lies that they believe in from the administration. People might think that they want mass deportations, but when mass deportations come knocking down their doorstep, they don't like it. They don't like the way it looks. They don't like the way it feels. But these numbers of disapproval would be significantly higher if the Democrats actually had a fucking backbone. Make no mistake. This is organic. This disapproval is simply organic. Okay? Deportations have a 56% disapproval rating as opposed to the 40% approval rating. You're losing. I'm losing. I mean, I'm not a part of the Democratic Party. I'm not a part of the Republican Party. I don't know what do you think I'm a politician or something? Also, do you not understand how numbers work? Also, why can't any Republican ever write correctly? Like they don't know how to do grammar. English is my second language. Why are you guys so stupid? Why? Every damn day. Is the homeschooling? I just don't get it. Cleanly? What? Okay. Well, good luck, chatter. It's really frustrating because like we're currently looking at numbers that immediately disprove what that chatter thinks is happening. And he's like, nah, I don't believe it. It must be fake news. You're still losing. And I guess part of that is because of like Twitter and the echo chambers that Republicans have where they unironically believe their own bullshit. Like it doesn't end up making, I don't know, Democrats or independents or third parties look at the situation and go, yeah, I agree. I think that the Republicans are doing a great job. All it does is make you think that all it does is basically offer you a false sense of confidence about the way that the administration's actions are being received broadly, right? I mean, we are not winning either, are we? No, of course not. But make no mistake. Make no mistake. This right here is exactly what I was talking about. That like people will start showing discontent. People are going to get angry at these actions. When Trump promised a whole lot about fixing the economy and then refused to do so, of course people are going to start disapproving of it. When Trump promised immigration, militant immigration and deportations, and then people started experiencing said deportations and the resistance and the reaction to said deportations, and people started getting mad, all of a sudden, people don't like it. People don't like Trump's immigration policies. They don't like the idea of like black bagging people for the crime of speaking out against Israel, for example. They don't like the fact that only small dick energy people care about polls. Okay, good one. Got it. Okay, well, I mean, I guess you're right, because Donald Trump does care a lot about polls. He freaks out about these polls all the time. He constantly says they're fake. The polls are fake. Do you agree or disagree that Israel is committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip? 38% agree, 26% disagree, 36% are unsure. It is crazy that people are still unsure at this point. It is also even crazier that people disagree. But God damn it, I'm so shocked. It's like been 19, almost 20 months. God damn. Anyway. Legger is a Canadian poster. Oh, this is a Canadian poll. Here.
Lastly, while a mayor is not in charge of you,
Going back to the Zoran thing though, and how this pertains to the Zoran race, like the media is fighting a battle that is a lost cause, especially for the Democratic side. Okay? And that is precisely the reason why you don't see a lot of penalties that Zoran is experiencing as a consequence of bravely standing 10 toes down and saying the truth. Okay? Because the population overall recognizes the reality. And the polls show that people are aware of the reality.
U.S. foreign policy, there is one area that I would love some clarification on from Zoran. He has called for the arrest of Israel's democratically elected leader if he sets foot in New York. And not just him, but anyone who has committed war crimes, which could be 1,000 people in the IDF, depending on how they want to define it. So I'd love some clarification on that.
We're going to go to Mr. Walden, and then we'll come back to Assemblymember Mamdani. You can go first. Great. Well, and let me just. We'll give you like 30, 60 seconds to respond. But I also just want to hone in. Assemblymember, you've spoken specifically about previously supporting boycotts. Will you continue to support the boycott of Israel if you are elected mayor? And you can also respond to what Mr. Tilson brought up. Yeah, you can go for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll answer Mr. Tilson's question after I answer yours. And Mr. Tilson, feel free to let me know if I don't answer it sufficiently. I'm someone that what I've said throughout the course of this campaign is that wherever Eric Adams' administration or another administration has taken us out of compliance with international law, I would bring New York City back into that compliance. My focus will always be on that affordability, but that is the consistency around that compliance. And I think
this is great because this is part of the reason why while we personally in a community as radical as this one might not care about like these liberal institutions and what they have to say, whether it be like NGOs or human rights groups or international organs of justice, it actually plays a major role in offering permission to politicians who are brave enough to say the truth. Zoran is perfectly utilizing the permission given to him by authorities that liberals are supposed to be on board with. This plays a big role in making other people understand the dynamic. Okay? I feel like you should care. Human Rights Watch, and they do important work. Yes, they do. And I agree. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, all do really important work. But they also sometimes fall into the American foreign policy interest category as well. There are instances like with their coverage on Israel, where they're actually directly antagonistic to American foreign policy. But in most circumstances, their coverage of war crimes and whatnot, their coverage of like America needs them so they can fucking point to all these other countries and say, this is why we have to do violent intervention. Do you understand? This is the reason why people have expressed discontent. I understand their importance. I talk about their importance all the time, but I also recognize that a lot of these NGOs do play that role in the American foreign policy apparatus of justifying American intervention by basically saying like, oh, look at these crimes. Like there's both sides are doing stuff. Both sides are doing bad things. And there have been instances where they have actually brought up false information as well in direct correspondence with the foreign policy goals of the United States of America. Is USAID far deeper into the imperialist part? I mean, yes, USAID is literally a State Department operation. So, of course, USAID is not separate. The U.S. government will use any source to justify intervention and stuff. So how can the media and NGOs, etc., work to reveal the truth without letting it be used as propaganda? It's impossible. It's also how do I say this? It's also dual use almost, like, because America lets them operate and offers them, the American government lets them operate and offers them some semblance of legitimacy because at times of need they can use their involvement and research as a point to prove why intervention is a necessity. But on the other side, these organizations, in order to maintain credibility, have to also do this kind of thing where they criticize Israel when they're fucking very obviously doing war crimes and doing genocide and ethnic cleansing. Because if they don't do that, then everyone will be like, no one trusts you anymore. Like, look at the ADL as an example of an institution that has like dropped the ball on even for an institution that has dropped the ball as a civil rights organization operating in inside of U.S. boundaries with their hyper focus on anti-Israel sentiment and defending Israel. There's a reason why, like, it takes a long time, but like liberal institutions no longer trust the ADL in the ways that they used to. Like, they'll still offer a slot to Jonathan Greenblatt, but like, think about it this way. The very fact that like I have not been completely fucking tarred and feathered and banned from every platform is one, because Jonathan Greenblatt is lying when he says I'm a vicious anti-Semite, but also in the past, if he were to say that, regardless of my actual position, I think that would have a lot more motion. Like when the truth rarely aligns with the U.S. State Department interests, for instance, of war crimes from Assad, or all of that was true, but it was used for a call of intervention. All of that was true, but it was used to call. Yes, exactly. No, that's what I mean. Exactly. That's precisely what I'm talking about. But also, anyway, let's get back to Zoran for now. The reason why I brought this up, the reason why I brought up the importance of like in 2021, when all of these human rights groups actually all in unison collectively openly revealed that Israel is an apartheid structure, even though it was an apartheid for years and years prior to that, that opened up a new permission structure for those who are in advocacy, those who are involved in Palestinian advocacy, to be able to point back to an institution of authority. So when international instruments of justice also come to that conclusion, it matters in the advocacy side of things. You might get mad and say, well, that's not changing the dynamic at all. But these things, unfortunately, are very bloody affairs and take a fuck ton of time to like detangle billions of dollars of propaganda and a sophisticated network of influence, especially with grassroots mobilization, is going to be a mountainous Herculean task. It's going to take a very long time, and it has. As a matter of fact, things have changed quite dramatically and reversed in an incredibly short period of time, only because of the intensity of Israel's injustice, only because of the violence that Israel subjected the Palestinians to, that people can see on social media. Was at this event. It was a fairly progressive synagogue, but most people there were lib. Myself and 10 others cheered for Zoran and some booed. I was astonished how well Zoran stood for his values in a digestible way for a relatively progressive Israel audience. Yeah.
Ultimately, the focus of our mayor should be on the issues of New York City at hand. Now, to the question.
He does a really good job, in my opinion, of like utilizing liberal frameworks in a way that becomes in a way that becomes like impossible to counter. Like when he says, hey, I believe, like I'm an advocate for Israel's existence as long as it is a state that offers equal rights and representation to all citizens. Equal rights and representation to all citizens is a foundational liberal principle. Every liberal in their heart of hearts believes this, okay? Even if they don't literally believe it, okay? Even if they, get wishy-washy with it, in that moment of recognition, they have to say they agree with it. They have to say that they believe with it. They abide by those standards, because the alternative to that is to say, no, I don't think there should be equal civil liberties to all Palestinians. or to a certain group that is declared an underclass. Okay, that it's impossible for a liberal to argue against that unless they just like openly decide, no, separate but equal is good. Oh, I like segregation. Especially when we're talking about an election where politicians are directly speaking in the Democratic primary to liberal voters. Okay? Liberal voters will not react positively to any politician that says a foreign state that gets unlimited amounts of money from our government has the right to do segregation. Not just de facto segregation, but de jure segregation, like legalized segregation and apartheid. It's not something that liberals are going to abide by. Liberal voters are going to abide by unless they are insanely invested in Israel existing in the way that it currently does as an apartheid and as a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. Why do we need liberals when they will always work against us? I don't know, because everyone at some point, liberalism is a monoculture. Even Republicans are fucking liberals at the end of the day. And not only that, but there's a fuck ton more people who self-identify as liberals in the United States of America than there are socialists. And yourself included was probably a liberal at some point before you realized that there is a distinction between liberalism and socialist values or leftist values or anti-imperialist values. So that's why. De jure, not de jure. Okay, sorry. The overwhelming majority of audience members in here were at some point in their lives either liberals or literally Republicans. Okay?
Question around Benjamin Netanyahu, I was asked what I would do after he had just been issued an arrest warrant by the International Court of Justice. My answer is the same whether we are speaking about Vladimir Putin or Netanyahu. I think that this should be a city in compliance with international law. And we have seen other countries across the world who are signatories to the ICC state that they would honor that same request, be it
Hell
Canada
yes.
or other countries.
Hitting out the Vladdy Poo side too. Excellent. Excellent. Really drive home that fucking, either these courts matter or they don't, but we can't cast aside the importance of these decisions being made by the ICC because guess what? Vladdy Poo, big bad guy. He is the big bad, Adolf Putler. I'm here to enforce the law, to protect my citizens of New York, to protect my voters.
Countries in Europe. And their honoring of it meant that Netanyahu did not travel there. And I think it is important to show leadership in a time when it is sorely missing. And there are some who may say that the United States is not a party to the International Criminal Court. Thank you, Whitney. I knew you were going there. And to that I say that there are times when courage is required. There was a time when it was not legal for same-sex couples to be married in this country. And still, then Mayor Gavin Newsom issued marriage certificates for those very couples in defiance of that legislation. What I am trying to showcase is a belief that international law is something that should be honored, should be respected, and something that we should actually bring our city into compliance with.
And just to be very, very clear, so yes, you will continue to support the boycott of Israel as...
I can't hear you.
I said, yeah, just to be very, very clear. So yes, you will continue to support the boycott of Israel if you are elected mayor.
What I would do is ensure that any of my actions moving... Sorry. Let me know when you... That any of my actions moving forward as the mayor of New York City would not be in violation of any of those international laws and ensure that compliance is at the heart of it. That's all I would focus on.
Mr. Walden.
Okay, let me just...
So anyway, this is, good answers overall, great answers overall within the confines of liberal frameworks. Obviously, he is trying to win an election in the Democratic Party primary for the New York mayoral race. So, he's leaning into his audience here. and I think doing a good job without actually casting aside his values. Okay, why is it always about Israel? Okay, this one was literally in a synagogue specifically for addressing Jewish voter concerns. Okay, like, you know, Puerto Rican statehood would probably be a question if you were to conduct a similar thing with all of the fucking primary mayoral candidates in a I don't know, like a Puerto Rican cultural center. That's gonna be a question, right? Like, it's just, it makes sense. Like, if he was talking specifically to the Puerto Rican community of New York, okay, and that came out as a question in that regard, that makes sense, right? It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense if you are asking this question in a normal mayoral race on television, and this hyper focus on Israel is like fucking stupid. But obviously there are, this isn't to say that there aren't Jewish New Yorkers who care about Israel. Of course there are. And therefore, in this specific setting, it makes sense as to why this question would at least come up. Okay, the synagogue is in New York, not Israel. It's a mayoral race, not even a federal position. Guys, in the grand scheme of things, in the New York mayoral primary race, this is considered irrelevant, and I understand that. But the idea that it's not going to come up at all when you're literally speaking to specifically Jewish New Yorkers inside of a synagogue where the setting is about all of the concerns that Jewish New Yorkers have, Israel will be included in this conversation. It makes sense. Like, that is, you know, of course it's going to come up. That makes fucking total sense. Yeah, there are more Jews in New York than in fucking Tel Aviv, dude. What are we talking about? This isn't to say that all Jews care about Israel and this is the number one thing, it's the number one priority. But in a sea of questions about like rent and free transit, like the idea that Israel's not going to come up in that situation is silly. Of course it's going to come up. Anyway, and it's also especially important because like the United Nations gathers in New York City. So the next mayor of New York City saying that they will abide by the International Criminal Court is a major point. You know what I mean? Especially when there's an active warrant out for the arrest of some global leaders that would potentially participate in the United Nations gathering. Feel me? Smell me? Understand where I'm coming from? Also, Rabbi Indig of Satmar tells the New York Times he's considering adding Zoran Mamdani to his slate of endorsements. According to my conversation, he told me that he's not an anti-Semite. As mayor, we wouldn't have a problem with him. Okay? Let me tell you something, okay? B&H. Officially back on my good list. Okay? Satmar is B&H, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, Satmar Hasidism is anti-Zionist. B&H is a New York chain owned by B&H, not B&H. B&H. It is the OG. Like I've bought many things from B&H Photo. What's the connection? I think it's owned by It's owned by the same dudes. Like, not this rabbi specifically, but I was just making a joke. I think it's owned by Satmar Hasidim, right? Yeah, it is. It is Satmar. I'm pretty sure. Mayor Eric Adams may be running an unusually low-key race for the re-election in New York, opting out of blah, 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 blah. Mr. Adams' allies have indicated they believe he would have a better chance of winning the general election if Zohran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist, was now polling in second place. At the same time, Mr. Adams has used his mayoral powers to make policy pronouncements that seem designated to resonate with some Orthodox Jews. He signed an executive order recognizing the International Holocaust Remember Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism and created the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism to address the spike. He's going around and people that ask for support for the general election, said Rabbi Moshe Indig, a leader of one faction of the Satmar Hasidic group in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. He would love that everyone just ignore the primary and wait until the fall. The mayor's efforts have had mixed results. Mr. Cuomo, the race's frontrunner, has rolled out a series of endorsements from important Orthodox rabbis in Brooklyn and Queens in recent days, but lost out on others. What is this? Pam Bondi issues warning to businesses after DOJ issues sues over coffee shop menu. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a warning to American business after... Oh, yeah, I saw this earlier. This is the guys that made the sweet Sinwar, right? In honor and tribute to the leader of Hamas, Bondi said on Fox News on Wednesday, you can't do that. First of all, you literally can, okay? The idea that you can't do that is wrong, okay? You literally can do that, okay? Should you? I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't. But if the conversation is, can you do that? The answer is 100% fuck yes. Okay? That quite literally is a thing you can do in America. The notion, there are Republican-backed Supreme Court initiatives that directly protect the right to do just that. Okay? It is so funny. They also had iced intifada. Yeah, I saw. I know only because fucking Dylan Saba went there, I think, and he was canceled subsequently for purchasing iced tea intifada or a sweet Sinwar, one of those two. I remember stop anti-Semitism and stuff, like yelling at Dylan, being like, "Oh, I can't believe you're fucking anti-Semite," whatever. Okay. It was sweet Sinwar, right? Yeah, that's what he got. He got a sweet Sinwar. Took a photo with it. Anyway. Dude, Republicans collectively deciding that every single thing that they supposedly care about is actually completely irrelevant, cast it aside, like free speech. What's next, dude? Are they gonna... I feel like if there were Muslim advocacy groups that armed themselves in the same way that like the Black Panthers did, Republicans would be like, no more guns out in public. Okay, excuse me, we need gun control and we need it now. We need gun control and we need it right now. We need it yesterday. These fucking libtards don't want gun control. I mean, that is ironic because Ronald Reagan literally did this in the state of California when he was the governor, when the Black Panther Party marched to the state capitol, exercising their Second Amendment rights to openly have arms. And that famously was an instance where both the NRA and also Ronald Reagan immediately implemented gun control. One with sweet Sinwar in honor. You can't do that. Also, we sue them. We're going to stop this from happening in anywhere in the country. If you're doing this, we're coming after you. Attorney Glenn Ketton, representing the Jerusalem Coffee House, told Newsweek they rejected the DOJ's allegations. Neither the owner nor staff are anti-Semitic, and they would not tolerate anti-Semitism in their cafe. The lawsuit comes amid the Trump administration's efforts to tackle anti-Semitism across the country. The DOJ argues that the Civil Rights Act may have been violated if the shop owners refused service based on customers' Jewish identities. Okay, if customers were refused service for being Jewish, that is a violation, and the federal government has every right if not the responsibility, for the record. If they do that, then this is appropriate. Now, it's ironic coming from the Republican Party. Make no mistake, ironic coming from the Republican Party, considering, like I said, they have actively made this a major culture war issue as far as like, you can't force a baker to bake a gay cake or whatever the fuck. Okay, they're the anti-gay cake party. Okay, having said that, from my own moral consideration, I consider this unjustifiable, and and if they have done that, then that is completely inappropriate, and they do deserve to be sued, for the record. Having said that, however, this could be a very damaging precedent if the DOJ were to consider defending Israel to be a protected identity. Okay? On top of concerns about menu items, the lawsuit filed Monday also alleges that the coffee shop denied services to customers wearing the Star of David, something the owner strongly denies. According to the criminal complaint filed in the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of California, one customer visited the coffee shop while scoping out a nearby venue for a workplace event. He was wearing a baseball cap with the Hebrew words, okay, dude, am Israeli Chai. The people of Israel live. A man sitting outside the shop allegedly asked if he was Jew and a Zionist before accusing the customer of being complicit in Israel's actions following the October 7 attack, then left. Oh my Lord. Dude, this literally happened in Australia. Why does this happen so much? Dudes will straight up be wearing the fucking, be wearing the IDF dog tag, walk into a fucking very clearly antagonistic institution, specifically to be like, oh, I am being victimized. You are not serving me because I love Israel. When the customer returned to the event, the man was working behind the counter. He told the customer that he is not welcome in the shop, with the owner, Fatih Abdurrahim Harara, then allegedly yelling Jew and Zionist at him in the street. That's fucked up. On another occasion, another Jewish customer allegedly told Harara to leave his 5-year-old son after being asked if he was a Zionist. Okay, this dude's a little bit wild, okay? The lawsuit also alleges that for the first anniversary of the Hamas attacks, the coffee shop introduced 2 new menu items, iced intifada, in appearing to reference intifada, and sweet Sinwar, in apparent reference to the former leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar. Harara denies the allegations against him in the coffee shop, with his attorney telling Newsweek that the lawsuit was a political stunt. Attorney Glenn Keaton, in his statement to Newsweek, this lawsuit is part of the Trump administration's efforts to silence voices for Palestinian human rights by falsely branding those voices anti-Semitic. The customer who was asked to leave harassed the customers. He has a history of inciting conflict, and this is just another stage incident for him to bring attention to himself. The video of that not happening. Wait, is this it? Is this the incident?
This gentleman asked me to leave because of my hat.
You're being this is a violent hat, and you need to leave.
My hat is
it's violent. It's violent. You need to leave.
This man cannot ask me to leave because
I can. It's my business, bro.
No, he can't.
It's my business.
You can't refuse someone.
I can. Yes, I can.
You can't refuse service for a protected class, and he's asking me to leave because of a Magen David Dome, which is a Magen David, which is a Jewish star. He can't ask me to leave because of my religion. He can't ask me to leave
because of that.
Yes, you are. You said,
are you a Zionist?
You said.
Are you a Zionist?
I don't have to identify myself by my belief. Excuse me.
Get out.
Please back away from me.
Get out.
Yes, he does if he's asking me to leave based on a protected class. Are you really I'm sitting here quiet? We were sitting here quietly playing. I don't. You're wrong. Call the police. I don't. They're wrong. Call the police. You're gonna have a lawsuit. I don't. You're wrong. Call the police.
Yeah.
This is from October 29, 2024.
Yeah, I'll call the cops on you, bro.
Do it.
Even though it's against my ethos, I'm gonna call the cops
on you. Do it. Call the cops and you can get an education today about your...
Jonathan Hirsch, wearing the Star of David hat, kicked out of Jerusalem Coffee House in North Oakland by owner. Oakland Police, California, investigating whether this was a hate crime. Update, saying he was targeted like the man wearing a Star of David hat. Michael Radis, who is also Jewish, sues Jerusalem Coffee House owner via ADL Benesh Law, saying he was harassed, followed, and refused service on worry somebody may get hurt someday. Radis tells me. Update, Jonathan Hirsch is also suing. Justice Department sues owners of Jerusalem Coffee House in Oakland, saying 2 Jewish customers Sarah David has were discriminated against and ordered to leave. Cafe also had a drink named after Intifada and inverted pink triangles on the wall. Suit says. The owner seems a little bit unhinged. I mean, at first I thought he was being unhinged. I think like you have to be more careful in this situation. Like you just can't come across as like even leaning into agitators. Like this person, if you think this person went into the coffee shop specifically to be like, oh, I just wanted coffee, and I can't believe that you're not serving me coffee for being Jewish. Like if you think that that's what's going on, you're silly. Okay? That's not what's going on here. And it's identical to the same thing that happened. It's identical to the same thing that happened in Australia. So no, I'm not going to sit here and fucking act like this is a totally fucking out of nowhere instance of maybe he thought it was Jewish because it was called Jerusalem. I don't know, probably just agitating. Come on, dude. The fucking coffee shop. He said the coffee shop has iced Intifada and sweet Sinwar. I'm pretty sure he knew the coffee shop was not a Jewish coffee shop. No, he's a fucking agitator. And this is literally not only is it is he an agitator, everyone will of course use this because it's a perfect opportunity to present it as like Jews are being harassed, Jewish people are being severe victims to like anti-Semitic crimes, and many people that want to chime in, many people that want to like find another instance of this will use this as an opportunity and will act as though they're oblivious to the other to the nuances of the situation. I just think we can't have it both ways. I don't want people with keffiyehs getting kicked out either. I know, except there is no protection for there is no protection of any sort for Muslims. That is the reality. And this is deliberately an attempt to, I think, consider defense of Israel as a key tenet of Judaism, so that anyone that actually criticizes Israel is now like, this is a jerry-rigging of the laws that exist. Because they can't do it through the legislative body, they're trying to work their way from the court system to create a new precedent, I think. If that makes sense. Yeah, you are allowed to get kicked out for political views. We have to embrace and front that view. Letting them conflate that with religious views is the things we need to clarify is not occurring. Exactly. What is this? I just mentioned Zionism in a comment and it got auto-mounted. Yes, because it is auto-mounted. Because it is Twitch enforces a new restriction. I should be able to wear my Star of David necklace without being asked if I'm a Zionist, but I blame Israel for that, not misguided people whose families being killed and having Stars of David drawn on their mass graves. Yeah. But I don't think that was like I don't think that this was a totally innocent party walking into a coffee shop and being like, oh my God, I'm being harassed. They figured out I'm Jewish and they're kicking me out, even though that is what everyone will argue. Everyone will cynically argue this as it makes its way through the fucking Department of Justice to set a horrifying precedent. I hope that there is at least like some reasonable judges remaining that end up getting their hands on this and recognize the dangerous precedent it might set and throw it out. Anyway. Did that guy have a history of agitating? No. The guy that had a history of agitating was the dude that did this in Australia. He did it like a couple different times, but luckily he looks like Bizarro Felix. No, I don't think he looks like Felix. I think Felix is way more handsome. If it wasn't that specific guy and it wasn't an instigator, should the same happen to someone wearing a small Star of David necklace who genuinely wants a coffee? Fuck no. I don't think so at all. I don't even think that, like, if you're wearing... Look, I don't even think that you should be asked if you're a fucking Zionist or not, even if you are wearing a Star of David. This is not a calculation that I make in my day-to-day. Of course, one could even say that I don't want to make that calculation considering where I live, because... it would just not be fun for me to make said calculations. But I don't, regardless. It's not something that it's not something that I care about. Bitch ass take us on. It's not. I don't think it's appropriate regardless. But this is wearing a Star of David necklace or whatever. It's a person that clearly went there to agitate. Am I dropping again? Frame skips? Okay. What took place? Are we... Okay, hold on. Let's figure out if we're delayed again. Press 1. Press 1. There's a little bit of a delay. It's not terrible, but there's a little bit of a delay. A little bit, like 2-3 seconds. Anyway, moving on from that, as I was stating, here's Will Miniker also joking about the Israel situation. An all-time low for Israelis and an all-time high for the Palestinians since the Quinnipiac University poll began. Asking this question in 2001. My job, Chuck Schumer told Brett Stevens, is to keep the left pro-Israel. The job of a U.S. senator is to maintain support for a foreign country with his left-wing constituents, question mark, says Eli Clifton. It seems like, once again, Israel's biggest advocates are so fucking horrible and fail the Riz test so aggressively. Some of the reasons why people are not as pro-Israel as they used to be is because of who is defending Israel. Okay? Make no mistake. Make no mistake. It's because it's Amy Schumer, Chuck Schumer, Michael Rappaport, Rabbi Shmuley, who seemingly has gone dark in the last couple of months. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Like, I'm not even kidding when I say this. I think Zionist groups basically made the boss call to be like, Rabbi Shmuley, you have to stop appearing in public. You cannot be our, most loyal soldier. You are literally creating rabid anti-Zionists with the way you carry yourself and the way you speak. Everyone that hears you, like, he could go He could go to Jewish camp, okay? He could go to like a Jewish basketball league at Jewish camp and talk about Israel, and every single young American Jew there would become anti-Zionist overnight. Like in the immediate aftermath of the speech, they'd be like, yeah, I don't fuck with this Israel stuff at all, actually. That guy fucks with Israel. I don't want to be a part of this. Chat, don't be weird. Christians have camp too? Yeah, exactly. Why do people always do Jewish camp? Some of you are not tapped in and oblivious to Jewish culture in America. So when I say certain things, you go, what? What are you saying? Like, yeah, no, that's just what it is. Like YMCA, okay? Anyway. Is there Muslim camp in America? Yes, the Hasanabi broadcast, also known as the Hasanabi Madrasa. No, there aren't fucking Muslim camps, dude. Are you kidding me? You think a country as Islamophobic as America would allow such a thing to happen? What are you, nuts? Yeah. Asal Rod says, I guess people don't like genocide. Now imagine what these results would be like if our entire political and media system didn't dehumanize Palestinians and whitewash Israel's crimes. Exactly. Every single thing you look at, every single new poll you look at that says like Americans really don't like Israel should always be matched with the endless amount of pro-Israel propaganda that you see in the media. Also, this was funny. Life hack for Mexicans in LA. Start waving this flag at your riots and all the politicians will support you. I mean, yeah, La Raza needs to start waving the Israeli flag and then they'll get unlimited protection. I mean, this is exactly what Tom Friedman wrote about it in his columns yesterday. He was bang on. Israelis, diaspora, Jewry, and friends of Israel everywhere need to understand that the way Israel is fighting the war in Gaza today is laying the groundwork for a fundamental recasting of how Israel and the Jews will be seen in the world over. It won't be good. Police cars and private security at synagogues and Jewish institutions will increasingly become the norm. Israel, instead of being seen by Jews as a safe haven for anti-Semitism, will be seen as a new engine generating it. Because it's the truth. For the record, of course, it's shocking that it's coming from Tom Friedman, right? But even fucking Tom Friedman is finally coming to that conclusion, which is what I've been saying for years. And not just myself, but every fucking anti-Zionist has been screaming this for years. But of course, because of the way that Israel was able to keep up this sophisticated sophisticated persuasion engine, okay? With advocacy groups, with moneyed interests, with lobbying, that I think Israeli groups, or at least like a lot of these advocacy groups that exist in America, okay, and are comprised entirely of Zionist Jews in America, did not foresee this kind of reaction and retaliation. Like, they got too comfortable, they got too arrogant, because there was no need to massage the narrative at all, because at the end of the day, the American government always has your back. And I don't think a lot of people understand how damaging this is. I don't think a lot of people understand how dangerous this is for American Jews in general. Sane Israelis would line up to immigrate to Australia and America rather than beckon their fellow Jews to come to Israel's way. That dystopian future is not here yet, but if you don't see its outlines gathering, you're deluding yourself. Okay, is this Tom Friedman or is this the Hasanabi broadcast? What's happening? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's like shocking. Okay, chatter, stop saying one, okay? Calm down. It's not funny anymore, okay? You're freaking me out. The delay is not 3 hours long, okay? You don't have a fucking 3-hour delay. Shut up. Oh, God. Now that I said that, everyone was going to spam one. All right. Fortunately, more and more retired and reserve duty Israeli Air Force pilots, as well as retired Army security officers, are seeing this gathering storm and declaring they will not be silent or complicit in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ugly nihilistic policy in Gaza. Also, notice how Tom Friedman is isolating, one, not calling what Israel's doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, even though it is, and two, isolating Israeli society and decoupling Israeli society and its ambitions in Gaza from Benjamin Netanyahu's personal ambition and personal investment in the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Okay? And that in and of itself is of course silly. It does not address the problem at the heart of Israeli society. Israel is 100% a fascist government. Of course, Tom Friedman will never agree to that, or maybe he will agree to that 10 years down the line, but he won't agree to that right now. They have begun to urge Jews in America and elsewhere to speak up. SOS, save our ship, before the widening moral stain of Israel's military campaign in Gaza becomes irreversible. The moral stain of Israel's military campaign in Gaza has become irreversible. The only country where there is at least like a decent amount of support for Israel, all things considered, is the United States of America. Okay? In the global South always knew what the fuck was going on with Israel. It's a settler colonial enterprise. Okay? It is a settler colonial enterprise. Everybody fucking understood it. Western populations, on the other hand, as a direct result of the necessity for endless amounts of influence peddling, so that there was continued flow of weapons and commerce to Israel so that Israel could continue conducting its affairs in the violent ways that it did, Western populations were not put on game. They were not aware of Israel's activities. Okay? Now, almost all of the Western nations, like when their populations are polled about their favorability for Israel, it is spectacularly bad. It is unimaginably bad. The only country where there is at least more support than other nations that are polled on this stuff, where there's still more sympathies with Israel, is the United States of America. And even then, there is an unimaginable drop-off. No, Germany is not. No, guys. No. Not even fucking Germany. Not even Germany. Germany is the most supportive country in Europe, on the European continent. Germany is the most supportive, and UK as well. But their governments are incredibly supportive of Israel, but the population is not. Okay? There is a reason why Western liberal nations in Europe are desperately trying to create a pressure valve to make it seem as though they're not on board with Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. It's not because of the moral consideration. Okay, they didn't like wake up one day and realize, oh, okay, there's a finite number of children that Israel was allowed to kill, and once it went over that number, all of a sudden we now think it's unconscionable. That's not what happened. Okay? What ended up happening was it was so unpopular in the eyes of the public that it became unignorable, and the politicians that want to, maintain some semblance of liberal democracy and protecting liberal democracy are now desperately flailing around and looking for an alternative vision, a way to say, yeah, we're not fully on board with Israel's actions, actually, and we are looking for ways of punishing Israel, as a matter of fact. But it's not real. It's not like a real punishment that they want to apply to Israel. Certainly not one that Israel is deserving of. But ultimately, that is what's going on. You've clearly never stepped foot inside of London. Wait, what? Government extremely pro, but not the people. Oh, no, you guys are talking. Okay, you guys were disagreeing with one another. By the way, as I said already, according to Canadians, this Canadian poll shows that 38% agree that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, 26% disagree, and 36% are unsure. By the way, Rima Hassan's unlawful detention in Israeli prison also plays a big role in this, at least for the French side of the conversation. The silence of EU institutions over the unlawful detention and punitive conditions imposed on EU citizens, including MEP Rima Hassan, speaks volumes to the deep roots of Israelism in European institutional culture. Rima, French-Palestinian member of the European Parliament and refugee from 1948, now stands before an Israeli court in Al Ramle. She joined the Madleen flotilla, carrying symbolic aid to Gaza, her second attempt to return to her homeland. Israel offered her deportation and a 100-year ban. She refused to sign. She chose prison over submission. Rima is not just resisting, she's teaching us the true meaning of dignity, steadfastness, and the right of return. You need to understand something here, by the way. Rima Hassan is currently in an Israeli prison. Rima Hassan is not just any person. She is a member of the European Parliament. She is a French national from the France and Unbowed Party, Mélenchon's party, and a fucking, diplomat, okay? She is a member of the European Parliament, and Israel currently has her locked in solitary confinement. Think about how fucking insane that is. She was a part of the Gaza Freedom Flotilla. She was on the ship Madleen. As you guys know, Greta Thunberg left and went back to Sweden. They sent her back to Sweden. And those who refused to sign a piece of paper that basically stated that they were actually trying to illegally enter the country of Israel, because that's not what they were doing, by the way. That's not what they were doing. But Israel wanted them to sign this piece of paper, have been arrested. I'm on the Telegram channel. They took her out of solitary and back to Givon, but Tiago Avila remains in solitary. I don't know if Greta actually signed anything. I'm just simply saying that that's what they were trying to get them to do. And for the record, the boat, Madleen, was not seized, apprehended, or intercepted off of the Israeli coastline. The boat that had the British flag, sailing the British flag, the UK flag, was seized off of the coast of Egypt. So Israel, once again, violated international sovereignty. Israel violated the sovereignty of the UK, and Israel violated the sovereignty of Egypt on international waters off the coastline of Egypt. An act of piracy. An actual kidnapping.
To Charles de Gaulle Airport, where Greta Thunberg is...
Here was Greta Thunberg's response after being released.
To reporters. Let's take a listen to
from
what she has.
And being deported from Israel.
Yeah, on international waters, we were illegally attacked and kidnapped by Israel and taken against our will to Israel, where we were detained. And then some of us deported, some are still there. There are very big uncertainties because it was quite chaotic and uncertain. So I don't really know what's going on. I haven't had a phone for many days, and
What were the conditions for you over the last few hours?
they were absolutely nothing compared to what people are going through in Palestine, especially Gaza right now. And this is yet another international a violation of international rights, adding to the list of countless of such, especially towards Palestinians, that Israel are committing by blocking and preventing humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. That is illegal.
How did the Israelis treat you? We saw them giving out sandwiches on their social media. How did
Yeah, they probably have posted lots of PR stunt videos. As I said, I have not seen anything. But they did an illegal act by kidnapping us on international waters and against our will, bringing us to Israel, keeping us in the bottom of the boat, not letting us getting out and so on. But that is not the real story here. The real story is that there is a genocide going on in Gaza and a systematic starvation following the siege and blockade now, which is leading to food, medicine, water that are desperately needed to get into Gaza is prevented from doing so. But of course there are many attempts like this mission, both by sea and land, to break that siege and open up a humanitarian corridor.
Could I ask you, did you said you had no contact at all with any of your other colleagues from the boat when you were detained? Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said. I was just mainly speaking. I don't really know what's going on because
you don't know what's going on with the others.
Are you worried
No,
about?
I wasn't able to say goodbye.
Are you worried about the others, that they might be detained for
Yeah, I'm very worried about them. We heard many different messages pointing towards that they would not make it easy. And there were troubles with being able to see lawyers. So I'm very much calling for their immediate release and calling for everyone who can to mobilize to their governments and other ways to demand their immediate release. And of course to demand not only humanitarian aid being let into Gaza, but also a ceasefire, but most importantly an end to the occupation and an end to the systemic oppression and violence that Palestinians are facing on an everyday basis.
Are you disappointed?
I think it's fucking insane the reaction that Greta creates amongst people who are like not fully on board with the Palestinian emancipatory movement, but simply are like aesthetically defending it, or are fully on board with defending Israel. Like the way that people talk about her is so, it's like alarming. Okay. Yeah. Okay. She was cringe when she was a fucking baby. Okay. Sure. Who gives a shit? Like, I don't understand why people have this kind of insane response. I don't know what it is. It's like a visceral reaction to a child, okay? She was propped up by a lot of liberal institutions when she was an advocate for environmental justice, for climate justice, okay? And I think that calcified resentment towards her by a lot of people, because these guys never stopped talking about her in really gross ways, like fantasizing about her being like violently raped or killed or whatever when she was like 16. Okay? She was like 16 speaking at these conferences, and people would lose their minds. Like I remember vividly Steven Crowder and all these other like conservative commentary people like would make insane rape threats and stuff like that against her. And then she came out as being anti-capitalist a couple of years ago, and the media basically, like liberal institutions, basically stopped covering her altogether or even defending her a little bit. When they no longer could use her as an advocate for climate justice, but from a liberal framework. And now that she is also openly anti-imperialist, openly anti-Israel, openly pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine at the age of 22, all of the fucking interest groups And virtually everyone, just like there's so much resentment towards her, even when she does something that's incredibly brave, right? The thing that's so deeply admirable about Greta Thunberg is that she possesses this remarkable ability to make people 3 times her age psychotically, violently mad. And it's largely because of an unwavering commitment to saving this planet and the people on it. Spotted Greta Thunberg on an El Al flight home. Enjoy the service and please do come back. Holy fuck, 300,000 likes on this. Jesus Christ. Like watching Piers Morgan frothing at the mouth, insulting this 22-year-old is an amazing spectacle that lays bare how deeply unstable her adversaries are mentally and morally. You rarely see a 22-year-old driving people into an anger-fueled frenzy like this, only because she was a part of a humanitarian effort to deliver aid to a starving population. Greta Thunberg should thank Israel for intercepting her Gaza selfie ship. Greta Thunberg's pathetic Gaza voyage. Piers Morgan, who now claims to be pro-Palestine, also had some words to say. What is this?
So fucking embarrassing, man. So fucking embarrassing. And yeah, and that's the way it ended up. Is her on a plane ride back home, just like a good girl, back to Sweden. Okay, did you have fun, you know, playing war?
I mean, what do I say to this? We're talking about a dude who's terrified of showers. Okay? Like, we get it, man. You have no convictions whatsoever. All you care about is fucking grifting. Like, so when you see someone who does have real convictions and abides by them and actually follows through on them, it just like breaks your brain. And you just sit around and you're like, yeah, oh, so embarrassing, yeah. Like, she's not being cringe, okay? She's doing something fucking brave. It's more bravery in her fucking pinky than you will ever exhibit for the rest of your goddamn life. I like that every single person that was like, oh, if you love Gaza so much, why don't you go there and get killed by Israel, are now so angry that people are trying to literally go to Gaza. Like they so quickly switched it up, dude. It's like that video from yesterday when Asmagol was like, yeah, it's the same energy as this, okay? The immediate motorized goalpost shift that we exhibited with the coverage that I was offering in the Los Angeles anti-ICE protests, going from, oh, he's a fake revolutionary, he's not on the streets putting his life on the line. Look.
You see Hasan? No, I don't see Hasan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he's in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like there's no other solution to it other than that. Aren't they impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
They're impeding a highway. They're impeding a highway. They need to be arrested immediately. They're impeding a highway. I enjoy free speech. Like, look how quick that flip happened in real time. Okay? These people are unprincipled. They have no convictions. All they care about is fucking grift. And in the case of Asmongold, he's not a particularly intelligent person anyway, or at least a particularly knowledgeable person about the issues that he speaks on. So it's literally more productive for you to not listen to what he has to say than to actually listen to what he has to say. It's one of those unique instances where like not knowing anything is better than knowing whatever the fuck he's putting out.
Okay, that's nice, sweetie. Now go back home and, go back to work or go back to, doing whatever you need to do. And
this is the exact same energy as the video that I just showed you, right? Oh, why don't you go to Gaza? Oh, why don't you go to Gaza? Remember, Asmongold himself also said he would go to Gaza in an effort to quote unquote own me. Okay?
we don't want her back? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Palestine doesn't want her either.
Oh, dude. So gross.
Maybe Gaza doesn't want her. Yeah, they're like, yeah, did Gaza consent to having this woman come over here? As far as I know, they didn't. Yeah, I mean, at what point is this not terrorism on their part? Yeah. And how old she's like 14? No, she's probably like, what, 21, 22 at this point? So fucking embarrassing, man.
Yeah, so embarrassing. Definitely. What she did is embarrassing. Also, again, protest was held at Gaza's port to condemn the Israeli occupation forces' raid on the Madeleine ship and the abduction of international activists who were sailing to break the siege on Gaza. Not only that, but also the idea that this is like simply a silly stunt and not incredibly consequential is idiotic, because Israel has previously killed people that have done this. Okay? In 2010, Israel drop-shipped commandos into the Mavi Marmara ship that also tried to offer humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. Okay? That's number one. Number two, the previous ship in the Gaza Freedom Flotilla that was supposed to sail to Gaza was shot by Israeli Air Force off the coast of Malta only a couple weeks prior. Okay? Only a couple weeks prior, before Greta and Rima Hassan and all of these other activists, humanitarian advocates, took on this journey. The ship, a couple weeks prior, was shot by the Israeli government off the coast of Malta. That is thousands of miles away from the Israeli coastline. So what Greta Thunberg was doing was literally putting her life on the line. It is incredibly brave. You don't have to like her I don't know, behavior in the past or whatever. It doesn't matter. Right now, what she is doing is braver than what anyone else could ever do. And I know there's a clip of Asmongold out there where he basically talks about going to Gaza as well. I remember watching it before. Does anyone have that? Where he was like, yeah, maybe I'll go to Gaza, yeah, to show how Hassan's a pussy. Directly contradicting his now current statement. His fake apology? No, recently. No, Mudahar said it too, but Asmongold also said it. What's that account, disinformation tracker or whatever? I think that has it. Hold on. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Didn't Asmi used to walk people into abortion clinics or some shit, or was that just a lie and joke? Dude, Asmongold, XQC, Aiden Ross, all of these guys are fucking phony. Okay? They don't have real political convictions. Here, Asmongold does a little trolling for Hasan and his community about Palestine. It'd be really funny if we could war
The food charities for Afghans that need blankets and stuff. It would be really funny if we could raise more money for like the relief efforts in Gaza than Hasan's community.
I would love that. I mean, I'm sorry. I would hate that. Oh, I would be so mad. Please don't do it.
That would be extremely fucking funny. I think it would be fucking hilarious. You definitely could, maybe, right? It'd be cinema. Yeah, I look. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna do that, but like, yeah. And then the best part, if we ever did that, he couldn't get mad. But like, then I guess he'd probably try and do another one after that or something like that. I don't know. It would be really, really funny, but it's still crash out. Yeah, he couldn't, right? He'd have to be like, yeah, we totally support this, right? This is great.
Yeah, I'd be so mad. Please do it. I'd be so mad.
And so
I'd be so mad.
I think it'd be really funny if that happened.
Like this perfectly demonstrates like the extent of his political opinions, which is pure spite, pure resentment. That's it. Like what a psychopathic way to approach a humanitarian crisis of epic proportions, and the only way that you find yourself doing something right is by positioning yourself against me possibly being angry and jealous. I would not. I would love that. By the way, it's so fucking stupid.
Israel or Palestine.
Just like, oh God, I'd be so angry if he actually went. Does Asmon live in your head rent free, little bro? Are you so stupid that you're unironically not seeing what he is saying here? This motherfucker is literally talking about doing a fundraiser. I am not relevant or pertinent to this conversation at all. He's literally talking about potentially doing a fundraiser off of how much he suspects I would hate the fundraiser that he would do. When of course I wouldn't hate it. Why the fuck would I hate that?
Right, this is sign. There is a big part of me that if I went to Palestine and he didn't,
oh, I would love that too.
Can you imagine that? You'd most likely die though. It's like a 10% chance, maybe. Like, I don't know, probably less. And so, yeah, I feel like there's a pretty low probability that would happen. Yeah, I don't know. And,
dog, you don't even leave your house, dude. What do you mean, go to fucking Gaza? Like, who in his audience even believes this?
I would
leave the house, dude.
Would be a little bit afraid of that, to be honest with you, though. I'll be totally...
Oh, you're a little bit afraid of that, but, you know, you're saying what Greta Thunberg was doing was like ridiculous and silly. It was a silly stunt. That's the point I was trying to explain to you guys, which is that these people have no convictions. They're unserious. They're pathetically unserious people. And I'll give you a great example of Asmongold being a unserious person now, as opposed to where he stood in the past. Okay? Let me see if I can find this fucking clip. Because I think, oh, here it is. Here's Asmongold 5 years in the past, okay? Apparently, Asmongold says he's against ICE protests because illegal aliens are breaking the law. A chatter asked if he would follow Hitler's law. Wait, actually, let's start with the first clip, and then we'll move.
The mindset that these people have, right? So obey the law. When Hitler said kill all the Jews, you'd obey your master. You're comparing this to Hitler. And this is the mindset that these people have, right? I just want to read some of the comments here. You're a keyboard warrior. Trump's out there fighting in the streets. Yeah, I mean, I disagree with the fight. I mean, why would I go out there and support something and go protest for something that I don't even agree with? Why would I do that? And also, it's just some fucking bricks. They have bulletproof glass windows. So do you think it would be okay to shoot a gun at them because the glass is bulletproof? Do you think it would be okay to shoot a gun at these officers since the glass is bulletproof?
These officers. Come on, read the last one. Read the last one.
You said you obey the law. Hitler's also doing the law in Germany. I think that there's a certain amount of like moral decision making with the law too, but I agree with this morality of the law. Like I don't want to confuse you. Like no, I agree with this. I think that people in the country illegally should get deported. Like full stop. Obviously, I think that it's more efficient.
Yeah, he's saying he can't even entertain openly stating that he disagrees with Hitler's policies on the Jews because, you know, God forbid he doesn't take the most extreme right-wing position because the fucking Nazis in his audience would get mad at him. And the way he's trying to navigate this is by basically saying, well, I agree with this law. I agree with this law. I don't agree with the other one.
Criminals first, definitely. But I think that they all should get deported. Like this is my personal viewpoint. Like the law is also this thing, but I also think this too.
Yeah, he's like, well, you know, some laws are valid to break. I just think this law, or some laws are unjust. Some laws are immoral. He won't openly say Hitler's laws are unjust and immoral, because God forbid he says that. If he does, God forbid he says that, you know, his Nazi audience is going to fucking freak out and be like, wow, you're not as based as I thought you were. But here's Asmongold 5 years ago when he actually wasn't grifting as aggressively as he is right now. Let's take a look at what happens in 2020 when asked about his political opinions and political convictions.
I don't want to get into like the politics stuff because the thing is that we're not going to have a conversation in good faith about this, okay? Everybody's already got their mind made up, and the people that are actually genuinely out there looking to make an opinion are probably socially adjusted well enough to where they would never watch my stream. So it would just be a waste of time.
He's not wrong. He's right. He's right. Yeah. People should not be getting their notes from Asmongold. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because a lot of people in the space that we're in that actually command the attention of giant audiences, ironically enough, actually do entertain politics in this very like aesthetics focused, vibes based way. So back in 2020 when BLM was finally popping off, and it was not only expected, like it was not only supported, but it was expected of you as a commentator or even like a regular ass TikTok influencer or a Twitch streamer to say something. Every single one of these dipshits, including XQC and even Aiden Ross, was showing support. I Shed Tears is crazy, bro. Was everyone in 2020 grifting? I watched the full video of George Floyd and I shed tears. Shit is disgusting and the two cops need to be sentenced to prison for the rest of their lives and get what they deserve. Hashtag justice for George Floyd. Aiden Ross, 6/22/5/28/2020. And the media and press is trying to make all black and white people go against each other. Not all people are racist. We are all equal. I don't give a fuck what religion or race you are. I love you for you, heart. Stay strong, everyone. We are all in this together. And yeah, XQC's old tweets resurface. It's a shame. It even has to be stated. But of course, hashtag Black Lives Matter. We fucking love you. Keep fighting the good fight so everyone understands. I want everyone to feel safe, respected, and have all the same opportunities to do great. Only to turn around and not realize that he actually did tweet that in 2020 and going, the replies on this really give a good insight on how much fact checking is being done on X these days. Most of the replies are saying he changed LMAO. Literally not a single person even verified the tweet was real, including himself. And then he goes, wait, the tweet is real. Ah, ha, 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 ha. I'm not even going to delete the main reply. That's just too good. This is a juicer, Slushy. The fact that XUC himself thought his own tweet was fake should tell you all you need to know about content creators on social media. Respect for keeping it up genuinely. It's also not about the tweet. Some creators aren't even aware they're grifting. Cough Hasan. Brother, by the way, this is a juicer. And this is how you can tell is a juicer. How do you not understand? I'm not fucking grifting, you fucking moron. My positions did not change. If anything, he's grifting. What do you mean? Words have no fucking meaning. Like, respect for keeping it up genuinely. It's also not about the tweets. Some creators aren't even aware they're grifting. Cough Hasan. These guys, I think, unironically think grifting is when you just have real political convictions that are on the left, that are progressive. Okay? And the more you move away from that, the less of a grifter you are. Like, it's very shocking that these guys have somehow convinced themselves that when you're online, the more edgy you are, the more right-wing you are, the more quote-unquote based you are, the less grifting you are. That's everyone's position. And the content creators that no longer entertain like socially progressive, socially conscious attitudes and are openly fucking right-wing and openly tailoring their commentary around a right-wing audience, they're actually not grifting. They're the honest ones. Even when you realize that this dude was unironically grifting. At what point does someone go, yeah, maybe this guy just genuinely believes this shit? Here are the yeah-based variants. What is this?
Aspen, did you eat the grass? Yeah, grazed.
Okay. I thought you were going to show me some different old tweets or something. Like, there's a reason why you can go back to like 2016, 2017 and look at my political commentary and recognize that I was saying the exact same shit back then, regardless of my financial status, you know? Slushy, I think it's really sweet that you don't know what you're talking about or what the word grifting means. You have to be aware that you're grifting to actually be grifting, dumbass. Damn, Slushy, this is a weird thing to say, not gonna lie. Bro said, it's okay to be a grifter as long as you are one. We're so fucking cooked. This is the stupidest shit I've ever read. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you even know what grifting means? Oh my fucking God. Do you know what grifting means? English is not my first language. Oh, I almost looked at a tweet that was gonna be problematic. Holy shit, what a cutoff, by the way. Literally cut it off right at the point. I recognized that reply and cut it off right at the point of danger. Crazy. It's a X-ray of a dude deep throating a dick. Great save. Yeah, my mistake. What is this? I love ICE. Deport them all. When you find out IRL is different than online, I condemn, of course. What is this? Kick streamer murked off the perk, shouts pro-ICE slogans, gets punched in the face at anti-ICE protests in Austin. I love fascism. I love ICE. Deport them all. Dude, this is what happens when you're so online that you think you can do online things offline. You are not anonymous offline. You are not anonymous and in the comfort of your home when you're in public. What the fuck are you doing?
I love fascism!
I love ICE! Deport them all! Are you bending over on me on a minor? Bro, I'm a minor. Why are you bending over on a minor?
Like, are you fucking insane? Are you insane? Listen, I of course, do not condone. I condemn. Okay? I do not condone. I condemn. I condemn violence. I condemn violence. But the reality of the matter is, what the fuck are you doing? This is the reason why people say, oh, you want to say the N-word as a white guy? Say it. And I know a lot of people who do want to say the N-word as white people get really touchy and all up in their fifis when someone presents this opportunity and they go, oh, so the only reaction you have is violence? You're really proving the point. But it's like, yeah, dude, tensions are fucking high. You know? Why would you do this? Why would you do such a thing? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. Especially because, like, is this actually the real convictions that you have? Like, you legitimately are like, yeah, fucking, like, this is actually what you truly believe? This is why I say, like, Asmongold and many of my fucking naysayers would never find themselves outside behaving in the way that they do indoors from the comfort of their homes. Because most normal people would have a very negative, perhaps maybe even a violent reaction. Remember what I said about the End Wokeness account tweeting? Where I said, like, if you talk like this in public around people, they would kill you with hammers. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you would never, that isn't to say that that's what should be done. I'm not, advocating for violence or whatever. I'm simply stating that the stuff that you say online gets a lot of clout because there are a lot of other people who are insane online. But if you were to do that within the presence of other normal human beings, you would look like at least you would look like a repulsive individual that no one wants to be around. And maybe at most, you would be met with violent response. This is what I said, if you said something like this in public, you'd be put down like a dog. That's why you stick to Twitter is true. Also, something crazy is most likely happening in Iran as well. We're going to talk about that too. Where's the play stupid games, win stupid prizes guy now? He was in here all day. Where's the other? Yeah. That's the reason why a lot of these guys actually rely on the state doing the violence for them. Yeah, you say, I love fascism. I love ICE. Deport them all. At a fucking anti-ICE rally, someone is going to retaliate. You know? When someone has to fight off Asmongold, an inevitable culture war, it's just normal water. Posts like these are why people are repulsed by extremists. Go outside and get some sunshine, LMAO. What do you mean, extremists? This is a joke, dude. There is no real culture war. It's not even a fucking race war. So stupid. Again, edgy joke motherfuckers, when you make a joke about one of the edgy joke understanding motherfuckers, okay, immediately they hit the fucking soy notes. Oh, why would you say that? Yeah. Oh, Greta has been such a performative stunt. There's been 5 flotillas before the Madeleine. Israel used force against 4. 2010, 10 killed. 2011, no incidents. 2015, crew detained for 6 days. 2018, crew tasered. 2025, drone shot at the ship. Think about why you didn't know this. And this guy thinks it's the other wrong. The drones did not fire at the ship. It was marked with a signal paint. And the peaceful activists of Myanmar had weapons on board. No, they didn't. And secondly, he wasn't even talking about the fucking Freedom Flotilla that actually got intercepted. He was talking about the one that came before the fucking Madeleine that was actually shot at with drones off the coast of Malta. So many people don't know a lot of information on this and basically use their lack of knowledge as a point of conviction. They literally, they don't know the truth. So they're like, sorry. I don't know this information. This information is not known to me. So guess what? Sucks to fucking suck. I'm going to act like that's not happening, you know? But anyway, before we get to Iran, let's talk more about the curfew that's imposed in Los Angeles in my own backyard.
In Los Angeles last night, LA Mayor Karen Bass declared a curfew for
so much of the fucking right wing, so much of the right wing sentiment revolves around, I don't know this information, and now it's your problem.
For a mile of the city's downtown, citing what she called widespread vandalism, as California Governor Gavin Newsom condemned President Trump's deployment of the military as a brazen abuse of power.
Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is standing by with more on the president's response to the situation in L.A. But first, our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, starts us off with the latest on the ground there. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, Robin. This is the first curfew in downtown Los Angeles since the George Floyd protests. And the protests that began here on Friday against the crackdown on immigration by the Trump administration, as you both mentioned, now spreading nationwide as Governor Gavin Newsom with a broadside against President Trump, calling the deployment of those federal troops behind me a brazen abuse of power. Overnight, the protests, which have rocked downtown Los Angeles, spreading across the country in response to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown.
Hands off our students!
From Boston, Seattle, and D.C. to Milwaukee.
No Trump! No ICE! No fascist USA!
In Chicago, a car driving through a group of demonstrators. In New York City, police and protesters clashing, officers pushing protesters back. While the majority of protests have been peaceful, in Los Angeles, for a fifth consecutive night, mounted police officers swarming protesters as that curfew kicked in. Governor Gavin Newsom claiming Tuesday that democracy is under assault, requesting a federal court block President Trump's unprecedented military mobilization.
Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities.
LA Mayor Karen Bass issuing a curfew for downtown LA that could last several days, hoping it'll stop vandalism and looting of businesses.
Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted.
But protesters continue to pour into the streets of downtown LA. The LAPD has allowed several hundred protesters here to meander pretty freely right down the streets of downtown Los Angeles for several hours now. The one thing they have not allowed them to do, descend down to the 101 freeway. And when hundreds of protesters briefly blocked traffic on the 101, police pounced. Late Tuesday, we spoke with LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell. Do you need the help from the thousands of federal troops?
No, they're on a separate mission. Our mission.
You don't need their help, is what you're saying.
We have a protocol in place for doing what we're doing today, and that's we mobilize the department or parts of the department. We've done that, and then to request mutual aid. We did that last night. We brought in members of 14 different police agencies from throughout Southern California. They are supplementing our officers out in the field, doing a variety of different assignments, but crowd management and crowd control is a big part of that.
Later, a demonstrator telling me that one of her family members was taken by ICE while at the grocery store.
They don't say anything. They don't call family, let anybody know what's going on. You just got to find out in the news if your loved one's missing.
LA's police chief also telling me that we are not likely to see Marines and National Guards interacting with protesters out on the streets here of Los Angeles. He said that will remain the jurisdiction of local law enforcement. But Governor Greg Abbott of Texas announcing late last night that he is deploying the National Guard to multiple locations across Texas to handle anticipated protests there. George.
Okay, Matt, thanks.
The heart of Los Angeles is tonight under a curfew. Those who are there are barred from being on the streets, but already a number of people have been arrested for defying that order. And the ill feeling is spreading. Protests now taking place all over America.
Los Angeles locking down as other parts of America fire
news.
up.
Australia's very own non-news. Our correspondent was shot in clashes with the police and the protesters. Fucking hell. Non-news Australia. Or no, I
New York
said.
streets filled with fury at US Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Further chaos in Chicago, where hundreds marched in solidarity. This car driving through the crowds, protesters scrambling out of its path. From Atlanta to Boston, anger over deportations is ripping across the United States.
It's unjust, it's very disgusting and rancid.
In LA, this is day 5. Emotions still running high.
It's up what's going on right now. People are being ripped away from their families. You know, it's disgusting.
That passion met with a show of power. Demonstrators lined up and detained. Not to be deterred, protesters took over the freeway. But didn't last long. Many were round up and carted off. For others, the game of cat and mouse continued.
We do not follow orders under Donald Trump.
But they had to follow this order.
I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting.
The gates to the City of Angels shut.
The curfew is about to be enforced, so we invite you to go home. This is a peaceful protest.
Police circling those still on the streets, some on horseback, others armed with batons, clearing out almost 2 square kilometres.
It has just gone 8 p.m. here in downtown Los Angeles. That curfew now officially in place. You can see some of the demonstrators there are leaving, but there are plenty that remain. And the plan from LAPD is to arrest anybody.
They're wearing way better gear now. After the other lady got shot down there, literally right there. Okay? Right there. That's where she got shot, the previous 9 News Australia correspondent.
Who stays inside that exclusion zone.
And that's exactly what happened.
This anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy.
As Marines arrived in Los Angeles, the man who ordered them in oversaw a military demonstration in North Carolina.
Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
The Commander-in-Chief's decision to send in the troops is going to cost more than $200 million. California's governor wants the Marines and the National Guard out, but his emergency request to limit military deployment has been denied by the courts for now.
Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners.
The thing I just simply cannot understand is if Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass understand the escalations from the armed side, creating an environment that provokes response, why don't they comprehend that the LAPD, the LASD, and the CHP, California Highway Patrol, are doing the exact same thing? Because it's not just the National Guard that provokes and engages in violent actions, and then that actually causes retaliation. And then the images that you see of, burning cars or whatever and chaos are all over the timeline. You're doing the same thing with the local law enforcement that is under your employ. This is a major contradiction, and I cannot comprehend how liberals on the one hand, from afar, will say, oh my God, it's unacceptable that the National Guard is being deployed, which is true, it is unacceptable. Or, oh my God, it's unacceptable that the Marines are going. It's even more unacceptable. You're right about that. But then you don't actually dig deep and try to figure out why it's unacceptable. But Gavin Newsom is openly, and Karen Bass are openly revealing why it's fucked up. Because military presence and the additional escalation in the use of force provokes people into retaliating, never to reach the same standard of the state, but retaliating in also militant fashion. And what's interesting about that, once again, is that they just don't comprehend how the same dynamic exists with the LAPD, the LASD, and the California Highway Patrol, which are so far the only groups with limited response from the federal police. The only groups that have so far caused panic and chaos have been the Los Angeles local police. Okay? The only exception is because this is a federal building, okay? And right now, the only authority that the Trump admin has with the federalized National Guard is to, quote unquote, protect federal buildings, okay? The federalized National Guard and the Marines cannot move beyond the point of protecting, in air quotes, these federal buildings, okay? This is what they did in Portland as well. There are some groups that can operate in law enforcement fashion as federal law enforcement officers on the streets of Los Angeles, like BORTAC. ICE would be one of those units. Technically, BORTAC in Portland in the 2020 Black Lives Matter protests actually did conduct kidnappings, literally kidnappings. But the only people that are directly, the only groups that are currently directly pushing these protesters are the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol. Beyond that, beyond that, federalized, the National Guard being federalized is because the federal government has sanctioned or caused the National Guard to be deployed, not the state government. Under normal circumstances, the National Guard is supposed to be brought in and deployed by the state. The last time that the National Guard was deployed against the wishes of the governor was in Alabama with LBJ. And even then, what they can do legally is limited. They have to, yes, LeBron James chat. What they can do is limited to protecting federal agents or protecting, protecting like, I don't know, senators or whatever, like federal assets, agents, which is precisely the reason why currently the National Guard that is armed with lethal weapons are either A, stationed at these federal buildings, or participating in the ICE raids alongside ICE agents who are federal law enforcement agents. But with the exception of the federalized National Guard conducting raids, their response to the protesters have been relatively limited, with the exception that I pointed to. Aldım hepsini. Aldım. Yok. Peki. With the exception that I noticed on stream, where they were shooting from above the fucking rooftop of the federal building at the crowd, which they were not supposed to be doing. Newsom is blaming Trump for escalations, which is true, except most of the escalations directed at protests have come from LASD, LAPD, and CHP. So far, the federal LEOs National Guard are only stationed at federal buildings / and as of this morning deployed alongside ICE on raids. So when you see, and I know there's like a little bit of misinformation about this stuff because like the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, most of the fucking local law enforcement also are so geared up that they look like fucking military because they're so heavily militarized. So I understand why people are a little bit confused. And the Los Angeles Sheriff Department's fatigues are the same color almost as the National Guard, even though it's not. National Guard has camo. LASD has like the sand colored fatigues. So people get confused when they see the Sheriff's Department actually doing violent shit and they think, oh, it's the National Guard. They're like brutalizing people. That's not the case. This isn't to say that they won't, but so far they have not. What is this? Big news. Judge says Mahmoud Khalil cannot be detained or deported based on Rubio's determination. Holy shit. I'm literally speaking to their legal team, I believe either tonight or tomorrow. This man is going to be released by the time we actually end up having a direct conversation with him, which is great. Amazing. I'd love to interview him as a free man. Incredible news. We'll talk about that further in a second.
Day laborers and seamstresses. That's just weakness. Weakness masquerading as strength.
Further splitting apart these divided states of America. In Los Angeles, Reed Butler, 9 News.
I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles.
They were told they'd be arrested if they were on the streets past 8 p.m, and yet still they marched. On this, the 5th day of protest in Los Angeles, the mayor announced a curfew for a small part of downtown, the latest chapter in this battle between state officials and the president over who's in control and how widespread the damage is.
It is extremely important to know that what is happening in this 1 square mile is not affecting the city. Some of the imagery of the protests and the violence gives the appearance as though this is a citywide crisis, and it is not.
The LA Police Department said they'd made 197 arrests on Tuesday. Throughout the day, officers marshaled and pushed back protesters. The majority have been peaceful, but on Monday night, 23 businesses were looted, prompting the curfew. With police appearing to control the situation, the question once again is whether the presence of federalized National Guard and 700 active US Marines is necessary on the streets of LA. With the cost of their deployment more than £100 million, the governor of California called it a waste of money, as he filed an emergency motion to block the president from expanding the powers of the National Guard.
He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines. These are the men and women trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement.
As the governor spoke, Donald Trump was on the other side of the country watching US troops in action at Fort Bragg, soldiers preparing for wars abroad, although the president claimed there was a battle at home too, as he defended his response to the LA protests.
Generations of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not let that happen. It's never going to happen. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by...
Remember when I talked about how insane it was that like the soldiers were cheering on the president in full gear at Fort Bragg and they were booing like previous presidents and shit. It turns out they actually literally went through the crowd to make sure that it was all Trump supporters. They were fucking hand selected, dude. Insane. Okay? They screened them for Trump loyalty.
By rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen.
This event was meant to mark the 250th anniversary of the US Army, but the president's use of the military optics to tout his political agenda is why so many Democrats and other critics are sounding the alarm about how far Trump wants to push his powers.
This isn't just about protests here in Los Angeles. When Donald Trump sought blanket authority to commandeer the National Guard, he made that order apply to every state in this nation. This is about all of us. This is about you. California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment.
This part is correct, though. This part is correct for
Gavin.
Gavin.
Has arrived.
That fear has filtered to other cities and other states. In Chicago, hundreds turned out on the streets in solidarity. Scuffles broke out, with some dragged away by police. These demonstrations are not just about the use of the military by President Trump, but sweeping immigration raids across the country, with those in large democratic cities believing they're being deliberately targeted by the administration. Hence, people have protested in Philadelphia, New York City, and here in Atlanta. Texas has also seen disturbances in the capital, Austin, and Dallas. But these are Democrat cities in a deeply Republican state, and the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, has said he will deploy the National Guard to, quote, use every tool and strategy to help law enforcement maintain order. That's different to California, where the governor never called up the National Guard, the president did. It seems clear that while these protests are about immigration policy and the powers of the president, it's now also a political dispute about who runs their cities and states better.
It's really an interesting time in America and in American politics. Republicans are...
Yeah, that's fucking one way to put it, dipshit.
We're governing well, and we are delivering on our promises, and we are bringing solutions, and we're working around the clock every day to make sure that that is delivered for the people as we promised them last year on the campaign trail. Meanwhile, Democrats are engaging in the applause of destruction of cities and all sorts of chaos. The contrast is so clear, and everybody can see it.
With parts of LA under curfew, 700 Marines to be deployed on Wednesday, Texas now sending in their National Guard, and more protests planned over the coming days, this is a crucial moment in Donald Trump's second term. It is a test of his presidential power and his mandate, and whether Republicans or Democrats win this argument about immigration, law and order, and democracy.
To some extent, people do like to see some action happening. They're glad to see, an activist president after what we've had for the last several years. Does he have a tendency to take that too far? Absolutely.
Dude. These guys dropped the fucking ball, Channel 4. When it comes to American politics so hard, it blows my mind. Why are you asking a Republican advisor about Trump's actions? Yes, he's a fucking Liverpool fan. Great. But it's so stupid. Like, yeah, of course he's going to be like, yeah, he sometimes gets a little heavy-handed, but his fascist takeover is actually really popular. It's not. It's not popular at all.
I am convinced that if Donald Trump would settle for 90% of what he wants, he would be hugely successful and pretty popular. The fact of the matter is that's not who he is as a person or a politician, and he insists on trying for 125% of what he wants. If you look at what's happening with illegal immigration, people absolutely support closing down the borders. They absolutely support deporting criminals, especially violent criminals. They are not so excited about someone coming into, a high school graduation or a court hearing and taking up people who have, for the most part, lived their lives here pretty peacefully and productively. So he does have a tendency to overplay his hand. It's interesting because so much of it depends on how the protesters, and in some case rioters, play this out over the course of the next week. To the extent that he's calling in the National Guard because property is being set on fire, people are absolutely going to support him. If the protesters would limit themselves to a peaceful march through downtown LA, and he still, called in the Marines, called in the National Guard, then it would be a very different situation. 5 minutes from now, we could find out that there was a violent clash.
What are you talking about? That's literally what happened, and that's what's been going on. And he still deployed the fucking Marine Corps. That is what he did. What are you saying? I'm sorry, dude. If you're a fucking booker for Channel 4, you're a goddamn moron. This is not journalism. You do not have to defend the Trump administration. I thought liberals had a fucking backbone, a spine. Channel 4 is offering worse coverage on American domestic issues than it does when it comes to Israel-Palestine. How is that even possible? You did? Yes. Yes, I did. The reason for why is because under normal circumstances, like liberal institutions, especially in fucking Europe, hate Donald Trump for at least like being aesthetically a fascist and disrupting. They aesthetically hate Donald Trump, for disrupting the liberal order.
Between protesters who to that point have been peaceful and the National Guard, in which case opinion might turn against President Trump. But one of his big mandates was to deal with illegal immigration. And while he may not do it the way, sort of the sensible middle in the US would prefer, he does have a mandate to deal with it. To the extent that there's, violent attempts to stop him from doing it, people will support his actions. The devil's going to be in the details over the course of the next week or two.
I'm going to begin with that in Los Angeles. You know by now what's happening there. The mayor has put a curfew in place downtown last night just to try and stop the violent protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. The LAPD announced it was initiating mass arrests. In the meantime, thousands of people marched peacefully. Peacefully is a word here in other cities, including Dallas, Chicago, San Francisco, and right here in New York. Jonathan Bigliotti's in downtown LA for us covering the story. He spoke with the city's police chief about the thousands of troops that President Trump sent to his city. Jonathan, good morning. Very curious to hear what the chief had to say.
Yeah, and good morning to you, Gail. The police chief saying that the National Guard staged behind me at no point since they arrived here on the ground provided assistance to the city with these protests. There is a curfew in effect. It remains in effect this morning, and it has been effective. Much calmer overnight than previous nights. The LAPD confirming dozens of people were arrested.
No, I thought this too, but turns out National Guard troops in Los Angeles have temporarily detained civilians before turning them over to law enforcement. Which is, I'm fairly certain, not legal. National Guard can offer federalized National Guard can offer aid to federal agencies when they're conducting these raids. Now, the raids themselves are immoral, unconscionable, unjustifiable, illegal. Sure. Okay. But if you're looking at the letter of the law, technically, as far as I understand, federalized National Guard units can offer protection to federal agents. ICE are federal agents. So they can partner with ICE and go on these raids to offer protection to ICE. However, the National Guard cannot detain citizens. The National Guard, unless directed by the state, but the federalized National Guard and the Marines especially cannot detain citizens. They cannot arrest citizens. Arresting is performing law enforcement duties. Okay? An arrest or a detainment is a law enforcement duty. What this suggests is that they are doing something that is illegal. Unless Trump declares an insurrection. Under the Posse Comitatus Act, it is illegal for the Army or any, the National Guard would be, as a federalized unit, would be basically the equivalent of the military or the Army in this situation, are now allowed to make law enforcement, any kind of acts that normally would be conducted by law enforcement. That's wrong, bro. The National Guard is outside of every major concert event, and they're definitely able to detain anybody they seem as a threat. That doesn't mean you can fucking walk into a federal building and assume that they can't detain you. They can. And also, what you're describing is state-sanctioned National Guard. What you're talking about is when the state is deploying the National Guard to conduct, I assume, to aid and abet the police. I can't speak on your own personal experience. I don't know exactly what it was. But National Guard can aid in crowd control, especially if they've been mobilized by the governor. Yeah, the Posse Comitatus Act is a law that generally prevents the president from using the military as a domestic police force. There's a new legal
It's
on
an
the...
emergency, rebellion, an insurrection, and clearly an invasion of Mexicans. Just look at all those flags.
Well, they're not a city of immigrants, they're a city of criminals.
According to Donald Trump, Los Angeles is a war zone, and the only thing that can restore order is thousands of soldiers and hundreds of Marines patrolling the streets. Also, the only way to stop a fire is by lighting a match. Last Friday, President Trump sent heavily armored ICE agents in to conduct immigration raids in densely populated neighborhoods in and around Los Angeles without informing local law enforcement or city authorities. He claimed to be liberating the city from dangerous migrants, the worst of the worst, including dozens of textile factory workers, a bunch of laborers outside a Home Depot, and this guy selling fruit on the street corner. Protests immediately erupted across the city and were predominantly peaceful, but a few of them were not, including the downtown protest where about 5 parked robo-taxis were lit on fire, which, if you know anybody from Los Angeles, that's kind of a thing they do there, especially when the Lakers win the championship. But that didn't stop the Trump administration from jumping at the opportunity to grab power away from the states, even when the Constitution pretty clearly forbids it. He's also mobilized the National Guard outside of his authority, threatened to arrest Governor Gavin Newsom, and mobilized 700 active duty Marines to support ICE, rounding up even more immigrants. Yikes. On Friday, June 6th, ICE conducted a series of immigration raids in the Los Angeles metropolitan area. According to Representative Nanette Barragan, they're going to keep this up for a month.
So we've been told to get ready for 30 days of enforcement. 30 days of ICE enforcement.
Agents swept multiple locations in the city and took at least 118 people into custody, but 3 locations became particular flashpoints. The first was a garment factory called Ambiance Apparel in the Fashion District. Agents entered the building and interrogated the workers inside, but while that was going on, a crowd of angry protesters surrounded the building. Those protesters included David Huerta, leader of the Service Employees International Union, better known as SEIU, one of the biggest labor unions in the country, who was arrested for impeding ICE agents. Bill Asalee, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of California, tweeted out a photo of Huerta after he'd been slammed to the ground in the back of a cruiser with the promise to arraign him on Monday. Ah, for the good old days, when the Justice Department manual's instruction to prosecutors that they should not make any statement or disclose any information that could have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing a case actually meant something. See also Rule 3.6 of the California Rules of Professional Conduct.
That is one of the, okay. When the Trump administration does shit, you can either package it under stupidity or purposeful cruelty. Sometimes it's both. But that is stupidity. It's cruelty, but it's also incredibly stupid. Because no matter how cruel you want to be, materially prejudicing a fucking court case that the Department of Justice has by having the Attorney General come out and say some fucking insane shit is going to literally drop the court case instantly. She did this, Pam Bondi did this not only with Huerta, but she also did this with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. In an effort to win the battle of public opinion, they greatly prejudiced the way that the public would receive this information by making statements, by making claims and statements about the guiltiness, the perceived guiltiness and the criminality of a person that they were charging. That right there makes it a much easier case to fucking declare a mistrial over. And they still keep doing it because they're fucking stupid.
But where were we? Oh, right. ICE agents, FBI, and Los Angeles Police Department cops dispersed the crowd outside the garment factory using pepper spray and took about a dozen people to the Metropolitan Detention Center. Now, members of Congress have the right to inspect federal detention facilities. It's right there in Section 527 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024. And yet, multiple California representatives were turned away when they tried to enter that facility. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of protesters assembled outside because SEIU has 750,000 members, and they were pissed about the raids, and they were really pissed about Huerta being taken into custody. Now, the vast majority of those protesters were peaceful, but some of them were not. So ICE called LAPD, and the cops came and they caused the crowd to disperse. And perhaps if ICE had said they were going to stage raids in a major metro area, or even told the police that they'd picked up Huerta, LAPD could have been on the scene.
No. I can't believe she's a LA lawyer and saying this. LAPD is not supposed to clear out the area in collaboration with ICE. Part of the reason why ICE did not inform law enforcement, local law enforcement, I suspect, is for that reason. I think it was more so to make a point and to create chaos in general. But Los Angeles is a sanctuary city. And California is a sanctuary state. So I don't think that they can collaborate like that. There's been so far no collaboration, if I'm not mistaken, between ICE and local law enforcement.
Sooner rather than arriving after things were already out of control. But ICE was not trying to work with local authorities, which is why no one knew that they would be massing forces for a raid on Saturday near the Home Depot in Paramount, a working-class Latino suburb southeast of LA. But the ICE guys stick out like a sore thumb. And so, of course, people spotted them and spread the word. An angry crowd began to form around the industrial park where the agents were massing, which is hardly surprising in a town that is 82% Hispanic and 32% immigrant. And so, before long, things got totally out of hand, with kids throwing rocks and water bottles at the caravan of ICE vehicles as it fled the town. And no one is condoning violence. But it is important to understand that these are communities where ICE is doing stuff like going into elementary schools and trying to interrogate first graders. So people are scared and they are angry.
Okay. The fact that a libbed up lawyer is saying this is really good. Like, under normal circumstances, no fucking liberal will ever talk about the standard of violence that the state applies to civilians. They would never talk about it like that. They hyper focus on the retaliatory violence or the retaliatory response. Like, I don't even want to call it violence. It's like fucking water bottles at a car. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, they would hyper focus on that, hone in on that, and constantly fucking hit that. But the very fact that she's also talking about like what kind of provocations took place in terms of the much higher amount of violence coming directly from the state, and how inevitable it was that there would be a response to said violent actions by ICE. It's good. It means that like it means I think more liberals also recognize this unfair dynamic.
After the raids and the continued detention of Huerta, there was widespread protest across the city on Sunday and Monday. But by then, the LAPD had interposed themselves between ICE and the protesters, and they were the ones firing round after round of tear gas and pepper balls and less lethal rubber bullets, including at this Australian reporter. They literally just shot this woman for no reason. Here's the LAPD on horseback beating a protester, which is a good reminder that the last time the National Guard was on the streets of LA was in 1992 after police brutally beat a man named Rodney King. That attack, which was caught on tape, ignited a firestorm, and when the police were acquitted by a jury of the assault, it sparked widespread rioting. In what became known as the Rodney King riots, looting and arson were rampant. 63 people were killed, more than 2.
Like that is more akin to a riot. Okay? Like what's going on in LA right now is not that. And given how big Los Angeles is, I wasn't there, obviously, in 1992. I was 1 year old, but I suspect that even back then, there were probably other parts of the city that did not even experience anything. That's how big LA is, chat. This is not even to say that like this wasn't a riot or whatever. It's just to try to get you to understand how fucking vast of a land the Los Angeles greater metropolitan area occupies.
2,000 were injured and 12,000 were arrested. The city suffered more than $1 billion in property damage, and those were 1992 dollars. But in 1992, Los Angeles authorities knew that if the verdict in the Rodney King trial came back not guilty, the city was going to be furious, and so Mayor Tom Bradley preemptively put the National Guard on standby and called them up on the same night of the verdict when the violence erupted. Local officials are pretty good at knowing what the vibe is in their own city, and they're also pretty good at predicting how things are going to go down. And in the case of Los Angeles last Friday, they knew that the LAPD was well equipped to deal with the gathering protests, even though the ICE raids were sprung on them without warning. And what they got was thousands of peaceful demonstrators in a couple of locations and a handful of Waymo robo-taxis torched because their cameras effectively provide surveillance footage for the police.
That's crazy. Again, talking about Waymo playing a role in police surveillance, like, wow.
LAPD has extensive experience with crowd control in its own streets, and it restored order within hours of being called in, albeit by shooting rubber bullets at protesters and reporters indiscriminately. And with all love for Californians, they do know how to stage an actual riot, like when UCLA won the championship in 1995, or when the Lakers beat the Celtics in the NBA Finals in 2010, or last year when the Dodgers beat the Yankees in Game 5. So to paraphrase Crocodile Dundee, that's not a riot, this is a riot. Here, the vast majority of Angelenos just went about their business and there's no widespread violence or looting. Police have matters well in hand, like what are the troops going to do in LA? Get brunch at Cantor's on Fairfax before hitting up Griffith Observatory? Meanwhile, Donald Trump spent the weekend firing off incendiary social media posts blaming California politicians for not putting out the fire fast enough after ICE lit it. He said, if Governor Gavin Newsom of California and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't, then the federal government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved. Trump's border czar Tom Homan threatened to arrest Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass for crossing that line, whatever that means.
I'll say it about anybody. You cross that line, It's a felony to knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien. It's a felony to impede law enforcement from doing their job.
The president said he thought that was a great idea. What are they going to arrest him for, Mr. President?
A crime has he committed? I think his primary crime is running for governor because he's done such a bad job.
And then Trump signed a memorandum to the Secretary of Defense for the protection of Department of Homeland Security functions. He said violent protests threaten the security of and significant damage to federal immigration detention facilities and other federal property. To the extent that protests or acts of violence directly inhibit the execution of the laws, they constitute a form of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. Think about that for a second. He's saying that protests, civil disobedience, constitutes rebellion against the United States. I mean, by that logic, this is a rebellion, but not this, of course. He went on, in light of these incidents and credible threats of continued violence, I hereby call into federal service members and units of the National Guard under 10 U.S.C. Section 12406 to temporarily protect ICE and other United States government personnel and to protect federal property at locations where protests against these functions are occurring or are likely to occur based on current threat assessments and planned operations. And he directed Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth to call up at least 2,000 troops for a minimum of 60 days. Okay, there is a whole lot to unpack here. Section 12406 allows the president to federalize the National Guard in certain limited circumstances. That is, he can turn state militias into soldiers under the command of the federal government, not under command of the states. The first of those circumstances is when we are under foreign invasion, which we clearly are not. Although Trump says the city of Los Angeles is under migrant invasion and a whole bunch of his supporters are pointing to the presence of Mexican flags at the protest like it's evidence of something illegal.
They were literally out there protesting, carrying a foreign flag. That is absolutely insane. I mean, they're not just peaceful protests.
I can't believe I'm just going to do a bounce with him. I cannot comprehend how big of a pussy someone could be to look at people waving Mexico flags, like Chicanos in the streets of Los fucking Angeles, waving Mexico flags and going, this is an invasion. It's like, dude, what the fuck? I mean, I don't think they believe this. Like, that's the thing. Are there people who believe this? Yes. There are people that are that stupid. But not a single person that went to college, which is every single one of these fucking Republican senators and every single one of these Republican politicians and Donald Trump, none of them really believe that waving the Mexico flag implies invasion. And that in and of itself is already so fucking stupid because they're like, that is beyond, like, they're not even complaining about like the burning Waymos. They've already moved the needle. They've already moved the goalpost of like what is a permissible form of protest versus not, to if you are of Mexican heritage, of Mexican background, as an American citizen, if you wave the fucking Mexico flag, that is a threat. That is a danger. You are actually invading the country. That's psychotic.
These are illegals. These are exactly why the president is trying to secure our border.
It is not illegal to fly a flag, not even a rebel flag. And lots of people in America fly flags celebrating their heritage. It's not like we freak out every March because we think we're being invaded by Ireland. Pointing to Mexican Americans waving Mexican flags like it's some kind of crime it's just racist. I'm sorry. That's all it is. The second circumstance where state militias can be federalized is in the case of rebellion, which Trump has already defined downward to anyone disobeying the law. But is there an actual rebellion here against the government? I mean, clearly not. The third circumstance is when the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States, which is obviously not the case. ICE arrested more than 100 immigrants over the weekend, and a whopping 6 of them were actually criminals, not just seamstresses and roofers and gardeners trying to earn a living and take care of their families. But okay, let's look at the last part of this statute. It says Orders for these purposes shall be issued through the governors of the states, which certainly did not happen. California Governor Gavin Newsom did not approve this call-up of the state's National Guard. So we're batting 1,000 here. But let's go back to that declaration, because protests are First Amendment protected activity, and Trump is assembling thousands of troops to protect federal property at locations where protests against these functions are occurring or are likely to occur. So we could be looking at troops stationed anywhere in the country based on the Secretary of Defense's suspicion that there might be protests there. Not violence or rioting or obstruction, just protests, and for an unlimited length of time. After he signed the proclamation, President Trump immediately congratulated himself for restoring order to Los Angeles, despite the fact that no National Guardsmen were even on the ground yet. Pete Hegseth called the garment workers and landscapers ICE had rounded up a dangerous invasion facilitated by criminal cartels, aka foreign terrorist organizations, and a huge national security risk. And he threatened to put active duty Marines on the streets of LA, a suggestion Governor Newsom called deranged. But since then, Hegseth made good on that threat, mobilizing 700 Marines for deployment in Los Angeles. What he's going to do with those Marines is another matter. Newsom tweeted out photos of the California Guardsmen Trump summoned to Los Angeles sleeping on the floor since the government has made no provision to feed or house them, in contrast to the ICE agents who have been...
It's so wild watching the federal government go through the fucking goalpost changes that I experience in my chat on a day-to-day basis from the dumbest gray names of all time. Like, they very quickly went from undocumented migrants are all rapist criminal monsters that we must physically remove them from U.S. soil to, well, you know, this garment manufacturer and this like the three people graduating from high school literally have to be deported instantly. And that's good because, well, they violated the law. They violated the law by coming into the country illegally. And it's like that's the type of shit that I had to work through to get dumb fuck defenders of Trump in my chat to admit to. Like, they would be like, well, they're all criminals. Like, we have to deal with criminals. And then I would tell them they're not criminals and that the overwhelming majority have no crimes whatsoever beyond like a crossing of a boundary, which is, again, basically a little bit more than a jaywalking crime, right? It's like a fucking moving violation, right? It's a misdemeanor. The idea that if you're super rich, deportations don't affect you. Wait, what? Yeah, if you're super rich, a lot of things don't affect you, but you should still care about your community. You should still care about the safety and security of other humans. Depending on the severity of the crime, a moving violation could be more severe than a fucking border crossing. Think about that. It should not be met with this level of violent retaliation from the state. Yeah, overstaying your visa is a civil offense, not a criminal one too. So basically, they quickly dropped all notion that they were actually actively going after criminals, and this is actually an Immigration Enforcement Act born out of the immediate need to deal with the crimes to actually, we just want to fucking deport every Mexican, which was always the truth anyway, which was always the fucking truth. And here we are.
Put up at local hotels where they were apparently interrogating the housekeepers making up their rooms and the kitchen staff demanding ID and proof of citizenship. But with the protests being almost universally peaceful, there's very little for the National Guard to do. As David Dian of the American Prospect wrote, the protests are largely clergy members and local politicians occupying public space with crowds chanting slogans and singing "We Shall Overcome." The phalanxes of police and soldiers sent to keep the peace are more or less superfluous, which is good because there's not a lot those soldiers can legally do. Under the Posse Comitatus Act, it's illegal to use the military to execute the laws. That means the government can't use the military to enforce immigration laws or police civilians unless... Over the weekend, California politicians urged protesters to stay peaceful. Gavin Newsom tweeted, "The federal government is taking over the California National Guard and deploying 2,000 soldiers in Los Angeles, not because there is a shortage of law enforcement, but because they want a spectacle. Do not give them one. Never use violence. Speak out peacefully." Senator Adam Schiff warned that there is nothing President Trump would like more than a violent confrontation with protesters to justify the unjustifiable, invocation of the Insurrection Act or some form of martial law. The fear here is that Trump will use minor incidents of violence as a pretext to pull the fire alarm and declare an emergency. And remember, he's claiming emergency authorization to seize Congress's tariff authority and deport migrants without due process, so probably a safe bet. Here, the emergency would be an insurrection, empowering Trump to call into federal service such of the militia of any state and use such of the armed forces as he considers necessary to enforce those laws or to suppress the rebellion. That's the Insurrection Act, which is an exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. The Insurrection Act would allow the president to call in the military and use soldiers to conduct immigration raids. So if Section 12406 allows the National Guard to protect ICE, the Insurrection Act allows the troops to become ICE. That would effectively militarize law enforcement and allow the president to occupy an American city, which is why California's leaders were so freaked out. And there are strong signals that the military is preparing to act in a law enforcement capacity. Fox News is airing footage.
Being in the U.S. illegally is a civil matter and is not a broken law like crossing the border illegally, which is a misdemeanor. Returning after a deportation is a felony. You would have to prove they crossed the border illegally. Yeah. So many people overstay their visas or even cross the border and apply for an asylum seeker status, which is legal, by the way. Like, you have the authorization. You're not a legal permanent resident, but you have the authorization to be in the country. But even then, there are so many people who just like visa overstay, don't do any fucking crimes, become members of the community, get married, and are basically left in legal limbo in terms of like getting citizenship. And it's incredibly frustrating to make it seem as though these guys are like undesirable criminals when they give so much in return for so little, under so much legal scrutiny. I hate it. I hate it. It's completely unacceptable. The way we treat migrants in this country is disgusting. Here's the reality. There is already a level of exploitation that exists automatically when you bring in people from other countries that have lower living standards or a currency exchange that greatly benefits the United States of America. Okay? Even if these guys were coming in legally as legal migrants, they would still play a role in depressing wages. Okay? Depressing wages for the documented labor force. Except in America, our unlimited greed is so severe, so perverse, that not only do we do that, but then also on top of that, we have an endless sea of undocumented migrants that we refuse to offer documentation to have a permanent, exploitable labor underclass. It is crazy. It's actually insane. It's pure greed. Like, in terms of legal migration patterns into the UK, a lot of people in England were frustrated with Polish migrant workers, like not even migrant workers at the time, but like under the EU, a lot of Polish people were coming into the UK and they were offering a cheap alternative, like a more affordable alternative to labor, as opposed to the, Britain-born, right? And of course, the government, instead of saying, we're going to do price parity to ensure that everyone actually gets the same prices, they didn't do anything about it. And the right-wing reactionary forces took advantage of that anger and really pushed that button which then led to Brexit, famously. That is a form of exploitation that should be addressed by the federal government. But in America, even that form of exploitation is not enough, that we have undocumented migrants that we refuse to offer proper authorization to. We keep them in legal limbo. Deliberately. We keep them in legal immigration limbo deliberately so that they are even more exploitable than the migrant workers that come in and have the proper authorization that would still be exploitable as a direct consequence of their living standards back home in comparison to their living standards in America, and also the currency exchange that favors migrant workers getting and the higher pay that you get here in the United States of America that you can send back home allows even documented migrant laborers, or allows companies to take advantage of even documented migrant laborers, which then has a capacity to lower or depress wages overall across the board. The only solution to this is unions. The only solution to this is federal regulation to ensure that there is payment parity in the same way that I advocated for with H-1B visas. But right-wing reactionary forces that actually don't care about the economic considerations all that much, but simply have an ideological position that they feel is disruptive to the moral fabric of a white Western nation, white nationalists and white supremacists is who I'm talking about. They use this argument as a further justification to draw anger towards migrants. But now that we have the Trump administration back in charge, it's moved beyond that, where they're openly ran on claiming that temporary protected status recipients, Haitian migrants, that had the proper work clearance and the proper authorization to be on U.S. soil, work clearances that they got from Trump as well when he was the president last time, same with the Venezuelans, were immediately considered illegal aliens, occupying the country, invading the country. They were lied about. If you're Venezuelan, you're Trendaragua. If you're Haitian, you're eating cats and dogs. And then they won. Then the group that did that won. Partially they won because the Democrats did not mount a significant response against these Republicans and their fucking ridiculous statements, these ridiculously racist statements. It's crazy.
Of the Marines training to arrest and subdue civilians.
The reality is here, we got hooligans running around and they are causing undue harm to police, and the police need to be backed up.
Hooligans? We're calling out the National Guard for hooligans now? First of all, the LAPD is clearly not overwhelmed and was able to disperse the crowd.
Yeah, the LAPD is already a military force in and of itself. There's a reason why people can't even figure out which units are being deployed against who. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, is that the National Guard? Nope, that's just the LA Sheriff's Department. They have the same fucking gear, basically.
Without much difficulty. In fact, LAPD Chief Jim McConnell put out a statement making it very clear that dumping Marines in the middle of the city is very much not wanted. He said, the Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to do so professionally and effectively. Second, the president is only supposed to be federalizing state militias in cases of a total breakdown of the rule of law, which just isn't happening here, and it's a gross violation of state sovereignty to take away its authority to police its own citizens, which is something DHS Secretary Kristi Noem understood last year when Joe Biden was in the White House. But that was then, and this is now. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, Noem is asking the Pentagon to authorize troops to detain, that is, arrest people.
Mutual aid partners, anarchists are never beating the allegations. I'm sorry. This is the one time where there is no anti-anarchist sentiment allowed. Okay? They can be as crusty as they want. They can be as showerless as they want. No anti-anarchist sentiment allowed in this fucking chat. Okay? I'm putting a curfew on shitting on anarchists, saying that they don't know how to read, saying that if they knew how to read, they would no longer be anarchists, saying that they smell bad, saying that they're crusty, saying that the only friends that they have are cats. All of those things that many of you are saying, not me, you are saying that, okay? Right now, you are not allowed to say those things because this is the anarchist time to shine, if we're being real. They are so well organized, surprisingly enough, with mutual aid and with appropriate tactics that it's impossible to shit on anarchists in times like this, okay? This is part of the reason why I always say, like, this is the moment where it matters, and anarchists are always in the fucking front line in moments that matter. No, I did not get the press pass. I don't think the LASD is going to give me a fucking press pass, and I don't even think I need it anyway.
Which is a core law enforcement activity. So either she's asking the Defense Department to violate the Posse Comitatus Act, or she's preparing to be on a different legal footing. Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, is openly calling it an insurrection, and so is Trump. But California is a big state, and it's got the resources to fight. First, Governor Newsom called Homan's thuggish bluff.
Has been here 10 years. The fear, the horror, the hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me, let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community, I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up, they need to stop, and we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting.
Thanks, Gavin. Then he filed a lawsuit in the Northern District of California. That case, appropriately captioned Newsom v. Trump.
Yeah, he lost aura after being muted for 5 minutes. I hate that these kinds of stunts paired up with pretty privilege unironically work in favor of Gavin Newsom. He is a despicable monster of epic proportion. And everything he said right there about Donald Trump, like, or everything he said about how much he cares about his community or whatever is an abject lie. And people that live in California know it is a fucking lie. We just simply have no other option other than like Adolf Hitler's reanimated corpse that runs against Gavin Newsom. So I hate that like liberals are getting on board on the Gav train. Ugh. They're getting on board with Gav train. Choo choo. Get on the Gav train. I don't like it. Also, Trump said in theory Gavin Newsom should be charged, which is so lame. Just fucking charge him. Just arrest him, dude. I mean, actually don't, because then you're going to make him a national hero. Fuck.
Gavin Newsom? Well, he's not doing a good job. You know, arrest, what does that mean? He's not doing a good job.
Charge him?
Well, in theory, you could, I guess. You know, it's almost like a dissipation of duty. Nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Are you going to arrest Gavin Newsom?
Well, he's not doing a good job.
Yeah, no, he's being a he's being a pussy. Saw someone say that Gavin is like Godzilla and hate him for how he destroyed the city, but then Mothra shows up and that is so perfect. I don't even feel comfortable giving him any positive affirmation. God, I hate him so much. I hate Gavin. I mean, obviously I hate Trump a lot more than Gavin, but fuck, he is so ass. He is so ass, and I am truly fucking terrified of what it would look like if he was leading the charge. Oh my God, America would be firmly committed to homosexual fascism as opposed to homophobic fascism. Gavin Newsom would be arming the suburbs with AR-15s like Itamar Ben-Gvir to assassinate homeless people, okay? He would be like, all right, we're implementing a national purge day. where you can go out and violently kill any homeless person that you see. Actually, National Purge Day was so successful, we've decided to make it once a month. Like, I'm not... Why is Newsom bad? I don't know anything about him. Gavin Newsom is a repulsive monster when it comes to combating the housing crisis in his fucking state, against the wishes of the majority of his voters, by the way. And also simultaneously, the homelessness crisis that is born out of that is also something that he refuses to deal with in the appropriate ways. Yeah, here. Newsom wants cities to force homeless Californians to move camp every 3 days. That's him personally engaging in a fucking sweep. Anyway, a lot of people also, it's weird because on the one side, he's ass on this, but low key, he does a couple things that are actually in favor of criminal justice reform. So on that issue, he's actually not the worst, even though California is a horrible punitive penal colony, basically, has one of the worst fucking state prison structures in the country. Having said that, he has taken the initiative of like reducing the number of prisoners, right? Like, and he gets shit on a lot for some of the good things that he does. But or, you know, protecting abortion, things like that. And up until this last election cycle, even, you know, protecting gay stuff, like queer stuff. Unfortunately, he is the worst at an issue that matters the most, which is, well, he is Mr. Veto Pen, first of all. Okay. You know how people talk about auto pen with Joe Biden? He has the iron fist pen, okay? He fists every fucking good bill that comes his way through the goddamn state legislature. He will literally deny he will deny any initiative implemented in his state against for-profit healthcare. Same when it comes to any sort of initiative to combat homelessness, other than like this violent response. It's terrible. Did it F again? What the fuck? I didn't see it. Are you upset because of how he handled the rail? I mean, the rail situation is yet another obvious example of the annoying neoliberal predisposition of deep blue enclave states, okay? California and New York basically are the Fedayeen. Like, the Democratic Party of these two states is basically like the fucking Mujahideen of neoliberalism. They are the Fedayeen of neoliberalism. They are the Salafists who fucking learn neoliberalism in the madrasas from an early age and will literally strap themselves with improvised explosive devices and blow themselves up in honor of defending neoliberalism. Okay? It is fucking alarming. The private-public partnership in the state of California basically is the most domineering force that renders every government initiative that was democratically voted on to useless. Entirely useless. Yeah, caliphate, exactly. Like, the high-speed rail initiative is a glaringly obvious example of this. Basically, you know, the abundance bros will say, oh, it's the groups that are stopping it. It's like, no, it is the lack of interest from our government, California state government, in fully finishing this goddamn project. They just don't want to do it. They don't want to do it, so they let developers, private contractors do whatever the fuck they want and hold their hands and just demand more payments in return for doing nothing. But the biggest issue is homelessness, born out of the housing market crisis. Liberals, I'm a white nationalist, but I don't exactly revere Robert E. Lee. You, on the other hand, are seemingly a civic nationalist, but revere him. I don't get it. Slavery is morally abhorrent. I would never want black people. I want black people out of my country, but would never enslave them. Amazing. Oregon. This is just the average Oregonian, dude. This is how Oregon, the state, was designed, for the record. Like that principle of, I don't want slavery only because that would require me to be around black people is unironically why the state of Oregon was designed.
Alleges that Section 1.
Chatters who say, wow, that's really fucked up, don't know the history of their own state, okay? That is quite literally how Oregon was designed. It was illegal to have slaves because it meant being around black people.
12406 requires the president to go through the governor, not just unilaterally summon the National Guard. And so federalizing the California National Guard without consent of the governor is ultra vires, which is law talk for outside the law and legally null and void. The suit says that at no point in the past 3 days has there been a rebellion or an insurrection, nor have these protests risen to the level of protests or riots that Los Angeles and other major cities have seen at points in the past, including in recent years. He contrasted it with the Rodney King riots, which involved thousands of people across Los Angeles County, resulting in multiple shootouts, over 60 deaths, thousands of people injured, and more than 12,000 arrests. The implication being that that was an appropriate invocation of the Guard, and this is very clearly not. Newsom pointed out that federal officials did not provide the Los Angeles Sheriff Department or the LAPD with any notice as to the planned operations or otherwise attempt to coordinate activities to protect the safety of the public, which is why they had to call out for chips to rescue them when they went looking for trouble and found it.
Someone could get hurt!
I'm kidding. It wasn't Dax Shepard riding to the rescue. It was these guys. But when ICE called, the LAPD did show up and protect ICE as requested. Newsom says that if ICE hadn't been deliberately provocative and freaked people out, then things wouldn't have gotten out of hand. He said agents engaged in military-style operations sparked panic in the community. In some instances, ICE agents were reportedly observed sealing off entire streets around targeted buildings and using unmarked armored vehicles equipped with paramilitary gear. He says that the LAPD and Sheriff Department have substantial training and experience responding to protests and large-scale riots and have been responding promptly, professionally, and effectively to the events unfolding in the city and county. Translation: there is no rioting or rebellion or insurrection, and unlike ICE, local law enforcement is trained to diffuse rather than inflame the situation. The complaint cites the ambiguous wording of President Trump's declaration, which suggests potential misuse of the federalized National Guard, since it's unclear what actions Secretary Hegseth will deem as reasonably necessary to ensure the protection and safety of federal personnel and property. It says that the Trump administration has made it clear that it intends to use National Guard members to effectuate interior civil immigration enforcement, and warns that violation of the Posse Comitatus Act is imminent, if not already underway, which is a big accusation. Or it would be if Trump weren't constantly going on television to talk about all the things he wants to do with those troops. Really? You need soldiers for this? In addition to filing the complaint over the weekend, on Tuesday morning, the state of California moved for an immediate temporary restraining order. The state argued that unless the court stepped in to stop the Trump administration, those federalized National Guardsmen would be used to perform ICE functions in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. As State Attorney General Rob Bonta put it, the president and Secretary Hegseth have made clear, publicly and privately, that the Marines are not in Los Angeles to stand outside a federal building. Specifically, the state got word that those federalized troops would be holding a secure perimeter in communities around areas where immigration enforcement activities would take place and securing routes over public streets where immigration enforcement officers would travel. And that sounds a lot like crossing the line between supposedly defending ICE agents from protesters and actively aiding ICE in conducting raids, which would definitely violate the Posse Comitatus Act. And Hegseth more or less confirmed it, saying that 700 active duty U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to Los Angeles to restore order. He also added a gratuitous dig at Newsom, claiming that we have an obligation to defend federal law enforcement officers, even if Gavin Newsom will not, which is kind of nuts, considering the LAPD turned out in force to scare off those hooligans throwing water bottles at the poor defenseless ICE agents. While AG Bonta may be right about what's about to happen,
even the way, wow. Poor defenseless, throwing water bottles at the poor defenseless ICE agents, like being said sarcastically by, again, a liberal lawyer is cool to see. Unless I'm like misreading it, but I feel like she's being sarcastic about it, where she's like being sassy about how silly it is to fucking cry and complain about ICE agents that have like gear having water bottles thrown at them.
Getting what's called anticipatory relief is a heavy lift. Typically, a temporary restraining order is used to preserve the status quo. Courts almost never issue a TRO to prevent conduct that might or might not happen. But that's not the end of the story. Just because the state might not get the immediate injunction does not mean they won't get one when and if the National Guard is used in a way that violates Posse Comitatus. And California has some very good legal arguments about the illegality of invoking Section 12406 and federalizing the Guard over the governor's objections. I mean, even if Trump can persuade a court that a rebellion is whatever he says it is, the plain language of Section 12406 requires that any federalization orders shall be issued through the governors of the states, and this one was not. And if Trump's federalization order was unlawful, that means the federal government has stolen resources that properly belong to the state of California. And we are heading into wildfire season when the state often needs to deploy the National Guard to actually help its citizens, which it won't be able to do if Pete Hegseth is dragging the National Guard around the country to form a human shield around ICE agents every time they think there might be a protest. The 10th Amendment says that the powers not delegated to the United States.
Yeah, promoting violence is awesome. So mad. Wait, what? Did you misunderstand what I was saying? Do you think I'm promoting what ICE is doing? I'm not. I think violence is abhorrent. Like, I think that unaccountable, unelected, militarized high school graduates that are fucking running amok in our beautiful city streets, kidnapping people simply so they can reach their fucking quotas is a horrifying act of violence. I don't think it's appropriate at all. Do you? It's despicable. I think it's gross.
By the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. That's federalism. And it means that the federal government cannot commandeer state resources to carry out federal policy.
They have quotas? Yes, they do. Ironically enough, in the most like liberal fashion, when Wall Street Journal actually released information about this back and forth that was going on with Steve Miller and department heads in ICE, Department of Homeland Security, they didn't say that Stephen Miller had, like, they implied that he actually said that there was a quota. And then Stephen Miller went on television and said, there is a quota. We want 3,000 people kidnapped a day. It was wild because, like, the Wall Street Journal was like, oh, well, you know, some anonymous figures that were in the meeting told us anonymously that, like, Stephen Miller greatly wanted to increase the number of deportations. He went on television a couple hours after that was released and said, we want 3,000 people deported a day. Obviously, that's not going to happen, and it's impossible. You would need, I guess, what, like 300, 400,000 ICE agents? You would need 300,000 ICE agents to be able to do, you know, one kidnapping every 2 minutes. More than that. Hasanabi is a troublemaker. Oh my God, this dude is literally 75 years old.
Here, it sure seems like the federal government is taking California's resource, i.e. its National Guard troops.
That would take 60,000 agents? No, I think it would be more. I think it'd be closer to 600,000 agents. Do you know how many people it takes to fucking deport one person? Have you not? I mean, the New York Times Daily actually did a pretty decent piece on this earlier today. It came out earlier today. I was listening to it before the stream. And to get one guy, in a lot of circumstances, you need like multiple units. You need multiple cars. They're fucking parked outside, waiting for the point of apprehension. There's like 10 to 15 people for one fucking guy. And it's not even a guarantee that they're going to be able to, it's not even a guarantee that they're going to be able to apprehend the guy to begin with. It's a unimaginably stupid use of resources.
In violation of the Constitution. So it's all kicking off, and Trump seems pretty committed to the bit. Here he is at Fort Bragg taking credit for stopping a mob from burning down LA the way he single-handedly put out the wildfires by turning on the magical non-existent spigot of water. None of that happened. And yet, Trump seems dead.
Yeah, by the way, this is from military.com. Remember, chatters were asking me, like, where did you get the information that, like, Trump actually pre-screened the troops that were behind him? Military.com.
Set on pushing his version of LA as a violent hellscape where the LAPD is cowering in fear of hooligans, and the only thing that can save them is the U.S. military. Whose version of reality will win out? Will it be the Trump administration's dark vision of a city under siege, or the peaceful protesters sitting in the street singing Kumbaya? These are dark and dangerous times, and the summer is just beginning. Now, it's super interesting to see how the media is covering this. Over the weekend, over 380 sources.
Okay, the rest of it is ground news. Yeah, Middle Eastern news. Tensions are rising in Iran. As Donald Trump is trying to deploy the military in the United States of America, there is also some troublesome signs that he might be deploying the rest of the military to Iran. Earlier this morning, some new information came out that is very alarming. The Washington Post reports that U.S. intelligence officials have grown increasingly concerned that Israel may choose to strike Iran's nuclear facilities without the consent of the United States. They usually reveal this stuff right before they usually reveal this stuff ahead of time so that Israel can't actually do it. They'll even leak like detailed plans or whatever to thwart Israel's attempts, or basically come out and say like, nope, we don't want you to do this. And then Israel actually stops itself from doing it. Right. But I think the American government issued an order to withdraw diplomats and family members of military personnel in the region. U.S. is withdrawing diplomats from Iraq and personnel from other sites in the region amid rising tensions with Iran. Okay, did you see the TikTok of you being objectified at the protests? Yes, I did. It's very funny. Hasan Pike me. I did. Anyway, let's get back to the serious stuff, okay? Significant developments tonight in the Middle East as the United States prepares for a partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. The State Department has also authorized non-essential personnel and dependents to voluntarily leave Bahrain and Kuwait. Important to note that these are precautionary moves during an already tense time in the region. Check and verify all the information you see circulating online in the days ahead. And also, the reason for why this is happening is because there's an ongoing back and forth. With the Iran denuclearization agreement. But it seems like Israel keeps thwarting those attempts, both openly and also privately. And America maybe doesn't really have, or even the Trump administration doesn't really have any ambitions of allowing Iran to enrich uranium at the civilian level and allow them to have a nuclear grid. I think people see Axios headlines about negotiation breakthroughs and they don't understand what exactly America's proposing. Iran is being asked to give up its uranium enrichment, even its ability to conduct nuclear research, literally for nothing, not even sanctions relief. Okay? Like, that is the maximalist goal that America has. Understandably, Iran is going to say no to that. Why the fuck would they say yes to that? The best possible outcome here is basically reinforcing the Obama era Iran denuclearization agreement, which Israel despises. And seemingly the Trump administration has no ambition to push for this. And here is Iranian response, by the way. Iran defense minister said this morning that if nuclear talks fail and conflict breaks out, Iran will strike American bases in the region without consideration for who the host country is or not, and will ensure the Americans suffer more casualties. Wait, hold on. I'm going to start it from the start. Okay. He says, I want to say this on behalf of the Iranian nation and on behalf of the armed forces. I don't know why I increased the volume. God willing, things won't go that far, and the talks will come to fruition. If they don't, and a conflict is imposed on us, then certainly the other side will suffer more casualties than us. In that case, America must leave the region because all its bases are within our reach. We can reach them, and we will target all of them in their host countries without any consideration. Now, this instability in the talks is a unique opportunity for Israel to basically strike while the iron is hot. As you know, they are a belligerent force in the region that are insane, that want to open up the last front of war, the ultimate front of war, a war against Iran, the only massive power, the only regional power that actually threatens Israel's ethnic cleansing and domination in the region by way of offering logistics, supplies, training to all of the militancy against Israel, including but not limited to Hamas, and also obviously Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the IRGC troops that are stationed or used to be stationed in Iraq and used to be stationed in Syria. And also, of course, how could we forget the Ansar Allah militancy, the Ansar Allah movement coming out of Yemen. It is the only country in the region that is not openly cooperative and willing to play ball with Israel's violence, with American intervention. Now, for that reason, Israel has always seen Iran as the golden calf that must be taken out. Hasan, stop, bro. The Iranian regime is a joke. This is not about the Iranian regime or its domestic affairs at all. That's not what I'm talking about currently. I'm simply talking about state power at this point. It has nothing to do with the domestic affairs of Iran. This is not about the regime. Iran could be the most secular socialist nation on the planet. My assessment would be the same, but I suspect your assessment would also be the same, regardless of their politics. It could be the most woke nation on the planet, and you probably would still have the same assessment, because this is not the criticisms against Iran's domestic affairs or the fucking backwards, super fundamentalist attitudes that its administration has is utterly irrelevant in this calculation. Okay? It's simply a way for people to say, oh, it seems like you care about Iran. You love Iran because you love fucking, I don't know, fundamentalist attitudes. You're an Islamist. Anyway, Israel wants to strike Iran, knowing full well that Iran will, of course, retaliate in kind. Iran is the only regional power that has the ambition and the military prowess to be able to respond to Israel in violent retaliation. Okay? They have demonstrated as such earlier this past year, if you recall. They've been able to penetrate all of the Arrow and what is it, like David Slingshot or whatever, like all the different missile systems that Israel has, and even U.S. Central Command cooperating with all the allied forces in the region to thwart Iranian missiles and intercept them and stop them from penetrating the Iron Dome and the Israeli security umbrella. They failed. They hit Tel Aviv. That was a major fucking blow to the collective. It was a major blow to Israel, thinking that they can continue conducting their affairs in the ways that they are without any sort of retaliation whatsoever. Having said that, Israel, I think, wants to, knowing full well that Iran will retaliate, I think Israel wants to strike Iran and have the American government come to bail them out. This is the final ambition of Israel. Okay? Here's Donald Trump talking about how little confidence he has in making a deal with Iran.
So, Camp David, you were just there, and you with the generals and the admirals and Marco Rubio. What were you talking about?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, but it was a pleasure. Without discussing anything, look, we had a meeting, a very important meeting, and really talked about many subjects.
Iran, Ukraine,
one of
Russia.
them were, all of that. It's all big topics, especially when you have generals and admirals.
Do you think you're going to be able to stop Iran from enriching its nuclear?
I don't know. I did think so, and I'm getting more and more less confident about it. They seem to be delaying, and I think that's a shame. But I'm less confident now than I would have been a couple of months ago. Something happened to them, but I am much less confident of a deal being made. I would have said,
what could it be? Chat, what could it be? First of all, these guys are diplomats who are self-interested in survival, okay? I wonder what could have caused Iran to be less confident in American assurances. The very fact that they're even entertaining a back and forth conversation with Donald Trump, who very famously fucked over Iran, even though Iran was literally following the Barack Obama denuclearization agreement after Donald Trump ripped it apart, and even after he actually fucking implemented sanctions, regardless of the fact that they still kept continuing to abide by the standards set. I wonder how Iran would be suspicious. Perhaps it might have something to do with the fact that you brought Steve Witkoff into the fucking region, talked to Hamas directly, and then lied to Hamas directly, okay, about offering assurances that aid would flow through into the Gaza Strip as long as Hamas released Idan Alexander, the American-Israeli dual citizen who was a military captive. He was a prisoner of war. And then what happened? Because the talks were being had in the background, while that was the Iranian denuclearization agreement was being flushed out while the Trump administration stupidly fucked over Hamas. I wonder if that played a role in making Iran feel as though you are not on board with honoring any sort of agreement, but instead you're just simply looking for any opportunity you can to potentially send in troops to the region and defend Israel. That could be one of the reasons
that a deal would be made.
Something happened to
By the way, that is spectacularly stupid statecraft right there. Okay? What they did to Hamas, where Hamas was so desperate, where they were like, all right, we'll trust the Americans. They're talking to us directly. They're cutting Israel out of the equation. Everybody in the region knows Israel is the spoiler in this negotiation. And maybe because of the way that Israel is perceived globally, like Americans will finally do the right thing and get Israel to fucking back away, step down. Maybe America will finally stop its genocide, because this is not just Israel's genocide, this is America's genocide as well. But maybe America, being one step removed from the ethnic cleansing campaign, will perhaps be a little bit more restrained. Turns out, no, the fuck they aren't interested in that at all. They're still willing to sick Israel as America's attack dog on everyone in the fucking region. So of course, the Iranian envoys would be a little bit more restrained from coming to the table and abiding by whatever deal that they're trying to present, especially when the deal that they're trying to present is a maximalist one.
them? Like,
no, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I
like
really,
China
I
talked them
have
out of it?
instincts about things.
You think China talked them out of it?
No, I don't think China has anything to do with it. I just think maybe they don't want to make a deal. What can I say? And maybe they do.
So what does that mean?
There's nothing final.
What happens then?
Well, if they don't make a deal, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Right.
If they do make a deal, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon too, but they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. So it's not going to matter from that standpoint. But it would be nicer to do it without warfare, without people dying.
Yeah.
It's so much nicer to do it. But I don't think I see the same level of enthusiasm for them to make a deal. I think they're making it.
I don't think Israel carries U.S. intentions. I think it's the other way around. What is this? An Iranian source told Al Mayadeen any Israeli military action against Iranian nuclear facilities will be met with an unprecedented response from Tehran. PSYOPs on steroids? What is this? This is not a do it then explain scenario where Israel carries out a surprise attack on Iran despite U.S. refusal and forces the U.S. to come into its protection. It's the U.S. who is delegating Israel to attack Iran on his behalf, sponsor surrogate. Yeah, I think so too. Former U.S. official tells me this is what we would do if we or Israel were about to go kinetic. In recent months, U.S. intelligence officials have grown increasingly concerned that Israel might choose to strike Iran's nuclear facilities without the U.S., without the consent of the United States. U.S. shrinks presence in the Middle East amid fears of Israeli strike on Iran. Israel needs U.S. tankers to actually reach Iran. Israel also needs the U.S. to defend Israel when Iran retaliates to Israel. Do you think Iran's got Israel's nuclear documents, or is Iran playing it up, bluffing? Buy Saudi oil tanks. I mean, Saudi oil is cooked in the process. That I think is a much that I think is a response that universalizes the pain. And I suspect that Iran is holding out on that, lighting all of the oil refineries on fire for a special occasion. What will the Trump supporters say? Why is this dipshit always in fucking... Why is this fucking asshole always having fun when like shit's popping off? He was at the UFC when like he was like, I'm sending the National Guard. Now he's at the fucking Kennedy Center in a tuxedo while the world might actually collapse in and of itself.
Say it again.
Yes, a question from Newsmax. Could you provide an update on Iran? We're hearing reports that U.S. personnel are being moved out of the region within striking distance.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are being. We've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to allow that.
What?
Question on the musical. Have you seen the musical before, and do you identify more with Jean Valjean or Javert?
Oh, that's a tough one. That last part of that question, that's tough, I think. You better answer that one, honey.
Is it too loud? I can't tell. What is happening? Is it actually loud? Because on my end, it doesn't seem like it's loud.
I don't know.
It's quiet.
I've seen it. We've seen it a number of times. It's fantastic. I thought it was just about our first choice. That's what we got. And we have others coming. Other great ones are coming.
Phantom of the Opera.
I would, but I don't think we're going to have that necessity. We made a great deal with China. We're very happy with it. We have everything we need, and we're going to do very well with it, and hopefully they are too. That was a very big one. As you know, we did with the UK, and I tell you what, we're rocking in terms of deals. Now, at a certain point, we're just going to send letters out And I think you understand that, saying this is the deal. You can take it or you can leave it. You don't have to use it. You don't have to shop in the United States, as I say. So at a certain point, we'll do that. We're not quite ready. We're dealing with quite a few countries, and they all want to make a deal with us, every one of them.
Who's next? Who are you expecting to get a deal with next?
Well, we're dealing with Japan. We're dealing with South Korea. We're dealing with a lot of them. We're dealing with about 15 countries, but as you know, we have about 150 plus, and you can't do that. So we're going to be sending letters out in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, to countries, telling them what the deal is.
The chatter that asks, do you think he pleases her in bed, is insane.
Right now, you were unhappy with them about 10 days ago.
Well, I'll let you know in about a week. They do want to negotiate, I will say that. Thank you.
Mr. President, we're making theater great again.
We are, Brian, and I'm glad you're here.
Glad to be here. What does it mean to be here tonight? Now this is under your administration, you're bringing class back, the golden era of theater.
We have a golden era here in the country. You see the trade numbers came in today, they're fantastic. The deficit was cut in half over a period of 2 months. We cut what they tried to destroy our country. They were destroying our country, and you saw how good the numbers were. We took in $88 billion in tariffs in 2.5 months, and that we didn't even start yet. No, we're bringing the country back fast, and I'm very proud to have helped Los Angeles survive. Los Angeles right now, if we didn't do what we did, would be burning to the ground. And that's not over yet. You know, these are radical left lunatics that you're dealing with. And they're tough, they're smart, they're probably paid, many of them, as you know. They're professionals. When you see them chopping up concrete, because the bricks got captured, they're chopping up concrete, and they're using that as a weapon. That's pretty bad, and thank you very much for your question.
You're a New Yorker, you've been to a million theaters. Do you remember your first theater production?
What are these questions, man? We're going to war with Iran. Why is everyone in the media not asking, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? You deployed the troops in Los Angeles. You're trying to fucking spark chaos domestically while there's potentially an international incident that is 5 seconds to midnight, and you're over here asking him questions about like, oh, Mr. President, who gave you this suit? It looks so good. Tonight, upon leaving the White House, when asked by the press why the dependents of U.S. military personnel are being authorized to leave the Middle East, Mr. President says, you'll have to see, thank you. What? You'll have to see, thank you. We're actually leaving the Middle East. We're leaving it. We're no longer defending Israel. That's right. Many of you said to me, Mr. President, you are not a real MAGA communist. I told them I'm Maoist Don. I'm JD Pandan. We're pulling out of the Middle East. We're pulling out. No more defense of Israel. Enough is enough. You'll have to see. Bye-bye. The real surprise is I talked to the Ayatollah. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Very funny hat. Very cool guy. I'm pulling out just like Elon should have pulled out 13 times, but he didn't because he's crazy. He's got so many kids. Elon, I'm pulling out of the region. Bye-bye, Israel. They said, I will restore the 12 imams, and the new caliphate will be Shia. The future of Islam is Shia. That's right. I'm doing an executive order to celebrate Nowruz. That's right. They call it Nowruz. It's the new year. Many of you thought I got money from the Gulf states, so I wanted to do Sunni Islam. I only want Shia Islam. It's jihad summer, as Laura Loomer said. Isn't she a foxy woman? Oh, Melania's right next to me. but she is a foxy. Melania also agrees. Laura Loomer said it's the summer of jihad. Salman Rushdie. He's in the back of my car. He's in the trunk. He's kidnapped. We took him. We're giving him directly to the Ayatollah. That's right. Salman Rushdie, bye-bye. No more books. We're sending him. And I am issuing a fatwa myself on Salman Rushdie. God, I enjoy it so much. I enjoy Iranian Trump. Shia supremacist Trump. Yeah. Senior advisor to the Iran Supreme National Council claims Iran has obtained a trove of Israeli intelligence documents. A trusted media advisor to Iran's top security body has posted details of what Iran alleges to be a massive Israeli intelligence breach, including nuclear secrets, internal Mossad files, and blackmail material allegedly used by Netanyahu's office. The claims have yet to be verified and documents have yet to be released for a public review. Oh, this is too good to be true. It's too good to be true. When I see stuff like this, I'm like, no shot, you know? The claims, but the source, a known media proxy, is often used by Iranian authorities to release sensitive information before official acknowledgement. According to the thread, Iran now possesses Israel's 4-year nuclear development roadmap, including plans for military nuclear facilities, infrastructure, and technical processes, classified details on U.S. weapons imports to Israel, along with storage locations, records of large bribes paid to 4 prominent Arab figures to support the Abraham Accords, complete intelligence profiles of 23 senior Israeli spies, including their contacts across the region, personal data of 6 million users across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram, sensitive infrastructure plan on Israeli electricity, water, telecom, postal, transport, and health systems, files on 400,000 legal cases, including criminal, judicial, police, and intelligence-related cases, detailed information on Israeli prisons and prisoners, including charges and classifications, personal files on Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife, covering medical records, legal complaints, bribery allegations, and threats used to silence accusers, 6 4-terabyte hard drives, and 1,720 pages of secret documents from Netanyahu's private office, portions of Mossad's classified archives, private surveillance data on Netanyahu's political opponents, including hidden cameras placed in their homes and hacked data from their phones and laptops, allegedly used for blackmail, thousands of high-resolution aerial images of Israeli cities, ports, and key infrastructure, over 40,000 hours of of CCTV footage from secure political, military, and government sites, a banned recording of a heated Knesset debate involving Netanyahu, reportedly erased from official Israeli archives. We'll be tracking this closely and updating as more details emerge. Bro, this would be, oh my God, this would be the real nuke if this was... No shot, it's real. This seems so incredible. They can't release it unless they fully verify all files, because if files contain stolen, hacked Iran documents, then they would be shooting themselves in the foot. Even if they drip fed like a fraction of this information, oh my God. Oh my God. This is the real content nuke, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my God. I think it would nuke my libido because I would nut so hard. Okay? I would have no more cummies left in my body. Giga nut. This is crazy though. Like, think before you talk sometimes. Sorry. Dude, do it to us next, Iran, please. Inshallah, one day. Jail for Hasan. To be fair, I don't know if this is just a regular old hater or someone who's saying that after my commentary in the last second. Either way, it's valid. Do you think this changes anything? I'm cynical with everything Israel gets away with so far. This would explain the change in negotiation attitude that Trump spoke about. I mean, this is like this kind of, everyone's asking me like, oh, are you going to go to the No Kings protest? There might not be a king left. Iran might be doing the No Kings protest itself if this trove of data is real. Even if one of these 15 bullet points is real, it's explosive. Nothing that they have revealed here, not a single one of these is negligible. Maybe this, like classified details on U.S. weapon imports to Israel, but even then, that's huge. Iran hasn't revealed the documents it claims to have obtained, but some Iranian sources say they include intel on secret Israeli nuclear sites allegedly hidden under civilian infrastructure. One report allegedly mentions a site storing 89 nuclear bombs. Meanwhile, Netanyahu convened a high-level Iran meeting today, including Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, just after a call with Trump. Tensions are ratcheting up. It will be key to see if Iran's counterproposal is enough for another round of talks. I mean, it would be the most like Iranian thing to basically have all of this information, never reveal it, and use it to their own advantage to get Trump to say, you have to let us enrich uranium, instead of just leaking at least some of it. You know what I mean? Even if it was fucking real, which again, we don't know, but it would be totally... It would be totally in line with what Iran has done so far to just be like, hey, you can keep doing the ethnic cleansing and stuff, like, honestly, but like, please don't, please don't bomb us and we will not release it if it was real. Had a convo with an army yesterday, and they were able to rationalize the property damage as an extent of human damage argument. Thank you for the talking point. You're welcome. People are talking about how Israel will ask about the U.S., but I think this is an attempt by Netanyahu to declare martial law. His coalition is falling apart due to the drafting of the Haredim and the genocide. And unless martial law is declared, Netanyahu's coalition may fall apart, and he'll go to jail for his corruption case. I don't even think it's just about the corruption case necessarily. I think Netanyahu is leaving a permanent mark by being a willing participant in America's grand design in the region. Like, the corruption stuff is just added on. The corruption stuff is like, yeah, sure, it's an additional personal ambition, but I don't know if that's as important in Netanyahu's calculation. As Netanyahu looks for ways to keep the walls from closing in, don't be surprised if he reaches for gimmicks or more desperate measures like a war with Iran. Netanyahu's coalition teeters as ultra-Orthodox allies threaten to dissolve parliament. Wait, what? IAEA chief says information stolen by Iran refers to Israeli nuclear research site. In the first outside confirmation of Tehran's claims to have obtained a vast trove of Israeli intelligence, Grossi says documents seem to refer to Sorek nuclear research facility. The head of the International Atomic Energy said Monday that the information Iran claimed it seized regarding Israel's nuclear program seems to refer to the country's Sorek Nuclear Research Center, the first acknowledgement outside of Tehran of the theft. The Prime Minister's office had no immediate response to the remarks. who spoke during a news conference in Vienna. The alleged theft comes at a time of renewed tensions over Iran's nuclear program, which enriches uranium, a short technical step away from weapons grade levels. I mean, this isn't like a confirmation of the leak necessarily. It's just a confirmation that a breach took place. He did not elaborate on where he received the information, though IAEA maintains a confidential reporting system for nations to report security incidents involving their nuclear programs. Sorek, located 20 kilometers south of Tel Aviv, is a national laboratory for nuclear science established in Israel in 1958, engaged in nuclear science, radiation safety, and applied physics. I mean, yeah. This is the real content nuke for sure. What if it's not real and we are the ones faking it to start a war? No, this wouldn't be reason to go to war with Iran. But the fact that U.S. troops are preparing departure from Iraq, and the U.S. embassy is preparing for departure from Iraq, and the family staff, non-essential embassy staff and families are also being authorized to leave U.S. missions in Bahrain and Kuwait, is definitely a signal that things might heat up. Iran's defense minister Aziz Nazirzadeh warned that if the U.S. launched an attack on Iran, Tehran would retaliate by striking U.S. bases across the region, saying, if a conflict is imposed on us, all U.S. bases are within our reach, and we will boldly target them in host countries. On Tuesday, CENTCOM head General Michael Eric Kurilla told Congress that he has provided President Trump and the Pentagon with a wide range of options. Dude, by the way, any sort of escalated conflict between Iran, Israel, and the United States of America is entirely in the hands of Donald Trump and is yet another glaringly obvious example for all of those fucking dumbass Trump supporters to eat it, because it's yet another glaringly obvious example, perhaps the most significant escalation of tensions, more so than like Ukraine and Israel doing a genocide in Gaza combined. Okay, if you were to say Joe Biden is to blame for those two, this would be such a ginormous spectacle and so costly in terms of human life that it would look like nothing. It would look like a blip. And it's all because of Donald Trump's idiotic way of managing the situation, which is still a continuation of like the Democratic Party as well, because American foreign policy is uniparty. But someone had to fucking, put the brakes on this shit. Mr. Peaceful Dove thought he was going to, said he was going to do it. Yeah. Iran's greatest power here, and this chatter is right, is not even striking Israel. Okay? Iran could fucking wipe out Tel Aviv, and that wouldn't be as consequential for America. Okay? However, if Iran wipes out the oil refineries in the entire region and creates a global oil crisis, that in and of itself is, I don't even know what that would be. I don't know if you can call that fucking World War III, Hasan, you went out sad? What do you mean? What did I do? First fucking chat in the chat. That is an international, that is a global event. Hasan, don't worry. We'll find out the truth next time Hexeth adds his fucking mailman or grandmother or another top secret chat just for the hell of it. And yeah, even the back and forth has caused oil prices to surge on fears of escalation in the Middle East. As of 1:39 today, only a couple hours ago, holy moly. Would China get involved in this? I mean, if there was a global event, yes, China would have to intervene. This touches everyone. Iran's real nuclear option is not hitting Israel, and is certainly not hitting American bases in fucking Iraq, okay? Understand, hitting American bases in Iraq is, as far as order of priority, the lowest order of priority in terms of Iranian retaliation is killing a couple troops in Iraq. This is America's calculation, not mine, okay? An increasingly more worrisome prospect would be if Iran struck Tel Aviv and killed like Israeli civilians. That would still be not as consequential from America's calculation as crippling the Israeli nuclear facilities or crippling like Israel in its entirety in a very significant manner that disrupts America's grand design in the region. But the actual nuclear option here would be to blow up the oil refineries in the region. If Iran were to light the oil refineries in the region on fire, this would cause complete collapse. This would be a global affair. Why aim at Tel Aviv when Saudi Arabia is closer? Oman? Wait, what? What do you mean, why aim at Tel Aviv? Like, ultimately, they are still a major pressure point for America. They play a more significant role than even Saudi Arabia does in America's affairs in the region. If Iran wipes out the oil, I think all American allied countries will band together to invade, wipe out Iran to maintain the peace. Don't you think so? Who will step in to defend Iran? China. Iran is China's power player in this region, in the way that in the way that Saudi Arabia is for America. And normally China is incredibly restrained, sometimes to a fault, but this would also collapse the Chinese industry and would cause severe economic harm to China. Because if Iran blows up and their refining capabilities are destroyed, then that hurts China. It hurts Russia too, but it's China is the more significant party. Obviously, Russia has its own affairs to deal with. Pentagon Pizza Index is spiking. I don't think this is real anymore. The Pentagon Pizza Index is no longer a real... I don't think it's a real thing any longer. I think they fixed it, no? This, for the chatters that don't know, back in the day, in times of crisis, people could identify that things were afoot when the pizza places near the Pentagon would have increased like unimaginable activity, you know, because everyone is... it's like the Waffle House Index for natural disasters. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, they're not allowed to order into the buildings anymore. They have to pick up. There's a guy for the United States and China. Make your biggest haters your biggest customers. Sigma mindset. Hashtag masculinity. Hashtag daily grind. Hashtag Sigma grind set. Yeah, Venezuelan oil would look a lot tastier if the entire development capabilities of Iran and Saudi Arabia were just fucking wiped out. China is Saudi Arabia's largest oil customer. No way China will stand with Iran if they attack Saudi oil. China is Saudi Arabia's largest oil customer right now. But the reason why China also wanted to implement a fucking peace negotiation with Iran and Saudi Arabia, which they did successfully implement before October 7, was because they were still getting oil from Saudi Arabia. They were worried about Iran blowing up their oil refineries. But if push came to shove and America were to create two separate poles and engage in like hot war with China, then China's oil supplier would no longer be Saudi Arabia. It would most likely be Iran. Now, I don't know. Nothing ever happens, right? Who knows? I always have this mindset that like things are too good for many Americans. Yeah, Iran blowing up the oil fields is their trap card, but it's also probably suicidal. China doesn't tolerate fucking up the bag. I don't know if anyone will. Blowing up the oil supply will probably turn the world against Iran. Yeah. But I think China also thinks in decades or even centuries. And in their long-term strategy, I think Iran plays an important strategic role, both as a regional partner that can help them develop security alongside their supply chains, but also as a natural energy provider. What is this? If there was pending American military action, the signs would be from Diego Garcia and carrier group deployments, not some medium-level embassy alerts. You would see a very large number of transport flights moving military harbor in the region. We saw that for weeks before the October strike. That doesn't mean it's impossible anything will happen, but Twitter has correctly predicted 500 of the past 2 American attacks on the region. Level-headedness and skepticism are better tools than hurting towards groupthink. Your most iconic fit gets rated by Sarah Jessica Parker.
Rapid fire.
Wow, that's a name I heard a lot in my house.
What do you think? This is one of the worst outfits I've ever seen.
Pinstripes is very dandy. What does it say? Make the rich.
Horrific
rich
what
pay.
this guy's wearing. I can't stand it,
Wow.
personally.
Yeah.
Whatever, it's crap.
He's got skinny legs.
No!
Fashion police. Okay.
No, no.
No! Fuck you, Adam! Adam, you fucking bitch. Dude, you have to show a sexy photo of me now. What the hell? I love Sex in the City. I texted him, I can't believe you showed SJP that photo. I will not hide you anymore.
Last one. Last one. This is a full circle moment.
Okay.
This is gonna get picked up. It's time. Let's.
Yeah, that's right. Hiding card revoked. The president of women just cooked you, dog. I know. SJP, Students for Justice in Palestine, but also Sarah Jessica Parker. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my God. She's the president of white women. Yes. Oh, God. Maybe nothing ever happens. Who knows? You know? Who knows, chat? You hold the cards. What is this? Good timeline. Hasan day off. Yeah, I'm not taking a fucking day off tomorrow. Are you kidding me? I don't think you understand what happens when I take a fucking day off. Also, as far as the other dude's analysis, the Twitter guy who's like, oh, will there be carrier strike groups moving in the region? It's like, isn't there already a fuck ton of carrier strike groups in the region since October 7? So, you know.
With our orders.
All right. U.S. military in Los Angeles can temporarily detain protesters, says the commander.
Directed by the president, the Secretary of Defense has mobilized Right now it's 4,700 personnel, so 4,000 from the California National Guard, 700 Marines. And our mission is to protect federal agencies, our federal partners, their personnel as they conduct their federal mission.
Yo, when will you stop promoting terrorism? Brother, I'm sorry to say this to you, but when the American government is doing terrorism, I have to cover it. It's not a promotion of terrorism. I'm actually criticizing the terror that the American government is doing. But you know, what do you got to do? You can't just like turn a blind eye to this kind of terror coming from the government.
And even more in particular, as they do the enforcement of federal law, and then also to protect all federal assets and federal facilities that are located in the locations where there have been demonstrations lately. I don't have the numbers that are on the ICE, done the actual ICE operations. We have 1,000 that have done operations so far. That is both the protection of the installations or the federal buildings, and then also protection of federal law enforcement as they conduct their mission. On Title 10, on federal orders, these soldiers do not conduct law enforcement operations, that like arrests or search and seizure. They are strictly used for the protection of the federal personnel as they conduct their operations and to protect them, to allow them to do their federal mission. So strictly for the protection of the federal personnel and the protection of the federal building, they're allowed to temporarily detain and wait for law enforcement to come and arrest them. They do not do any arrest.
They're gonna do a citizen's arrest with lethal weapons. Yep. When you look at Trump's cratering immigration numbers, remember what Zohran Mamdani was already doing 3 months ago, while the rest of the Democratic Party was still twiddling their thumbs on detaining student protesters, giving ICE more power. As with healthcare, Israel, Palestine, populism, wealth inequality, and more, the left is caught leading the argument on immigration, while the Democratic and centrist establishment spent all time scolding it. Campaign mailer targeting Jewish voters by pro-Como super PAC. Fix the city, says Mamdani rejects Jewish rights for refusing to recognize Israel as a Jewish state. Cool, man. What if you just walk away from the military? Can they kill you? Dude, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what these fucking crayon eaters are gonna do.
They're strictly there to detain, to wait for law enforcement to come and handle those demonstrators. There are 2,000 on duty right now that are actually ready to perform operations and performing operations. There are additional 2,000 that are mobilizing right now. They're mustering is the term, and preparing. They'll be ready tomorrow at approximately 1,500 to be ready to come and start their training to get their personnel in, because they are National Guard, they are reserve component. And then the Marines are here at Naval Weapons Station, Seal Beach. Well, we go through extensive training to do this. They are trained to use their weapons, to actually have their weapons, to do their personal protection. They're doing that. But this is crowd control. This is stuff that we do not do usually. And this is working with federal law enforcement and really working. They're in the lead. We're supporting.
Yeah, you want to see the extensive training? Hold on. Here. This part is my favorite.
Do ba 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 do.
Yay. I don't know why they're like looking at how to apprehend dead people. It's just crazy because like Carrie says, American cops are the least trained on the planet. Literally the bottom of the chart you can find, except like this is a force that is somehow even less fucking trained than the American police. The bottom of the well is deep, okay? We have yet to reach the bottom. Like, think about it this way. American police are fucking dog shit. I mean, they're violent deliberately. They're violent on purpose. Their crowd dispersal techniques are actually, ironically, military techniques that they got from the Israeli occupying force. But these guys are not even fucking usually armed with less lethal weapons. Like at most, they will do like embassy protection. I was listening to a story this morning about, I forget where it was, where like Marines were deployed as backup. And the cops were like, hey, cover my six. And they just started offering suppressive fire with lethal weapons. And the cops were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like they just started literally opening fire, like suppressive fire. Was it Katrina? Like cops say, protect my six. Marines immediately, cops say, protect my six. Can you offer us cover? And they just start opening fire with lethal weapons. And the cops are like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not supposed to do that. He's like, well, you said protect my six. Like that means shoot. You do suppressive fire. That's what cover means. Field talk is very different than police talk. Speaking as a former Marine, I know it's just like these guys should, first of all, these guys should be nowhere near conflict in general. Okay. I'm sorry. They shouldn't even be doing that in fucking Fallujah either. All right. Like those are people too. And this exceptional use of force is going to inevitably lead to casualties. Like they're gonna fucking kill American citizens on U.S. soil. Yeah, get these fucking crayon eaters to go out and build high-speed rail or some shit, okay? Why the fuck? Oh my God. One bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make the whole institution bad. I mean, McDonald's is the best analogy, but not the one that suits your purpose here, okay? Because it's all bad. You know, it's a just as deadly of a force in terms of creating extra obesity. So yeah, Americans, when in need of doing an analogy, imagine a burger. Imagine a burger. Oh, I'm imagining one. I'm eating one right now. New video captures confusion when guardsman shoots at car during 2020 unrest.
First tonight, the never-before-seen video of the moment the National Guard fired shots at a civilian in a car in Minneapolis.
5 Investigates just obtained that video after a year-long fight for data in the case. Investigative reporter Eric Rasmussen is here with what it shows and the questions the video is raising.
Right, and you know, this all goes back.
No,
So I know a lot of people probably don't realize this, but I think history is important. So I wanted to tell you guys about how the U.S. Marines were actually deployed to Los Angeles in 1992 following the Rodney King verdict, where there were 4 LAPD officers that were found acquitted of using excess force against Rodney King, which led to widespread looting, rioting, and arson across Los Angeles. So on May 1st, President George H.W. Bush invoked the Insurrection Act, which authorized the deployment of federal forces under Operation Garden Plot, which was the Department of Defense's civil disturbance plan. And approximately 1,500 Marines from Camp Pendleton, California were...
Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Shouts out to Burgles.
Sent to assist in restoring order alongside 2,500 Army soldiers from Fort Ord and over 10,000 California National Guard troops. Now, the Marines that were primarily from the 1st Marine Division were tasked with providing security, manning checkpoints, and patrolling high-risk areas, particularly in South Los Angeles and Compton. They supported the California National Guard and LAPD in maintaining order and enforcing a dusk till dawn curfew, which was imposed by Mayor Tom Bradley at the time. Now, the Marines operated under Joint Task Force Los Angeles, which was led by Major General Marvin Covalt, and they worked alongside federalized National Guard units and local police, though there was obviously coordination challenges that arose due to the federalization process and differing operational approaches. Now, just to be clear, no Marines were killed or seriously injured, and they did not kill or wound any civilians.
I can't wait for Xi's birthday parade, military parade that no one can protest coming out. Oh, wait, that's Trump in America. Lol, GG America was a good run. Reposting for ADHD. Bro, you don't have to flex on us, okay? Not only do you get to live in the land of the free, the home of the brave, China, okay? You then fucking flex. You then get to flex in the chat. It's so annoying that for years and years, I've been advocating to take all of the good parts of Chinese governance, high-speed rail, even development, a genuine interest in like improving the material conditions of all citizens unconditionally. And we literally took all of the worst and sometimes even exaggerated parts of Chinese governance. These motherfuckers talk about Tiananmen Square, and they do a Tiananmen Square every fucking weekend, dude. They're like, oh, I can't believe China did Tiananmen Square. Remember Tiananmen Square Massacre? Tiananmen Square Massacre? It's like, dude, why do we do Tiananmen Square, but we don't do fucking any of the cool shit? They're like, oh, dude, mass surveillance in the Chinese state. It's really fucking suppressive. They're blackbagging people for saying Israel shouldn't kill children. Oh, mass suppression of speech. It's so scary. China's so scary. It's like, God forbid you fucking protest. They will kill you. They will use the Marines to fucking kill you. We're now implementing Palantir technology on warrantless surveillance, artificial intelligence-backed warrantless surveillance on every American citizen on U.S. soil. What the fuck do you mean, China? We don't even have the basic safeguards that the Chinese government has in terms of their fucking firewall. Look at Douyin and then look at TikTok. This bullshit.
During the entirety of the time that they were there. However, there was one significant incident that highlighted the communication issues between the LAPD and the Marines, because during a domestic dispute response in Compton, 2 police officers were fired upon with a shotgun, and one of the officers shouted, "Cover me," to the Marines, intending for them to be ready to fire if needed, but the Marines interpreted that cover as...
Terrible take. Tiananmen Square with tanks repeatedly running over corpses so they can be washed away easier. You're better at this. No, I'm not better than this. What the fuck are you saying? You're not listening to my fucking words, man. What are you talking about, dude? We talk about insane surveillance in Xinjiang, which is true, okay? There is a lot of fucking surveillance. And then you're looking at a fucking government that is implementing Palantir tech, and the previous administration arrested peaceful protesters, student activists, for the crime of speaking out against Israel's genocide that is infinitely worse than anything China did in Xinjiang. And it's a million times worse than fucking Tiananmen Square, okay? What the fuck? What are you talking about? You guys are hallucinating. You're like, nah, dude, you don't understand. China is always worse, bro. Is always fucking worse. Okay, keep fucking deluding yourself. Okay, yeah, 1 million people were murdered in Tiananmen Square. We got unprecedented authoritarianism that resembles some of the most exaggerated claims that we fucking apply to the Chinese state happening in real time, and motherfuckers are still going, nah, it's worse over there. It's like, okay, well, you don't live over there. You live here with me. I live here. I don't want that. I'm saying I don't fucking want that, and you're still going, nah, China's worse though. Are you Chinese? Do you live in China? Do I look like I'm speaking fucking Mandarin? I'm speaking English, motherfucker. I'm in America. Shut the fuck up.
Providing suppressive fire, and they fired approximately 200 rounds into the house. Remarkably, nobody was injured or harmed as a result, but it became a cautionary tale about the risks of miscommunication between military and civilian law enforcement. So I know a lot of people probably don't realize this, but I think history is important. So I wanted to tell you guys about how the U.S. Marines were actually deployed to Los Angeles in 1992.
Ni hao, fine shit. Okay, that's true. Okay, I would like to correct the record in a moment of passion. I accidentally said I am not Chinese. This was wrong. This was a mistake. I am white Chinese. Okay, I am Chinese in both my heart and my soul and my nationality and my ethnic background. I am white Chinese. Okay. This is true. It was a mistake to say that I am not white Chinese. I am actually white Chinese from Xinjiang. In my heart of hearts and in my soul, I am white Chinese. President Xi, save me. President Xi, please save me. On all levels except physical, I am Chinese. True. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Oh, we were talking about the Navy SEALs.
Them, it's really about protecting federal facilities and federal personnel as they do their job.
ICE continues to carry out raids.
Oh my God. What the f is that? Him and my boyfriend will say that they are more Chinese than I am.
I am white Chinese.
你会说中文吗?
I don't know how to speak Mandarin.
Oh, yeah, what she said.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
你好.
No, you don't. The way I feel about China is the classic Wow Mao edit of Alex Jones. Okay. Wasn't it Wow Mao that edited the Alex Jones thing? Does anyone have it? We need to play that. Come on. No, it's Xi Jinping. No, Wow Mao made the fucking edit for Alex. Shut up, chatters. Thank you. There's one chatter that sent the link from Deprogram.
Get up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I see it. I see it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I see it. I see it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guys got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man. Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now.
Yeah. I fucking love this video so much. This and the may Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Those are the two, I think, like, in terms of best memes ever made, those two live in my mind and have, it's just like, it's an all-time great because it's just never going away. You know what I mean? It's universal. It will never go away. It will always be relevant. Imagine being a China stan. My favorite social imperialist state. Yes, exactly. That's it. That's what I just want fucking social safety nets, man. I've given up on everything. Okay, I want social safety nets, and I want a non-interventionist approach to foreign policy, and I want high-speed rail. If you don't want those things, then that's all right, you know? Yeah, I do. That's what I want. Also, what is social imperialist? The fuck? Oh, chatters just like say shit. Oh, my Lord. I'm not even going to discuss this. Yes, you're right. I want Chinese imperialism, and I want the Chinese imperialism to come to my backyard, and I want the Chinese imperialism to dominate me. My soul.
Across Southern California, even in the middle of the controversy and chaos, new video shows dozens of car wash workers being detained by federal agents, including at least one customer. So far, community members have spotted federal...
Bro, they're detaining customers too? Jeez. They're such freaks, dude.
Immigration agents taking car wash workers into custody at around half a dozen locations in Los Angeles County.
Thank God. They're violently apprehending these criminals, dude. Car wash employees that work for $7.25 an hour. Thank God.
Sandra Mitchell is
Hey guys, thank God we're not, you know, doing Chinese style shit, okay? Because this would be evil, gross, and terroristic if it was Chinese.
live in Westchester, where she spoke with the victim's family. Sandra.
Yeah, Micah and Cher, this is one of the car washes that
Thank God we're doing this in the American way, which makes me think it's not gross or fucked up.
was targeted, and the witnesses tell us this was a case of agents saying, we're taking you into custody, we're going to ask questions later, and the family members who witnessed it were stunned. This video shared on social media shows 15-year-old Brian Vasquez screaming at border.
The cartel ran car wash workers that supply drugs to America. You can't be serious, right? There's no way you actually believe this. Like, you're making a joke about what Republicans say, right? There's no. Okay, you're trolling. Okay.
Patrol agents as they take his father into custody.
I just grabbed him and I told him to promise me that to not sign anything, that I'll see him very soon.
In raids across L.A., immigration enforcement agents targeted car washes. 48-year-old Arturo Vasquez was at Culver City Car Wash as a customer with his family Sunday morning when he was apprehended.
I promised him that I'll take care of my brothers and my mom, so he won't have to worry about anything.
Vasquez was in.
Yes, the Macy's correct. For those of you who don't understand, this is why people are protesting. This is who people are protesting for. Okay, this is why I'm out in the fucking streets too. And this is why you should be out in the fucking streets as well. These are unimaginably cruel, unimaginably violent acts. These are the types of people that literally give so much to their communities and get nothing in return. And the way we decide to repay them is by fucking their lives up. Just kidnapping them at their place of business while calling them fucking rapist criminals, dude. It is so disgusting.
In the U.S. illegally, but his family insists he has no criminal record.
They were gone. Everyone was gone. I got in contact with a couple people and they confirmed that he was taken.
Noemi CL tells KTLA her husband, an employee at Westchester Hand Wash for 10 years, also was taken into custody Sunday.
I miss him a lot.
CL says it's been hard to explain what's happening to the couple's 4 children.
My 5-year-old, he thinks that his dad's still at work. Also, my 10-year-old, he kind of understands what's going on.
CL says they knew that the Trump administration had warned for months about immigration enforcement, but she never expected her husband to be targeted.
I just want to know where he's at and if he's okay. And of course, for him to come home.
Both of the families that I talk with tonight say they have not heard.
As Donald Trump is in the fucking at the Kennedy Center watching Les Mis, the next round of nuclear negotiations between the United States and Iran have been canceled. Sick.
From their loved ones since they were taken into custody yesterday morning. By the way, a local car wash association that represents these families is working with them. We are live tonight in Westchester. I'm Sandra Mitchell, KTLA 5 News. Back to you, Micah and Cher.
Thank you, Sandra.
All right, fear and uncertainty are spreading through many parts of Southern California.
Yes, reports and videos of ICE agents spotted near factories and in warehouses. They have many workers choosing not to show up. As KCAL's Jasmine.
I can't begin to stress now that this is happening in my fucking backyard. I've been talking about this quite a bit, but now that this is literally happening in my own goddamn backyard, I can't stress this enough. The environment of tension is created by ICE activity. There was no tension before. There was no tension prior. No Californian would ever tell you like they felt scared about seeing like a Latino person working in a fucking car wash or going to school with Hispanic classmates or whatever. These people are our neighbors. These people are wonderful contributors to the American economy. These people are a part of the social fabric that makes up the entire state, the entire city. And now what's terrifying is is federal agents coming in, mass federal agents coming in and just ripping away these people from our communities and fucking kidnapping them. It's disgusting. I cannot understand how people just look at this and go, well, they shouldn't have been here illegally. It's like, I don't care, okay? I don't give a fuck. I don't even care if they weren't actually contributing to the economy, if they weren't actually contributing to commerce. I don't care. They're just human beings, man. They're just fucking living. What kind of, like, what kind of output do you have, you know? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. They deserve amnesty. They deserve so much more than just amnesty. They deserve an apology. They deserve financial compensation for how much we have used and abused these people. Some of the hardest working motherfuckers out there, dude. It is crazy. And we're just being so incredibly cruel to them for no fucking reason other than soothing the violent demands of some of the most racist pieces of shit in this country.
In Vila reports, some business owners say the agencies or the absences are putting a serious dent in production.
From the outside Tuesday, it appears to be business as usual in this industrial area of Vernon, southeast of downtown LA. But inside some of these warehouses, workers and company owners say it looks drastically different. Many people aren't showing up to work out of fear of ICE raids following the administration's directive to crack down on illegal immigration.
You have family? I have family inside. It's terrible. It's a scare. Because a lot of family don't have paper.
This woman, who only wanted to be identified as Elizabeth, rushed to this meatpacking warehouse to check on friends when she saw cell phone video posted online of ICE agents allegedly at this address.
Text or say to the friends, I'm here to see it. I don't see anything.
The people abroad often do not know the real cause of German Jewish legislation. The statistics are most persuasive. Nonetheless, we held back at the beginning of our work. We had much more important things to do than take on a question of such great scope. It is entirely the fault of Jewry that things turned out differently. Yeah. The way that the prosecution post Nuremberg race laws was identical. Okay. We are like, it is a process of denaturalizing people, right? And I think the cruelty doesn't begin with ICE raids. The cruelty begins with not offering citizenship to these people to begin with, not accelerating the process of citizenship to these people that have been living on U.S. soil. But tell them, no, you got to pick you. The dehumanization begins at the point of keeping these people deliberately in a status of legal limbo, in a migration status of legal limbo. And then after years and years of refusing to allow them to have the proper authorization, we just discard of them for political purpose. These are human beings with families, dreams, things that they want to accomplish, things that they already have accomplished. They're members of the community. It's insane how fucking how cruel we are.
The city of Vernon confirming Tuesday that no federal immigration enforcement action took place at this warehouse on Downey Road. Around the corner, Alex, a business owner who also wants to remain anonymous, says his employees saw ICE agents at 50th and Soto Monday. He says he had 15 workers call out Tuesday.
That's a 35%, and my productivity level goes down, and it's just bad for everything.
One of my classmates had her whole family taken away from her, and she found out in school she's the reason I go out and protest. Yeah.
Involved. I used to ship, let's say, 100 packages a day. I only ship 15, 20. So it's killing the business drastically. I'm sure it's for everybody who's in this area.
This is the cell phone video that was posted to social media Tuesday that fueled the fears and concerns among many of the industrial workers here in Vernon. It appears to show...
They just raided a church in Downey. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. in the last administration, there were at least like some remaining safeguards. One of the most damning things that the Trump administration did the first time around was to greatly increase the number of internal deportations. Okay. Under Democratic leadership, oftentimes there is a larger migration pattern, and the Democrats will apprehend at the border and immediately deport. Okay. That process is also cruel, obviously. But that's the reason why their numbers are much higher usually than the Republican numbers. But Trump comes in and says, I am going to deport as many people as possible. Last time when he was in power, in an effort to increase the number of deportations, he greatly increased the number of not criminal deportations, but instead regular fucking citizen deportations internally. Okay, people that have been living here for an extended period of time. But there was one area that he was too afraid to touch: schools and churches. This time around, he's also hitting schools and he's also hitting churches. I remember covering. How are you anti-Israel but love immigration? Wait, what? How are these two things? I'm anti-Israel because Israel is a settler colonial enterprise. I love immigration because technically, I am an immigrant. I'm a natural-born anchor baby that grew up in a different country and came here when I was 18 years old. I was profoundly fortunate to be able to come here, but I know that there are those who are infinitely less fortunate than myself also trying to come here. What the fuck does this mean? Got them? What got what? Do you think I'm anti-Israel because, Jews just immigrated to the region? Is that what you think? Is that how Israel was developed? What? Like, what Israel did is unironically how Republicans fantasize immigration works in this country. Like, what Israel actually did, settler colonial violence, is ironically how America was formed, of course. But that is how current Americans, modern day right-wing reactionary Americans, believe immigration is happening at gunpoint with a superior military, forcing people outside of their homes so that someone from Guatemala can come in and sit inside of your house and make it his because it was promised to him. What? Blau is so libbed up. Oh, you got me. Fuck. God damn it. I saw only the statement and I didn't see the image, and you got me.
ICE agents inside of a warehouse's break room. But the CBS News confirmed team says this video is actually from a plant in Omaha, Nebraska.
Just tells more people to stay home. More videos. They're not going to come to work.
Another operations manager at a warehouse here says 30 of his employees called out. And after days of anti-ICE protests in downtown LA and tensions running high, workers say they fear it will only get worse for many undocumented immigrants trying to make a living.
Everybody is scared.
In Vernon, Jasmine Veal, KCAL News.
Breaking story on Boyle Heights, where we are working to piece this together. A crash involving federal agents.
Yeah, they are not allowed in employee-only areas, technically, but I don't think ICE abides by those standards at all.
And we have some new information within the past hour.
Eyewitness News reporter Leo Stallworth is there live. And Leo, what did you find out?
Well, the Department of Homeland Security just issuing information.
This is an insane story, by the way. I saw it.
Saying that what happened right out here on this street this morning was no hit and run crime. This was a targeted arrest of a violent rioter who hit a federal agent. Here's more. A horrifying moment for several people in this white car as federal agents rammed the vehicle multiple times before pinning the vehicle in between the agents' vehicles. The feds then scrambling out of a truck and an SUV this morning just before 11 in Boyle Heights. Surveillance cameras from a nearby store capturing it all. Federal agents training their weapons on the car soon after. An agent tosses tear gas canisters near the vehicle Inside of the car, a male driver, a woman passenger, a toddler, and a baby in the back seat. Witnesses say the feds dragging the male out of the car and taking off, leaving the children screaming and the woman frantic. She was treated by paramedics before being transported to a hospital. This man says agents basically nabbed an American citizen born in the United States.
But he was an American citizen, and they're hitting him off the car. And
how do you know he was an American citizen?
Because I know him. He's family, and that's my niece and nephew. And they just hit him off the car and everything, and then they were using force and everything, pulling out guns while kids are in the car. Like, that's not right. Like, that's absolutely not right. And then they're throwing flash bombs that can mess up the kid's ear and then mess up everybody else's like vision and everything.
Witnesses claim federal agents had followed the vehicle for miles, apparently looking to apprehend the male driver.
An American citizen, and they dragged him out and supposedly had a warrant for his arrest, but not one showed a warrant.
Community activist Vereta Topete says it broke her heart seeing the children screaming, the woman frantic as agents violently dragged the man out of the car. Was the child screaming? Or?
He was crying. He was crying, and the mother was in a lot of distress. She was frantic. She was in distress.
The Department of Homeland Security issuing a statement again saying this was no hit and run. This was a targeted arrest of a violent rioter who punched a CBP officer when Homeland Security investigations tried to arrest Christian Damian Serrano Camacho for the assault. He attempted to flee. He was ultimately arrested and taken into custody. And that arrest here in Boyle Heights creating a lot of chaos and fear. The investigation continues. Live in Boyle Heights, Leo Stallworth, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
We watched this yesterday. Meatpacking employees block ICE cars with their bodies following the raid.
There has been so much collateral damage from the raids, the protests, and the violence. For instance, LA's Little Tokyo, a historic immigrant community, has been heavily vandalized.
But as Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes shows us the turmoil.
By the way, before you say, how does it justify ramming an entire fucking car into an entire family, even if the guy actually punched a cop and like terrifying the children? Israel is how. Okay? These are all terror, the babies of terror. It's a baby. It is a baby of terror. One day the baby will grow and the baby will become a Hamas baby. It is collateral damage. Mahmoud Khalil is free, yeah. Here it is. Breaking, we already covered this earlier, but yeah, breaking, federal judge rules Mahmoud Khalil will suffer irreparable harm in detention and cannot be detained or deported based on Marco Rubio's determination. The judge ordered his release on bond by June 13th unless the government appeals by then. Historic ruling in historic case. He is set to be free. I don't know if he actually is free yet, but he is set to be free unless the government tries to intervene. I doubt that they have. I feel like they have a lot more on their plate than to intervene in this right now.
Oil has also created an opportunity to find some common ground.
ICE raids may have lit the fuse, but ICE didn't pay the price. Cars were burned, businesses were looted, and logic disappeared. Case in point, the Japanese-American National Museum.
Our museum is
Little Tokyo. Not Little Tokyo. Little Tokyo is occupied.
a beacon, as a champion for social justice and civil rights.
It was also one of the places hardest hit with graffiti during the protest.
There's a big caveat here. The judge, whose writing continues to be almost impenetrable, does not say whether Khalil may continue to be detained on a less prominent rationale that he failed to disclose past associations when he applied for his green card. What past associations? The two holdings set out in the text have no impact on the efforts to remove petitioner for reasons other than the Secretary of State's determination. Oh, the administration tacked on that allegation after Khalil's arrest, and Judge Farbiars is skeptical of it, but he clearly didn't rule out detention on that basis. Dude, it is crazy that they literally add on additional. They do post hoc. They do so many post hoc charges. Like, it is so obviously fucking ridiculous. What is the fucking association? It's past association with Christopher Halali, who took the video of him being arrested and has met with Hamas leader, then attended a terrorist funeral, and now Russia should be investigated. Wait, what? I didn't even know that there was a past association tacked on. What did they add? No, it's about work with UNRWA. Oh, dude, ain't no fucking way that they're saying, oh, he worked with UNRWA and UNRWA is Hamas. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking... Okay, well, I funded Hamas so much. I've given millions of dollars to Hamas then. We all have contributed to Hamas funds by literally fundraising for UNRWA. The United Nations... the United Nations agency, by the way. Get the fuck out of here. I thought that there would be something. Oh, God damn, dude. This is such a fucking mockery of what remains of the justice system. The government said Khalil had willfully failed to disclose material information when he applied for a green card in 2024. His internship with UNRWA, his having worked for the British Embassy in Beirut beyond 2022, and his association with Columbia University apartheid divest. Why would any of these things be pertinent to him not getting a fucking green card? What? What the fuck? Working with the British? How dare he? What? I read through the legal decision, and the judge basically says, was technically a valid violation, almost never acted upon by the government, so it feels as though the government is just using it as a pretext because the other reason isn't working out for them, but I won't say one way or another on this. Dude, this is a ridiculous standard to fucking apply. What the hell? It's like saying, oh, he was also a janitor for or had a summer internship at the United Nations and failed to disclose this. Ooh, what? Why the fuck would that be pertinent to a green card application? Basically, they're hyper scrutinizing him for any tiny thing that they can use against him, even stuff that wouldn't ordinarily be a problem for green card holders. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. New York Daily News reporter hearing from sources at a New York City mayoral race polls about the drop showing Zohran Mamdani clinching the #1 spot from Andrew Cuomo for the first time. I'm not saying immigrants are causing my life to be better whatsoever. I'm just curious as friends are scared right now for ICE and just trying to gain knowledge as I'm not privy to much. What is this? Green card application form asks if you've ever been associated with the Communist Party in your home country. No, I know that. I know. I know that. Trust me. I talk about that all the time when talking about how the fucking ridiculous prerequisites that exist for visa applications. Working for UNRWA or working at the British Embassy does not reach the standard of scrutiny, or even like apartheid divest, starting the apartheid divest group on college campus is a post hoc rationalization. These are not things that previously the federal government used to deny people legal permanent residency. You can't just decide after the fact, once this person has been granted legal permanent residency, and you can't just decide after the fact that it's no longer something that we think is appropriate. Do you understand what kind of precedent that sets? It means that they can literally just take away people's legal permanent residency and maybe even retroactively take away people's naturalization and denaturalize people for things that in the future they decide is inappropriate. Kai, you okay, baby? Daddy yelling again? Dude, this dog is so fucking used to me yelling. Are you crazy? She also sleeps all day because I beat her ass in the morning. Yeah. She wrestles all morning when I'm training. She's also training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. She's doing BJJ every morning with the not one, but two Belgian Malinois that she dukes it out with like crazy. No, I know according to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services is considered fraud and willful misrepresentation if a permanent residency application misrepresents material facts to conceal group memberships that would make them ineligible for permanent residency status. I know that. Yeah, that is for shit like, I don't know, being a part of Hamas or, unfortunately, being a part of a communist group or something, which is because we have antiquated, outdated laws around that sort of thing. Working for a United Nations charity group is not that. You can't. Remember, it says misrepresents material facts or conceal group memberships that would make them ineligible for permanent residency status. None of the things, even including apartheid divest, actually reaches that standard. Especially UNRWA is hilarious because America has historically been the largest funder of UNRWA. Okay? The United States of America has historically been the largest funder of UNRWA. There is a reason why, even after the United States of America decided in unison with Israel to pull the plug on UNRWA funding, I did a shit ton of fundraisers for UNRWA. Because what they say in the media and what kind of statements they make to massage the narrative or to gain some sort of like political upper hand is entirely different than the reality. Okay? They're just going after the fact that he didn't disclose the UNRWA thing. Not that UNRWA is Hamas. No, he probably didn't disclose the UNRWA thing because he didn't think it was pertinent to his green card application. There is no reason for secrecy there, chatters. Why the fuck? Because it's nothing. It's like saying, hey, by the way, when you were in fucking high school, I heard that you were in the Marvel fan club. Now the government has decided that the Marvel fan club is actually a terrorist group. Sorry, you should have disclosed that you were a part of the fucking Marvel fan club when you were in high school. The fact that you didn't disclose that means we are revoking your citizenship. That's crazy. Which WoW guilds were you a part of? What was your fucking clan tag when you were playing Call of Duty? All of this is pertinent to the investigation. You might not be able to get your citizenship in the process, or we might revoke your legal permanent residency if we find out that you were actually putting FaZe Clan as a clan tag on your Call of Duty name without being a part of FaZe Clan. You were not really phasing up in the fucking streets. You're going to jail, bitch. That's what it's like. Yeah, article also says the government will have to prove the immigration judge that Khalil willfully failed to disclose that information and whether that disclosure would have impacted his eligibility for permanent residency. They'll try and say with the new rules that they implemented that they actually would have rendered him ineligible to get a permanent residency or some shit for the apartheid divestment. Not even UNRWA, by the way. I don't even think UNRWA in your record would actually deny you legal residency. Okay? The only thing that would meet the standard of scrutiny for the new rules would be the apartheid divest group. Having said that, however, when he applied for a permanent residency, it still would not have actually reached that same standard of scrutiny, and therefore he would have still gotten his fucking citizenship, or I'm sorry, permanent residency status. Now Kaya's leaving. She said, "No, I'm good." Where are you going? Where are you going? Lady? Hi. Yes, retroactive terror attribution. That what fucking bullshit? If this doesn't prove everyone the fallacy of U.S. terror designation, I don't know what should. Yeah. Hi. 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 She's so big. She's almost as tall as I am while I'm sitting on this chair. It's crazy.
Museum board member Bill Fujioka says he's...
Okay, I don't care about the Tokyo Museum, low-key. Oh,
also
we got to talk about Elon being the biggest pussy. Okay. Elon came out and apologized for his heated gaming moment.
Elon Musk backtracking. It's called the Big Beautiful Backtrack. He tweeted this out. He said, "I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far." He didn't say which one specifically that he regretted. We have some ideas. You want to read through them, Brian?
It says, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election." Not a good thing to say. Dems would control the House and Republicans would be down 51-49 in the Senate. Really not accurate, but you did put a lot of time in Pennsylvania, Elon. We know that.
He said this as well. "In light of the president's statements about the cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately."
And that's been deleted. He also said, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT."
Now, these are our opinion of what he might want to walk back. We don't know what he wants to walk back.
That one was deleted, too. So, yeah, he also said that Donald Trump should be impeached.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows the president, he loves spirited debate. Even if you disagree with him, you can yell, you can scream, you can make your points be heard. But when he took it public and he started saying some of the talking points from the left, where it was impeachment, Epstein files and all that, he lost a little credibility there, a lot of credibility. Now, I think they will make up, but they're never going to be as close as they were before because the president simply can't trust the guy now.
Donald Trump said that he imagines that Elon Musk would want to talk to him. Listen.
On Elon Musk, do you plan to speak to him on the phone anytime soon?
I haven't really thought about it, actually. I would imagine he wants to speak to me. I would think that. If I were him, I'd want to speak to me, and maybe he's already called. You'd have to ask him whether or not he's already called. But I'd have no problem with it.
I'm going to tell you he did.
Right. What does that mean, ask if he called?
I think he said, hey, he called me, but I'm not going to put it out there, but you ask him.
I don't know for sure, but I would say I'd have everything that he posted. You know what bothers him most? The attacks on the big, beautiful bill. Because it hurt, it temporarily, it halted the momentum they had in the Senate. So now he's got, wait, this is my landmark piece of legislation. You better not hurt it. Remember, he blew up the debt ceiling deal that was done so they could move forward. And it delayed everything for 2 weeks. Every day matters. They got 3 weeks to get it done. And I think that if Elon could just stay out of the way and let the politics happen and the bill be defined, the president would be more than willing to talk after July 4th.
I definitely think they will make up. You have a guy who is used to leading a company, a massive company, wealthiest man in the world. He's not used to being told what to do. He's used to doing the firing. But in this case, he's dealing with the most powerful man in the world. And so I think that there was frustration there.
Skis.
Yeah, and he's mercurial.
Yeah.
He's a different kind of person. So,
but there's no way to turn. He can't go Democrat. Everything that they stand for, he has come out against.
He won't go Democrat. He just didn't like the bill because it wasn't in his best interest for his company.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
A show of strength by a new militia in Gaza, challenging Hamas, apparently backed by Israel, and emerging from a murky.
Who are the Gaza militia backed by Israel? I'll summarize it for you. ISIS affiliates. Breaking. Israel fully ready to launch Iran operation. U.S. officials told Bloomberg. Breaking. U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran. This is part of the reason the U.S. advised some Americans to leave the region. U.S. anticipates Iran could retaliate on certain U.S. sites in Iraq. Witkoff is planning to meet with Iran for the 6th round of talks this Sunday. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lordy. What the fuck is going on, man? World War III, U.S. Civil War. Are we cooked? I don't know. President of Peace. Greatest peace president, by the way. All right, let's do this real quick. I'm going to pee.
Past. Its leader, Yasser Abu Shabab, is an alleged former drug trafficker. Now he and up to 300 men are openly working with the new, much criticized aid distribution scheme backed by Israel and the US. Helping, his media team say, load supplies and secure their entry to Gaza. But in the past, he's been accused of looting vast quantities of desperately needed aid. Nahid Shoheibar is the head of the Trucking Association in Gaza. his vehicles have been repeatedly targeted by looters.
You might have only just seen him in the news, but we've known about Abu Shabab for a long time. Lots of our drivers have been stopped by his gang. If the driver tries to escape, they shoot at his tires or at him, or they beat him. He once took 100 trucks in a single day. All our drivers have encountered him.
We've seen an internal UN document from late last year that describes Abu Shabab as a criminal, a gang leader, and a primary figure in the systematic looting of humanitarian aid. And it says his base is in an area controlled by the Israeli military. This area is all part of Israel's self-declared military buffer zone in Gaza. No Palestinians are allowed to enter. But as alleged head of a looting gang, Abu Shabab was said to be based here by the Rafah.
Why is it always 1 month late? I mean, 1 month is not the worst time frame. Things like this used to come out usually like 6 months after I covered it. Now, the window, the window of my coverage to mainstream outlet coverage, and this is Channel 4, by the way. They're usually at the bleeding edge of reporting on things that look bad for Israel. So, you know, but the time frame has shortened. The time frame between me covering it here, from direct on-the-ground reports to some Al Jazeera investigations and Dropsite News investigations, to Channel 4 covering it and making it officially known in the Western world, all the way to like it reaching the paper of record as a, not even a byline, but basically a buried fucking lead, is too many things are happening. Everyone needs to stop. Stop. Guys, hold on. Stop. I can't keep up. I can't keep up with everything. I can't keep up with everything. Oh my God. Oh my God. If the next mayor of New York, I'm saying it right now. If Zohran Mamdani becomes the next mayor of New York, I'm going to fucking move to New York. I don't know for how long, but I'm probably going to fucking move to New York. I just... Holy shit. Post hole if he wins. Tasteful nude if Mamdani wins. Zohran Mamdani, the young Democratic socialist who's been rising the mayor's race, is now ahead of Andrew Cuomo with just 2 weeks until the Democratic primary. It's too good. It's too good to be true. I'm not going to say anything else. It's too good to be true. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to jinx it. The poll of 573 likely Democratic voters was conducted between June 6th and June 7th after 9 candidates faced off in the first televised debate. 39% of the poll's response came from landlines, 61% from text messages. Surveys show the race continuing to narrow to a two-person contest between the youngest and oldest candidates in the field, but it didn't offer respondents the chance to rank up the 5 candidates in order of preference. A Cuomo campaign poll conducted by Expedition Strategy shared with Politico earlier this week found the former governor leading Mamdani by 12 points, 56 to 44. After 8 rounds of voting. The poll was conducted over the same period as a public policy polling survey showing Mamdani's lead. A separate survey from Data for Progress for a Mamdani allied super PAC found Cuomo winning by 2 points, 51 to 49. Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. That's what we say. Mashallah. This poll from Public Policy Polling Survey shows him up 4 points. Now, it's not the best poll. It doesn't show rank choice. Inshallah vato, mashallah vato. That's what I gotta say. Take better care of your dog. They will die one day and you'll be sad. Spend time with them. Are you talking to me? A person who literally takes the best care. Like there is literally no better care that I could take of my dog. I literally spend every single waking moment with him, from waking up in the bed to going to sleep at night. And not only that, but also on top of that, I take her out. She runs. She gets a shit ton of socialization. I said him, sorry, her. Kaya lives a better life than you. Okay? Kaya lives a better life than most human beings on the planet. Kaya lives a better life than me. And I'm the one giving it to her. I'm the one giving her this wonderful life. And she still lives a better life than me. It's crazy. Think about that. She sleeps all day. And when she's not sleeping, she's running around, socializing with other dogs. She works out in the morning. It's crazy. Kaya is the real people's princess. Yeah, I don't know how reliable or valuable this poll is, but maybe it'll massage the narrative a little bit around Zoran. This isn't to say that Zoran is definitely going to win or anything like that. You should still keep up the momentum, the Zomentum. Voting on the Knesset, the Shas party have threatened if the Knesset vote is not postponed until next week, they will vote against it right now.
Cortez's endorsement in doing that. Question.
Hasan, if he wins, you could get a job in the government, LMAO. Are you insane? You think I would drop what I'm doing to work in the government? What are you, crazy? That's so funny. One out of context clip, a tag ad on TV and your campaign is cooked. No, I would never do that regardless. I know I was gonna watch the full one, the full Breakfast Club interview, but what is this? Hey, see the guy? What the hell, man? That's crazy. That's disrespectful. That's outright disrespectful. I wonder how Charlemagne actually responded to Zoran, because he's been like he's become a more aggressive progressive in the last couple of months.
Crossing. Now his men are escorting aid trucks entering Gaza from Kerem Shalom and heading to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites in southern Gaza. In this video, Abu Shabab's group, calling itself the Popular Forces, show themselves erecting tents they claim displaced residents of eastern Rafah can now return home to, despite the area being within the Israeli military zone. Last week, the Israeli Prime Minister appeared to confirm supporting figures like Abu Shabab in order to undermine Hamas.
On the advice of security officials, we activated clans in Gaza that oppose Hamas. What's wrong with this? It's only good and saves the lives of IDF soldiers.
Isn't it fucking awesome that every drug dealer and ISIS affiliate, sometimes ISIS commanders, can just get insta-rehabilitated as like good guys? while still being in the process of doing bad shit, like what this dude is doing, right? As long as they are aligned now with the Israeli government or the American government, well, it's basically... Oh my God, they have an AI logo. Popular Forces, also known as the Anti-Terror Service, is an Israeli-backed, allegedly Islamic State-linked Palestinian armed group in the Gaza Strip led by Yasser Abu Shabab. It is opposed to Hamas and supported by Israel. I don't know. I haven't seen any other reporting on this, but I heard that the GHF released a statement tonight announcing that roughly 24 of its members, Palestinians working within the United States to deliver humanitarian aid in the Gaza Strip, were attacked last night by Hamas. These guys were attacked by Hamas. When the attack occurred, the group were on their way to an aid site near Han Yunis. At least 5 are believed to have been killed, while fears that others have been taken hostage while the attack followed the days of threats by Hamas. Also, Allegiance, PA, proclaimed, denied by the PA. Islamic State, alleged, denied by Abu Shabab. Allies, Israel. Opponents, Hamas. Ideology, Salafi jihadism, alleged. Yeah, the OSINT guy is usually very wrong, but the statement looks real. Yeah, they needed branding, so they went with Popular Forces. They operate outside of the Rafah Red Zone. They are a criminal organization with links to ISIS, and of course, Israel is fucking using them against the Palestinian population. Bro, how are you not posting any protest photos on Instagram? This shit's hard. I did. I posted this as my, I posted a TikTok, like an Instagram reel, and I use this as the cover photo. The symbol looks like AI. It is AI. Hamas killed 50 members of the Gaza gang armed by Israel, militia says. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. The statement comes amid Israeli news reports of Israeli forces clashing with Hamas to protect militia leader Yasser Abu Shabab. Bro, that's like half the gang, by the way. What do you mean? The entire militia is like what, 200? Maybe not. Okay, not half, but they just ripped a quarter of them. Yeah, you can't be in the bot lobby training with a diaper force and then all of a sudden drop into fucking a much higher ELO lobby like this, okay? You thought you had protective air support. You thought you had Israeli cover going from the fucking bot lobby thinking that you could just like also kill, threaten drivers and humanitarian aid workers and like kill people that are trying to get aid. And then boom, all of a sudden, before you know it, you're in the fucking Challenger lobby getting your shit smoked. What happened? So Hamas is now murdering aid distributors and taking them hostage. Like, come on, dude. They were used to attacking civil workers, so against fighters, they fare worse than the IDF. That's what I'm saying. Fucking smoke them, dude. Hamas has killed at least 50 members of a Palestinian gang in Gaza armed by Israel, according to statements by the militia group. The gang, which is helmed by Yasser Abu Shabab, a clan leader known for criminal activity, said in a press statement that Hamas killed over 50 of our volunteers while they guarded aid convoy. guarded aid convoys, and redistributed supplies that were otherwise destined for corrupt entities linked to Hamas. Yeah, keep crying, Abu Shabab. The gang, which is helmed by Yasser Abu Shabab, a clan leader known for criminal activities, said in a press statement that Hamas killed over 50 of our volunteers. The announcement comes amid Israeli news reports this week of Israeli soldiers intervening in clash between Hamas fighters and members of the militia group in order to protect Abu Shabab. Israeli news channel I-24 reported that an Israeli drone strike targeted Hamas fighters where they were clashing. Oh, they did. They had air cover too. Oh, hell no. Israel was like, oh, dude, do not worry. You have air cover. Please. Oh, no. This motherfucker got disowned by his family, by the way. This motherfucker got disowned by his own family in Gaza. They were like, we don't want nothing to do with this piece of shit. Okay? He's working with Israel. We ain't got nothing to do with him. And then he lost 50 of his fucking ISIS homies. Get the fuck out of here. How do you get owned? How do you fucking get wrecked when you got Israeli drone cover, dude? How is that? Oh my God. How much you want to bet Israel accidentally killed half of the fucking dudes? Because they were like, we don't know which brown person to shoot. Which one is Hamas? We are too used to killing Hamas babies. Both sides have weapons. I don't know. Bro, they got wall hacks on. Okay, they got map hack. They unlocked drone support. They got UAVs, and they still got fucking wrecked against a spontaneous militia that has withstood a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign for 19 months. 19 months. They're fucking stream sniping and still getting their shit pushed in. They got skill diffed. What the fuck? That is crazy. That is crazy. Meanwhile, Israeli news outlet Ynet reported that Abu Shabab's militia had killed 6 members of Hamas's Arrow unit, which was responsible for targeting collaborators with Israel. Last week, 6 to 50. Whoo, sheesh, smoked them. Last week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu admitted to arming powerful local clans in Gaza, which 8 groups have accused of stealing humanitarian aid in a bid to counter Hamas. The admission came after defense officials quoted in Israeli media said Netanyahu had authorized the transfer of Kalashnikov assault rifles to Abu Shabab's gang. Abu Shabab, who was imprisoned by Hamas on drug trafficking charges, managed to flee prison with the outbreak of Israel's war on Gaza in October 2023. His militia, which operates in southern Gaza, is believed to consist of around 100 men. Oh, so half. Rip. Hamas officials told Reuters that Abu Shabab was wanted for collaborating with the occupation against his people. The officials said Hamas fighters killed at least 24 of Abu Shabab's men before January after they allegedly looted aid trucks. That's crazy. That is crazy. Holy fuck. It's pretty funny because I was thinking about this, but like Israel basically sending these fucking dickheads with aerial cover, with drone coverage, okay? And, you know, military weapon, military gear, military weapons, basically is just rearming Hamas. Like, they come in, they fuck up the aid distribution, and then they get their shit smoked. And then, boom, Hamas has 50 new weapons now. It's like a loot drop. Yeah, they're doing scav runs. Yeah, I know. They're funded by the UAE as well, of course. Demon time. UAE is so desperate to be worse than Saudi Arabia, and oh my God, like they're working hard, okay? Like Saudi Arabia is always on demon time, but fucking UAE, this doesn't seem like something to joke about. Wait, why? Do you actually have issues with ISIS affiliates that are collaborating with a fucking nuclear superpower that is conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign? Their sole purpose is to disrupt aid distribution. What are you, fucking pro-ISIS? What the fuck is going on, man? If I can't make jokes about ISIS affiliates getting smoked, who can I make jokes about? Excuse me. Can you please? Yeah, here is Abu Shabab fighter with a UAE license plate. Maybe they clapped his ass too. Yasser Abu Shabab, leader of the Israeli-backed gang militia overseeing security in southern Gaza, has made his first public statement since Netanyahu admitted supporting the group. Abu Shabab tried to distance himself from Israeli forces while vowing to capture more territory from Hamas and other resistance fighters battling Israeli occupation. He called for international humanitarian aid to manage the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, blaming it entirely on Hamas. Abu Shabab also requested light weapons to arm new volunteers, signaling plans to escalate attacks on Palestinian resistance forces in coordination with Israeli aims. Yeah, UAE doesn't get enough of their bloodlust out of promoting the rapid support forces in fucking Sudan. This is also doing a genocide. That they had to also get their licks in. Here, they're like, oh yeah, can we have a little bit of this too, please? Fucking evil. Was there an attack on Ben Gurion? No, I think that's fake news. This is Mossad CIA and the FSB playbook 101. Arm pissed off poor people and tell them to do shooting for you. What a bargain of defense tax dollars at work. Let the money do the work for you is literally in their training. It's the ABC of the CIA. Always be creating chaos. Yeah. Wall Street neocon doing tricks on it. Israel isn't arming Gaza clans to build a new government. It's arming them to destroy the government Hamas built through terror. That isn't recklessness. It's fighting a war, and it's working. Yeah, it's really working. Yeah. Actually, yeah, wait for these guys to also do their own fucking shape-ups and then come out and start playing basketball. Like Jelani. Jolensky. I don't know how the fuck, I don't know what's going on at the CIA laboratory, but it's wild that like Jolani just straight up looks like Zelensky now. I don't know what it is.
Today, at a Gaza Humanitarian Foundation distribution site, an eyewitness said Abu Shabab and his men were guarding the area. After several Palestinians waiting to receive food were shot and killed, the group issued a statement denying it had been present. Up until recently, it was the UN that was bringing in most humanitarian aid to Gaza. Sam Rose played a key role in overseeing it. What do you make of the fact that this man, Abu Shabab, alleged to have been a leading figure in the looting of aid, is now being given a role supposedly securing it?
Oh, there's a total irony that the one entity that we know and is on the record for having been involved in looting is now the entity that's been put in charge of managing the security around the looting. But look, this is part of a much bigger irony in that the entity in this case the government of Israel, that's been responsible for blocking the supplies of aid coming into Gaza, is now the entity that is supposed to be the one to guarantee that supply.
Last month, Hamas released footage of the group targeting Abu Shabaab's men. They insist they're helping protect local residents and deny collaborating with Israeli forces, but that doesn't seem possible. Israel has long sought to play Palestinian factions off against each other, with bloody consequences. Another dark chapter now looks to be unfolding.
Israeli forces and local gunmen who appear to be working with them have again opened fire on Palestinians heading to a US-backed food distribution.
They literally kill people every fucking day, okay? Every day. They make these Palestinians walk 8 miles both fucking ways, and then they turn around and shoot them. It is so heinous. It is so vile. It is so disgusting. I feel like we have reached the endpoint of creativity as far as how much more evil they can do. They are Palestinian, though. Wait, so what? They're fucking collaborators with Israel. What are you talking about? Yeah, some Palestinians who are also fucking. Well, first of all, I'm not even gonna go into the background. But yes, Israel is using criminal elements within the Gaza Strip, which is a very poor area. It's a fucking concentration camp, and ISIS affiliates to literally organize chaos at the point of aid delivery. I didn't hear you explain the popular forces. I did. These guys are... What is this? I got mentioned in a Spanish outlet.
Distribution center. The Gaza Health Ministry and hospitals said 14 people were killed. Early this morning, Israel intercepted a boat of campaigners carrying aid trying to reach Gaza to break the sea blockade. On board were Greta Thunberg and 11 other activists who were all detained and taken to Israel. Let's go live to Paul McNamara in Jerusalem. Paul.
Yeah, the talk here tonight isn't...
Yeah, this was Ghassan al-Dahini, the deputy of ISIS-linked Yasser Abu Shabaab's popular force in Gaza, posted a video saluting PA Forces deputy Anwar Rajab and standing next to a vehicle with the Emirati license plate. The Zionist political and security echelon is supporting this ISIS-linked gang with weapons and money to loot aid trucks. Like, in yet another instance of incredible projection, they said Hamas actually loots the aid delivery, right? They said Hamas actually disrupts aid delivery, which is false. No human rights group on the ground has said this. Not a single one has said Hamas is actually disrupting the aid delivery. They're not doing that. They have, however, said this gang is actually disrupting aid delivery. And part of the problem here is that Israel also claims that Hamas is disrupting aid delivery and controlling aid delivery so they can actually keep political control over the Gaza Strip. And Israel is so fucking stupid that they literally believe that lie, but they believe their own lies at a certain point and think, oh, if we actually get our ISIS affiliates to disrupt aid delivery and also play a role in the distribution of aid, maybe the population will be on board with them as a new political entity that can outcompete Hamas. Because there's, of course, going to be discontent towards Hamas by the Palestinians as well. But what they fail to comprehend, what they fail to recognize is Israel collaboration is the number one thing that every single Palestinian, no matter how much they hate Hamas could have fucking killed one of their family members, and they still will not align with an entity that works with the Israeli state. And it's not out of fears of Hamas repercussion. It's because Israel is ethnically cleansing the Strip. It's that simple. You are a literal fucking capo. You are a collaborator with the Nazis. What? My boyfriend is one of them? Thank God we aren't that serious yet. Wait, what? A Palestinian eyewitness at the Israel-U.S. aid distribution point in Rafah reported that ISIS-linked gang led by Yasser Abu Shabab collaborated with the Israeli army in executing starving civilians. According to the witness, the gang lined up and shot at least 6 Palestinians on Rafah's beach. Abu Shabab, identified by the Washington Post as an ISIS-affiliated warlord and drug trafficker, leads an armed looting group that operates just 100 meters from Israeli forces. He has recently been seen wearing military uniform, carrying an Israeli rifle, and manning a checkpoint in Rafah under the protection of the Israeli army. It says they lined us up in a row from the mosque, but it was an ambush. They executed 6 or 7 youths, all of them shot in the head, on the road. To get aid, we found nothing. It was all a trap. Youths were there since 6 in the morning. Yasser Abu Shabab's gang hurled shells at the youths. People are going there to get food. This dude is like also starving. Like, look at him. Hoping to fetch food for home. Sadly, there's no food, just the mafia taking over. I saw crimes committed. A crime happens right in front of you, but you can't do a thing like what happened today. People are wounded and killed before you, but you can't even lift them. By the way, they do this with Israeli cover, Israeli air support, for the record. You see everything right before your eyes. People go and die there. You are heading there just to be killed. The shooting starts at 2 a.m. and lasts till 6 a.m. Then it stops. When people pass through the aid center, the shells continue to rain down around us. Tanks, quadcopters, Yasser Abu Shabab's gang, and the Israeli soldiers. All of them are firing from every direction, from the sea, air, west, and south. We went there at 4 a.m. and on our way back, we were ambushed. We were in the lands, then Yasser Abu Shabab's gang took us to the beach. I started treating the injured and moved them to the Red Cross Field Hospital. Gunfire. They execute a person in front of you and you move on. Executions. They shoot a youth, execute him, and you walk to treat him. They move him to the Red Cross Hospital field. They shoot people before our eyes. What reaction do you expect? There's no reaction except to pull the body and carry him to the Red Cross. You can't do anything. Yeah, I mean, we've shown you this video, but this like literally corroborates the statements made. No, I didn't miss him lining up, talking about how the people get lined up and executed. He said the youths were executed, lined up and executed by Abu Shabab's gang. Like, this is, all of these people are there to get aid. They have walked 8 miles in both directions to get aid for their starving families.
اطلق نار على المدنيين الله اكبر حركي لي بس بس بدنا نرجع حقنا نرجع كل اللي بيصير فينا عشان الطحين يا الله
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu has admitted to hiring these gangs, by the way, for the record. And GHF contractor, anonymously, a former American security contractor, reports on their experience at the U.S.-backed Gaza aid site. Initially, when we first started giving out aid, it was really heartening. I mean, I could cry. Palestinians were saying, thank you, and I love America, but that didn't last. The contractor mentioned heavy involvement of the Israeli military at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. They requested anonymity for security reasons. I am one of the hundreds of security contractors who've been in Gaza to facilitate aid under the new U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation project. And it's all bullshit. I joined what sounded like a good mission with good pay through a company called UG Solutions. We were given little information. Remember when Ethan fucking posted something from the Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation, by the way? Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And added me the other day to be like, see, look at what your people are doing. Look at what your heroes are doing. Fucking asshole. Stupid fucking genocide lover. Narcissistic douchebag. Anyway. Despicable. Disgusting. Immoral monster. I was told I got the job just days before we were set to depart. It was very last minute. After arriving in Washington, D.C. on May 16, we received a slightly more detailed brief. We were going to provide security for A sites in Gaza. It was said again and again, if you're here to get your gun on, then pack your shit and go home, because that's not what we're here for. We're here to help. I was happy with that idea. The next day, we departed for the Middle East. Our group was about 300 people of diverse backgrounds, including those who served in special operations military units, former infantrymen, individuals who were in the military but had never deployed, and others who did not serve in the military at all but had worked in law enforcement. Some folks seemed way too old. It seemed like the company was so short on personnel that they weren't picky about who they allowed in on this. Getting gear and equipment was difficult. They didn't have enough uniforms to go around. They didn't provide optics or scopes for our weapons, like the red dots that help you aim. Weapons themselves were a whole other thing. We were eventually each issued AR rifles as well as a pistol sidearm, but no one was tested to ensure they had proper training. Some of us were also given machine guns. We were later issued less lethal options, pepper spray, flashbang grenades. You guessed it. No one was tested to see if they knew how to properly use them. How close to people can you throw a flashbang? If you're going to pepper spray someone, where do you spray? For how long? Nobody knows because nobody told us. We're talking about people who don't have access to water and we're ready to spray them in the face with pepper spray. Why would we do that? They're just trying to get aid and we're there to give them. It doesn't make any sense. Remember, aid distribution happens without any of that shit every single day as long as Israel allows it to happen. Okay? Israel, of course, does not allow it to happen now in the normal ways that it did before. The only reason why this fake charity, that is illegal, by the way, was created was so that Israel could control the aid delivery so they could fucking assassinate people, move them around, and kill them at their weakest moment when they are looking for one crumb of food for their family. It wasn't just a lack of weapons training. Those of us with military deployment background have cultural awareness training as well, something that's important when trying to connect with the civilian population, but that wasn't offered to us, including those who never deployed before we headed into Gaza. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that these guys are also sleep deprived before we deployed. Okay, they're sleep deprived. The only distinct guidance was that if you or those around you feel threatened, you have the authority to defend yourself, but that left a lot of gray areas. So you have guys with hardly any knowledge. Why is it illegal? A belligerent occupier in the process of a fucking military campaign cannot use aid as a point of, cannot render fake aid at the behest of a military campaign. That is why it's illegal. It's in the law. It's called perfidy. It is an unlawful deception. But of course, it's also illegal to refuse to render aid to a civilian population as a belligerent occupier as well. But of course, there is no fucking international human rights at all. So you have guys with hardly any knowledge of the culture, no deployment experience, and not necessarily qualified to be using the weapons they had in charge of security at aid sites at a place where we know millions are desperate for aid. What could go wrong? A lot did go wrong. Pure chaos. Well, I mean, yes, genocide is against international law as well, but obviously that hasn't stopped Israel from doing genocide, so. Pure chaos. On my first day, the second official day of the mission, we were overrun. It was pure chaos. The 8 sites entrance gates, we had people waiting in 5 lanes separated by metal fencing. 1 lane was strictly for women and children. The other 4 were all men. And they were letting people in 5, 10, 20 at a time, whatever we could handle. It was not organized. People were getting smushed and trampled. Eventually, there were so many people in the lanes that the lanes burst. We fell back, letting people get the aid. They were never aggressive towards us. They were only trying to get the aid. Aid, by the way, that consists of flour, rice, lentils, tea bags, and noodles. Things that need water. They don't have any water, and we're not giving out any water. We soon had to fall back again to the second perimeter. At some point, some personnel started firing warning shots in the air. And then we fell back more. As we were being overrun, we were directed to push everyone out, even as they still collected items off the ground. We all got in line and began pushing these people out. We were telling crying women trying to pick up food in their families they had to go. They were looking at this food on the ground that they desperately needed, and they couldn't take it. It was absolutely horrific. One of the guys who was the first to fire a warning shot, by the way, no baby formula. Someone was stooped over, picking up supplies, and without missing a beat, the U.S. contractor pushed him to the ground. The idea that the Israeli military isn't involved is bullshit. I was later told that the Israeli military needed to clear those people out because they were going to come through. They soon showed up with tanks as some sort of security presence, but we had pushed people out by then. This idea that the Israeli military isn't involved is bullshit. They're very much involved. They have offices in our compounds. We share our radio communications with them. The higher-ups claim that the Israeli military is not involved, but it feels like they are the man behind the curtain. Sure, they're not on site with us, but their snipers and tanks are just hundreds of meters away. You can hear them shooting all day. The aftermath of the chaos was just remarkable. During those long-hour shifts, food wasn't provided. We were given a stipend to get our own groceries back in Israel, but there just wasn't much time for that, let alone sleep. Some of our guys were eating the aid just scattered all over the site. Aid trap. One episode sticks with me. We were monitoring an empty site all day. Sometime after the dark, dozens of flatbed trucks finally brought aid. The Israeli military soon radioed in that 200 to 300 civilians, a couple kilometers less than 2 miles north, were approaching. We then observed an Israeli drone go out there. Shortly thereafter, that area started getting lit up with artillery. A generous interpretation? Maybe the Israelis were firing between our position and the people in order to keep them from moving forward. I don't think that's the case. After all, tanks fire all day long near these aid sites. Snipers fire from what used to be hospital. Bombs and bullets fly all day long in one direction, towards Palestinians. We know the Israeli military has been enforcing curfews in some parts of Gaza. I would not be surprised if the aid was delivered at night deliberately, given it would then draw people out, at which point they could be fired on as combatants, even though they weren't. It's very clear that the Israeli military will take any opportunity available to fire. People sometimes have to travel miles to get to the sites. That means through Israeli-controlled areas. Any excuse the military can come up with to say someone is a threat, they'll take. There's not really any international media in these areas, and the West doesn't really want to believe the Palestinian media, so you get to this point where the truth itself is murky. All the while, all I've heard all day is Israeli tanks, machine guns, snipers, and bombs, but never any fire from the opposite direction. Initially, when we first started giving out aid, it was really heartening. I mean, I could cry. Palestinians were saying thank you, and I love America, but that didn't last. I want to be clear. I went into this pretty open-minded. I don't have a side. I despise human suffering, and I hate that it exists. I was just hoping to be helpful. You can tell he's a fucking chud. I was just hoping to be helpful, but I don't think we are. What we, these American companies and the contract personnel, are doing is directly leading to more pain, suffering, and the death for the Palestinians in Gaza. Skip to 820. Adam Conover and Brandon Lee Mulligan talked about you.
Time, but
that was from Zateo, an anonymous mercenary that fucking worked within the confines of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a fake charity group that violates international law and uses aid distribution to a starving population as a mechanism of war. And it is propped up also and The aid is not allowed in, and the limited amount of aid that is allowed in is oftentimes disrupted by Abu Shabaab and his fucking gang, the ISIS affiliate gang that now calls itself Popular Forces. They're backed by Israel. And then the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is literally two different belligerents, the United States of America and Israel, collaborating with one another to use the aid distribution mechanism as a trap for Palestinians that they can fucking shoot and kill, is once again being used to kill more Palestinians in the for the entire process. Even the mercenaries are speaking out about Israel's war crimes. Meanwhile, most American politicians and most media outlets still regurgitate whatever slop the Israeli government puts out. It's fucking disgusting. It is so heinous. Meanwhile, while that's happening in Gaza, Iran's military and government leaders have met to plan a response to a potential Israeli strike that would involve an immediate counterattack with hundreds of ballistic missiles, according to a senior Iranian official. This is in the New York Times. Iranian military and government officials are talking about a retaliation because now Israel is saying that they are going to strike Iran. All right, I did talk about Zoran leading Cuomo by 4 points. All right, let's do some fun stuff for a little bit.
But you can be. Well, yeah, it's hard to keep up, right? Like we're always still behind, even though we're trying to do it as quickly as possible. The only way to do it fast enough is to be one of those people who just like fucking Hassan Piker, just like every day I hit go and I'm just like just freaking out on the internet live. I don't want that life.
Hassan Piker, the fact that he is so like, you know, the other top streamers around him politically are like all conservative.
Yeah.
He is truly like a sin eater for the world. Just like, I'm just looking at like, he is like the ones who lift weights in Omelas. He is like fucking.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, we've cursed him to sit in that room, sit in that little room of his and watch MSNBC all day long, 10 hours a day. He makes 150 grand every time he does it, but he cannot leave his little room.
Yeah, what is he doing with the 150 grand? He's got to be in front of the computer for 8 hours again tomorrow.
The rest of the house is empty.
Grabbing kids on the way to the manosphere alt-right pipeline and shunting them off into the left. Like, no, get back. Like,
all the coverage of him is so funny where it's just like all of these reporters are going and like, can this one jacked man in this little room change politics? Is this the new, like, no, this is just one guy who's trapped in behind a camera.
I don't know how he doesn't freak the fuck out at mainstream reporters being like, this one man stand against the forces of reactionary conservatism. And the fact that he doesn't go, help!
Yeah, somebody else do this.
Well, that was the thing.
Anybody can start a Twitch account.
Anybody. Do you feel like you have a friend? Have you ever said something cool?
I do. I say it all the time. I literally nonstop. There are others out there, and they're growing. Their channels are growing. Low-key, partially because of the likes of Ethan Klein directly putting them in the crosshairs. They end up cultivating communities of their own that are sizable. But as far as like the top content creators on the platform goes, yes, it's top content creators in every fucking platform, as a matter of fact. It is horrifying. The politics of this, like, the politics of the environment that I'm in, that we're all in, whether it be YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, is horrifying. It is unimaginably hostile to progressive politics. And it's crazy because, like, I know the environment that I came into. The environment that I came into initially in the aftermath of Gamergate was also unimaginably hostile to progressive politics. But I knew that there were people out there. I knew that there were fucking people out there who were looking for this kind of commentary. I knew that there was people out there that was like, I don't really fuck with this neckbeard shit. And while, you know, up until 23, up until the Trump victory, really, it didn't explode as much. But right-wing sentiment, especially post Twitter purchase of Elon Musk, right-wing sentiment has exploded online so much that there will be an inevitable backlash. The pendulum will swing in the other direction. And as a matter of fact, it has started swinging in the other direction. That's why you see even like Lacey talking about ICE raids and how fucked up it is. You know what I mean? And we need more of that. We need more Tina Kittens talking out against, speaking out against ICE raids and all the other fucked up shit that this administration is doing. Also, the reality of the matter is, it's not like fucking Asmongold is the smartest, most knowledgeable person ever. So not being super, super tapped in to all of the minutiae should not stop you from speaking out against things that the government is doing, especially if you think it's unconscionable. The vibes are shifting. Vanilla Mace is one of the biggest new content creators on the internet. She's pro-Palestine openly. Yeah. No, TikTok has always been pro-Palestine. There's a litany of bad takes there too, but do more interviews, reach more people. I only now just heard about you. Wait, what? Do more interviews? What more can I do? I literally get fucking mainstream coverage. I collaborate with content creators all the time. I'm literally everywhere all at once to the best of my ability as one person can be.
Well, that was the funny thing too, is you saw the entire thing of being like, who's the Joe Rogan of the left?
Right.
And when you see that infographic about how many podcaster, YouTube, Twitch things are dominated by the right, you're like, the Joe Rogan, we need a fucking million, we need 100. It's so funny because I feel like the joke for so long, our mutual friend, the brilliant and wonderful Zach Oyama, was like, no one needs a podcast. Don't do a podcast. There's like a College Humor sketch many, many years ago. And that is not true. It's like if you literally looking at that infographic, because I was sort of jokingly like, working in media is always sort of funny because you're definitionally self-aggrandizing and narcissistic because you're selling yourself as a product. You're like, don't you want to hear me talk?
There was this attitude in Hollywood for a while around comedy people who some of them would be like, we got to have podcasts now. Everyone's got to have a podcast. You don't need to have a podcast. I don't need to have a podcast. I work in television, and now that doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing. Oh, you want to make money? You want to get health insurance by writing really funny things for hot people to say? Capitalism's not interested in that anymore.
It's crazy. Well, that's also the funny thing. That's when you really realize too that like whatever Adam Smith wrote about capitalism is so fucking irrelevant and has been forever. Where you're like, what capitalism really is there is a social class of aristocrats across a business fraternity based on companionship from like certain prestigious universities or where they went to school. They are totally insulated from any consequence that
That's why Marx is better, because his expansion on Adam Smith is perfect.
Businesses they captain face. Like, is anyone that renamed it Max gonna face jail time? Like, you know, like no, and they're changing it back. It was the thing that every person went, well, that seems catastrophically.
No, I know. I mean, Adam Smith was his predecessor. No, I understand that. I know. I'm just saying, you know. Can you expand on that? Trying to learn. He defined the boundaries from the perspective of class. And instead of talking about it from a mystified perspective, he applied dialectics and talked about this collaborative effort, not from the point of fraternity, but instead from the perspective of self-interest. Because the class collaboration that exists among the capital owning class does not happen because they like one another. They might even not like one another. You know what I mean? They might not like one another for ideological reasons, or they might not enjoy the company of one another, but ultimately they have a higher degree of interest in maintaining their profit motives. They have a higher degree of interest in continuing to earn through capital accumulation. And that is at the heart of the current economic organization of society we exist under.
Stupid.
Yeah.
I know Marx thoroughly addresses Adam Smith's work. Of course, Adam Smith's work is also often bastardized, if not misunderstood, by all the Econ 101 classes that read it.
On the platform, I was like, I'm on your fucking thing. Keep HBO in the name. It's the most prestigious brand in media. You're taking it out?
What are you fucking doing?
Yeah.
But the issue is, listen, I'm not a fan of the idealized form of capitalism that like economists write about. I don't like that either. But let's be clear, that's a fucking fantasy. That's a fiction. What actually exists is a sort of like oligarchic, aristocratic social club of people that fail upwards and bounce from corporate leadership to corporate leadership, never face the consequences of their actions. And on a personal level, it's like they run perpendicular to how the institutions they steward do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember there was one, this is a crazy fucking story. We're immediately off to a different tangent. I'll come back another time.
The intro was about Dungeons and Dragons, which is not related to any of this, but we'll come back to it.
There was a funny thing where I worked at a import.
Wait. In 2022, McKinsey paid $55 million to advise Warner Brothers to combine with Discovery. From 2022 to 2025, McKinsey charged Warner Bros. Discovery $37 million by advising the company to change HBO to HBO Max, then to Max, then back to HBO Max. In 2025, McKinsey billed Warner Brothers Discovery an additional $63 million to determine that Warner Brothers and Discovery should be separate brands again. I don't know if this is true or not. It feels like, maybe. It feels real. Okay, but think of the GDP. Okay, a lot of you guys are laughing. Okay? A lot of you guys are laughing. Vibes-based journalism. I'm saying that I don't know who the fuck this guy is, okay? So I am not trusting what he had to say unless it's featured in this article, which we can investigate. I don't have the capacity to fucking see the future ahead of time. When someone sends me a link and I click on it, I'm just reading it, and if it doesn't pass my smell test, or if I feel as though this person is not like a reliable narrator, I dive into it and I investigate. That's what I do. Sometimes it feels like you do, lol. Yeah, on shit that I am knowledgeable on, if I had done reading ahead of time, then yes. This is not one of those things. Wait, what the fuck's going on with this article? God damn it, dude. Anyway. Companies, let's see if McKinsey mentioned here. No, it was not. The part that they mentioned is correct. Warner Bros. Discovery merged. They changed it from HBO to HBO Max. That's correct. They also then changed it back to, they changed it to Max, and then now they changed it back to HBO, and now the merger is and then there's now a separation. That part is correct. However, I do not know if McKinsey played a role in the consulting, and I also don't know how much they charge for said consultation. Having said that, however, it feels like it could be true. But regardless, that is how consulting works. That is what McKinsey does. So that part of it does make sense. Also, why won't anybody think about the GDP? Consulting is a bigger scam than insurance. Consulting is a massive scam. Insurance is a massive scam. So many things are massive scams under capitalism. And those scams end up increasing the GDP. So that's good. It's actually a good thing. And you should be excited. You should be thankful. Everything's a fucking scam. Capitalism is a scam. Anyway. No, I'm not going to watch that video, Megaphonics. Also, I got to do my podcast in a minute. Hasan sits in a chair and we give him money. The economy's fake. Money's made up so workers can be tricked into doing things that are lost. Good point. In reflection, that's true. Also, speaking of money, subscribe, please. This show is sponsored by you, the viewers, and your voluntary contributions to the broadcast allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Viewers just like you. PBS Kids is sponsored by you, the viewers. Vanilla Mace is going to be on the pod today, yes. Sits in his chair. I know, that's all I do, baby. That's all I do. All I do is sit in this goddamn chair, nothing else. Yeah, we are going to. Mr. Fancy Penguin, thank you for the 10. Banishka, thank you for the 10. This broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. That's the line. Yeah. W Comrade. Thank you for the 10. Yeah, here, I'll leave you on this wonderful note from Felix Biederman. JD Vance tweeted this insanely fucking lame tweet. About to see Les Miserables with POTUS at the Kennedy Center. Me to Usha. So what's this about? A barber who kills people? Usha. Hysterical laughter. That's apparently a different thing called Sweeney Todd. If I see this man do millennial posting one more fucking time, I'm going to lose it. Okay? I'm going to lose it. There's only so much fascism I can take. Like, fascism aside, cringe, I think, at this nuclear ass level, unironically, is worse. Is worse. I'm saying it. This level of nuclear cringe is worse. Stop being a faillennial. Anyway, Felix says, Israel, we are going to nuke the entire region to keep our illiterate Haredi faction from openly rebelling against the state, and you're going to help us. JD.
Say what you want about me. I'm still here. I'm living my life. I'm winning. I'm dreaming. I'm inspiring. I'm silly. So, I work hard. Say what you want about me.
This must be like when architects saw Hitler being like, this Roman architecture is the only good architecture. Yes, as posters, when we see other posters posting cringe, it's incredibly fucked up. It fucks me up. Anyway, why am I so fucking tired? I feel like when I do IRL streams or the protest, I feel less tired than I do when I'm sitting at home and having to interact with chat. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case. But I really get more tired. It's more draining. It's more draining to fucking do this sitting here and respond to the chat than to be getting shot at by the police. How the fuck is that possible? That's crazy. Anyway, on that note, I'll leave you on a positive one. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow.